1885 to 1947. Sumit Sarkar. Tutanika. Contents. Preface 13. Abbreviations 15. Chapter 1 Introduction 1. Change and Continuity. Old and New Approaches 4. Chapter 2 Political and Economic Structure, 1885 to 1905 11 Imperial Structure and Policies 11 Viceregal Attitudes 12 Foreign Policy 13 Army 14 Financial and Administrative Pressures 15 Local Self-Government and Council Reform 17 Divide and Rule 18 White Racism 19 The Colonial Economy 21 Drain of Wealth 22 Deindustrialization 25 Commercialization of Agriculture 27 Land Relations 29 Agricultural Production 31 Foreign Capital 32 Indian Capitalist Development 33. Chapter 3 Social and Political Movements. 1885 to 1905 37 Towards a History from Below 37 Tribal Movements 38 Futka 41 Moplas 42 Deccan Riots 43 Pabna 44 No Revenue Movements 45 Caste Consciousness 47 Communal Consciousness 50 Labor 52 Business Groups and Upper Classes 54 Princes and Zamindars 55-56. Social Roots of the Intelligentsia 56. Hindu Reform and Revival 60. Trends in Indian Islam 65. Patriotism in Literature 70. Nationalist Economic Theory 73. Foundations of the Congress 75. The Moderate Congress, Objectives and Methods 76 Phases of Moderate Politics 79 Roots of Extremism 82. Chapter 4 Political and Social Movements, 1905 to 1917 87 The Viceroyalty of Curzon 87 Foreign Policy 87 Administrative Reforms 88 Curzon and Nationalists 90 Partition of Bengal 91 The Swadeshi Movement in Bengal, 1905 to 1908 96 Trends 97 Boycott and Swadeshi 99 National Education 101 Labor Unrest 101 Samitis 103 Hindu-Muslim Relations 104 The Shift to Terrorism 106 Extremism in Other Provinces 1905 to 1908 107 Punjab 109 Madras 111 Maharashtra 113 The Congress Split 116 Repression, Conciliation, and Divide and Rule, 1909 to 1914 118 Morley and Minto 118 Simla Deputation and Muslim League 120 Revolutionary Terrorism 124 War and Indian Politics 126 Revolutionary Activities 126 Unity at Lucknow 128 Home Rule Agitation 129 131 Tribal Revolts 131 Peasant Movements 133 Communalism 134 Caste Movements 135 Regional Sentiments and Languages 139. Chapter 5 Mass Nationalism, Emergence and Problems, 1917 to 1927 143 War, Reforms, and Society 143 The Montfort Reforms 143 Impact of the War 146 Mahatma Gandhi 154 The Appeal of Gandhi 154 The Role of Rumor 157 Champaran, Quetta, Ahmedabad 158 162 1919 to 1920 Leaders and Masses 168 Gandhi, Caliphate, and the Congress 168 Pressures from Below 171 1921 to 1922, Non-Cooperation and Caliphate 176 The All India Movement 176 Social Composition 178 Regional Variations 181 Trishra 193 195 No Changers and Swarajists 195 Nagpur. Borisat and Vakam 196 Constructive Work 197 Swarajist Politics 199 Communalism 201 Emergence of New Forces, 1922 to 1927 204 Political and Economic Tensions 204 Tribal and Peasant Movements 206 Caste Movements 208 Labor 210 Emergence of the Communists 212 Revolutionary Terrorism 215 Subhas and Jawaharlal 217. Chapter 6 Nationalist Advance and Economic Depression, 1927 to 1937 219. An Overview 219. Cross-Currents in Politics 219. Depression and India 222 1928 to 1929, Simon Boycott and Labour Upsurge 225. X Contents. Simon Commission and Nehru Report 225. Youth Movements 229. The HSRA 230. Labour Upsurge and the Communists 232. Peasant Movements and Bardoli 236. Business Attitudes 240. From Dominion Status to Purna Swaraj 242 1930 to 1931, Civil Disobedience 244 towards Salt Satyagraha 244 Chittagong, Peshawar, Sholapur 246 Phases of Civil Disobedience 248 Regional Studies 255 The Round Table Conference 264 Gandhi, Irwin Pact 266 March, December 1931. Uneasy Truce 267 Ambiguities 267 Pressures from Below 270 Official Attitudes 273 1932 to 1934, Second Civil Disobedience Movement 275 Repression and Resistance 275 Business Realignments 279 Harijan Campaign 281 Return to Council Politics 283 The Left Alternative 284 1935 to 1937, The Constitution and the Congress 288 The 1935 Act 288 Labor and Kisan Movements 290 Leftism in Literature 293 Lucknow and Phazpur 294 Right Consolidation and Business Pressures 295. Chapter 7 Political Movements and War, 1937 to 1945 299 1937 to 1939, The Congress Ministries 299 Elections and Ministry Making 299 Congress and Bureaucracy 301 The Communal Problem 302 Gandhian Reforms 306 Capitalists and Congress 306 Congress and Labour 309 Congress and Kisans 310 States People's Movement 313 The Left in the Congress 316 The Tripuri Crisis 318 1939 to 1942. War and Indian Politics The First Phase 321. Bureaucratic Counter-Offensive 321. League and Pakistan 323. Trends within the Congress 325. Economic Consequences 328. The New Phase of the War 328. Cripps Mission 329 1942 to 1945. Quit India, Famine, and the Last Phase of War 332 Roots of Rebellion 332 The All India Pattern 337 Social Composition 339 Regional Variations 341 Aftermath of Revolt 345 The War and the Indian Economy. Famine and Super Profits 346. The Advance of the League 349. Azad Hind 350. Communists and People's War 351. Chapter 8 Freedom and Partition, 1945 to 1947 355 1945 to 1946, The Edge of a Volcano 355 Prelude to Negotiations 355 Simla Conference 357 INA. Trials 358 RIN. Mutiny 363-1946, The Cabinet Mission 365 Elections 365 Cabinet Mission 367 1946 to 1947, Communal Holocaust and Peasant Rebellion 370 Calcutta, Noakhali, Bihar, Punjab 370 The Mahatma's Finest Hour 374 Tabhaga 376 Punnapravayular 378 Telangana 379, 1947, Freedom and Partition 382, the Mountbatten Plan 383, Integration of States 385, the 15th of August 388. Further readings list 391. Index 419. Preface. 1885 to 1947 was planned some years back as part of a collective attempt to write the history of India in 6 volumes. Its publication now as an independent work requires a brief justification of its starting point. While 1885 was chosen mainly for convenience, it can be argued that what is recognizably modern India began not with the Mughal breakup or with Plassey, but during the latter half of the 19th century. It was during these decades that colonial political and economic domination attained its finished apparently stable form, while its counterpoints had also started developing alike at the level of autonomous popular movements and of middle-class or intelligentsia-based all-India nationalism. The period with which I deal relates to the subsequent unfolding of these contradictions down to the achievement of independence. The present work has a twofold aim. It attempts a synthesis of the massive data unearthed in recent years by the flood of monographs on specific problems in political, social, and economic history. At the same time it explores, in the light of my own research interests, the possibilities of a history from below as distinct from the usual tendency in the historiography of Indian nationalism to concentrate on the activities, ideals, or factional maneuvers of leaders. This book would have been inconceivable without the massive research output in N history during recent years. The format did not permit the usual acknowledgements through footnotes except in the case of direct quotations, but I have tried to honor my debts by lists of further readings which appear at the end of the book, arranged chapter-wise. I would like to acknowledge my gratitude to the students of my modern Indian history classes, on whom I have been testing many of the ideas, set out here, for years. Their questions and criticisms have been indispensable in sorting out my formulations. I am grateful to Barunda, Asok Sen, Amitabhji and Jun Pandey, for going through the manuscript in whole or in part and offering extremely helpful comments and criticism. I remember with particular gratitude and pleasure a night-long discussion with Ranjit Guha in Brighton in 1977 which modified many of my ideas at a time when I had just started collecting material for this book. The Subaltern Studies series which he was editing unfortunately reached me only after my manuscript went to press. 14. Preface. My father followed the writing of this book with unfailing interest, and it must always remain a matter of deep sorrow to me that I could not show him the finished work. Tanika as always was the source of undiminished criticism and sustenance. Aditya provided a delightful distraction. I would like to thank my publishers, for prodding a lazy author into completing his manuscript and for indispensable typing and editorial assistance. The responsibility for errors remains mine alone. Sumit Sarkar. Delhi University. October 1982. Chapter 1. Change and Continuity. The 60 years or so that lie between the foundation of the Indian National Congress in 1885 and the achievement of independence in August 1947 witnessed perhaps the greatest transition in our country's long history. A transition, however, which in many ways remained grievously incomplete, and it is with this central ambiguity that it seems most convenient to begin our survey. The illusion of permanence held powerful sway over the minds of the British in India in 1885, 8 years after the empire had been proclaimed at a grandiose durbar held in the midst of famine. An ideology of paternalistic benevolence, occasionally combined with talk of trusteeship and training towards self-government, thinly veiled the realities of a Raj uncompromisingly white and despotic. Political decision-making and administration at higher levels were entirely the privilege of the Europeans, who in the early 1880s manned all but 16 of the 900-odd posts in the Indian civil service. The inclusion in 1861 of a handful of nominated natives in provincial and supreme councils had been accompanied by a reduction in the powers of the latter. Even the local self-government introduced with much fanfare by Ripon was essentially no more than a measure of necessary financial decentralization. We shall not subvert the British Empire by allowing the Bengali Babu to discuss his own schools and drains, was the eminently appropriate comment of finance member Evelyn Baring. Even the fig leaf was absent in really vital things like the army, where no Indian would be permitted till 1947 to rise above the rank of a brigadier. Indian collaborators were obviously indispensable for the day-to-day running of a huge country. What contributed greatly to British self-confidence was the ease with which such dependent allies seemed obtainable. The post-1857 years had seen the renewal and consolidation of links with princes, zamindars, and a variety of urban and rural notables, and the 662 Indian native rulers in particular were to remain the most loyal of bulwarks till the very end. Macaulay's vision of an English-educated intelligentsia brown in color but white in thought and tastes was, it is true, beginning to turn a bit sour by the 1880s. Yet the middle-class ambitions which went into the making of provincial associations in Calcutta, Bombay, Pune, and Madras and eventually found expression through the Congress were still little more than an irritant. Hume's alarmist pleas for official patronage for Congress as a safety valve to prevent another mutiny could be dismissed by Dufferin with lofty aristocratic disdain. He is clever and gentlemanlike, but seems to have got a bee in his bonnet. In 1888, the Viceroy proclaimed Congress to represent no more than a microscopic minority, and Sir John Strachey assured Cambridge undergraduates, "There is not, and never was in India, or even any country of India, no Indian nation, no people of India of which we hear so much, that men of the Punjab, Bengal, the northwest provinces and Madras, should ever feel that they belong to one great Indian nation, is impossible." The evident element of propaganda and wishful thinking has to be discounted, but such estimates and predictions did not seem too unrealistic in the 1880s. All India connections were as yet largely confined to a thin upper crust of English-educated professional groups. Congress demands, put forward in the form of gentlemanly resolutions at state annual sessions which still eagerly asserted their basic loyalism, could find as yet no resonance amidst the peasant millions, and despite the fairly clear-cut formulation of a perspective of independent capitalist development, response from the emerging Indian bourgeoisie was also fairly minimal. Lower-class discontent was inevitably endemic in what had become by the 19th century certainly one of the poorest countries in the world, and the 10 years or so before 1885 had seen powerful agrarian leagues in East Bengal against zamindari excesses, anti-moneylender riots in the Maharashtra Deccan, and a formidable tribal rising in the Rampa region of Andhra. But the edge of such movements tended to be directed against the immediate oppressor rather than the distant British overlord, as when the Pabna peasants in 1873 wanted to become Rayats of Maharani Victoria alone. There were ample objective foundations here for divide and rule policies, with divisions between communities often interlocking with class tensions, Muslim peasants and Hindu gentry in East Bengal, Mopla Muslim cultivators and Nambadri or Nair caste Hindu landlords in Malabar, Muslim talukdars and Hindu tenants in parts of the United Provinces, or Hindu moneylender merchants and Muslim or Sikh peasants in the Punjab. Yet the national movement did eventually go far beyond its original elite intellectual confines. By 1936 the Congress president could legitimately claim that Congress had now become the largest organization of the common people, drawn very largely from the village population and counting amongst its members lakhs of peasants and cultivators and a sprinkling of industrial and field workers. The movement expanded in both geographical and social terms in a succession of waves and troughs, the obvious high points being 3. 1905 to 1908, 1919 to 1922, 1928 to 1934, 1942, and 1945 to 1946. The focus shifted from Bengal, Maharashtra and Punjab in the extremist phase to new areas like Gujarat, Bihar, UP, Central Provinces, and Andhra in the Gandhian, and from city intellectuals to small-town lower middle classes, large sections of the peasantry, and influential bourgeois groups. There was a corresponding evolution of new forms, Swadeshi, boycott, and passive resistance, Gandhian satyagraha and constructive village work, as well as methods often frowned upon by the leaders, yet surely of considerable importance at times: revolutionary terrorism, strikes, outbursts of urban, peasant, or tribal violence. By the 1930s, Kisan Sabhas and trade unions were fast becoming a real force in many parts of the country, and popular movements were also emerging in many of the princely states. Despite all the slidebacks, limitations and contradictions, what all this amounted to was the irreversible historical fact of the entry of the masses into active political life. A changed international situation and mass pressure combined to bring about the withdrawal of 1947, barely 5 years after a British Prime Minister had declared that he had not come to occupy his high post to preside over the liquidation of the empire. This was followed by the quick elimination of the princely states, the abolition of zamindari and the establishment over the major part of the subcontinent of parliamentary democracy based on universal franchise. The underlying social changes had also been considerable, most notably the emergence of a number of rich peasant groups and the consolidation of a bourgeoisie weak and vacillating by the standards of classic capitalist development, yet of considerable strength and maturity if compared to most other countries of the Third World. But the pattern evidently has been one full of paradoxes, of continuities as much as change. The Congress fought against the Raj, but it was also progressively becoming the Raj, eventually taking over without major change the entire bureaucratic and army structure, the heaven-born civil service and all, merely substituting the brown for the white. Independence Day was replete with contradictions, unforgettable scenes of mass rejoicing, the swearing in as Prime Minister of a flaming radical of the 1930s by Lord Mountbatten amidst all the pageantry of empire, and a father of the nation who said that he had run dry of messages and who was to spend the last months of his life in a lonely and desperate struggle against communal violence. Riots and partition represented the most obvious of the failures from the point of view of the ideals of the Indian national movement. Perhaps even more fundamental was the fact that so very many of the aspirations aroused in the course of the national struggle remained unfulfilled, the Gandhian dream of the peasant coming into his own in Ramrajya, as much as left ideals of social revolution. And as the history of independent India, 4. and Pakistan was to repeatedly reveal, even the problems of a complete bourgeois transformation and successful capitalist development were not fully solved by the transfer of power of 1947. Our major theme must necessarily be the search for the roots of this profoundly ambiguous and contradictory pattern, and the central focus will be provided by the complex and conflicting history of anti-imperialist movements in. As a preliminary, however, a brief glance at the existing state of historical literature on our subject seems called for. Old and new approaches. Writing a general history of the last 60 years of British rule has become today both more exciting and far more difficult than ever before, in view of the veritable flood of recent detailed studies, particularly on the national movement. Till about a decade back, the available literature consisted of a few studies of viceroys, works on constitutional developments, a number of biographies of Indian leaders along with their own writings, and some general all-India surveys of the development of nationalism. Published secondary sources formed the basis for the bulk of such writings, as access to official archives was severely limited for recent periods and little systematic search had been made yet for private papers. Despite the obvious differences of approach between Kairol, Sitaramaiah, Tarachand, or R.C. Majumdar, a certain rough consensus seemed to exist here. The basic pattern was of an English-educated middle class reared by British rule, engaging in various Renaissance activities, and eventually turning against their masters and so giving birth to modern nationalism out of frustrated selfish ambitions, ideals of patriotism and democracy derived from Western culture, or natural revulsion against foreign rule, the imputed motive in each case depending on the viewpoint of the scholar. Scholars with imperialist affiliations tended to focus on the continued divisions within Indian society, the limited and sharply fluctuating appeal of even the Gandhian Congress, the Muslim breakaway and partition. To nationalist historians, on the other hand, the ultimate breakthrough to the masses seemed both impressive and only natural, since potentially the interests of all Indians were surely always opposed to alien domination, and only a charismatic leader had been lacking. It has to be added that as a historiographical trend, nationalist writing on the freedom movement has been on the whole more than a little inadequate. Professional Indian scholars tended to keep away from such themes till the 1950s, and regional and communal distortions have been all too obvious at times. In R.C. Majumdar's well-known volumes on the freedom movement, for instance, a veritable cult of the educated Bengali Hindu is combined with a frank acceptance of the two-nation approach. As in some writings on medieval India, Hindus and Muslims are assumed to have been always homogeneous entities naturally opposed to each other, a clear example of the reading back into the past of present-day communal prejudices. But even in more genuinely nationalist history writing, an abstract cult of the people or nation often did not prevent a basically elitist and sometimes quite uncritical glorification of a few great leaders. As for the socio-economic roots and dimensions of the national movement, it was natural for imperialist scholars to fight shy of such themes, but nationalist historians have not been very much better, since with a few exceptions they have seldom tried to integrate into their interpretations of history even the findings of nationalist economists of the Nehruji generation. Charges of elitism and neglect of the colonial framework certainly cannot be brought against the handful of serious early Marxist works on our period R.P. Above all, but also M.N. Roy, A.R. Desai and some Soviet scholars. But on the whole these failed to offer a fully satisfactory alternative, being usually overgeneral and sometimes rather mechanistic in their use of class analysis. That our subject wears a new look today is due in part to the much greater use of archival material, private papers, as well as of local sources unearthed through field studies. Government archives are now open to scholars for the entire colonial period. Rich collections of private papers have been built up in places like New Delhi's Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, and historians are becoming increasingly aware of the value of field studies and interviews. But even more important is the role of new hypotheses, always controversial and at times positively dubious, but still extremely stimulating, and in this field the so-called Cambridge School has been particularly prolific. Anil Seal on early Indian nationalism, the American historian Broomfield on Bengal, and to some extent Judith Brown on the rise of Gandhi, set the fashion of interpreting nationalism in terms of uneven development and competition of provincial, generally caste-based, elites. Bengali Bhadralok, Chitpavan Brahmin, the sub-elites of the Hindi belt or Andhra. The further assumption that patriotism was no more than a rationalization of extremely narrow and selfish material motives like job frustration created a picture not too different really from that drawn by numerous spokesmen of the Raj and blatant imperialists like Valentine Kyrole. 6. In 1973, however, the Cambridge School announced with some fanfare that the elite approach had fallen down the trapdoor of historiography and that from province and elite one must shift to locality and faction. A combination of administrative pressures and opportunities, as the British imposed new burdens and simultaneously sought new collaborators through constitutional reforms, would then allegedly explain the occasional coalescence of local patron-client groups into provincial or even national platforms. As applied most notably by Washbrook and Baker to South India, Bailey to Allahabad, Gordon Johnson to Bombay moderates and extremists, and Robinson to UP Muslims, this approach has certainly proved quite fruitful in terms of new data. Yet certain continuities persist between the early and the modified Cambridge approach. With the exception of Bailey, perhaps, the tendency is still to play down the role of ideology and patriotic motivation. Such cynicism is at times a healthy corrective to the hero worship typical of much nationalist history writing, yet a logical distinction has to be made between the significance of a set of ideas and the possibly selfish motives which might have led particular individuals to formulate or accept them. Job frustration may or may not have produced Bankim Chandra's patriotic novels, their total impact remains an important historical fact. More significant is the slurring over of the economic and racist dimensions of the colonial situation. The South Indian rural local bosses analyzed by Washbrook were surely a dependent product of the colonial economy and polity. The statement that the Madras governor and his minions were distributing among themselves the scraps of the political system contrasts oddly with the fact that in the early 20th century the viceroy had 700 servants and a salary double that of the British Prime Minister. Even in the 1930s, As Gandhi would remind Irwin on the eve of his Dandi march, the viceroy's salary was 5,000 times that of the average Indian, while a white junior jail governor of Bengal could afford a round-the-world trip on a holiday taken soon after shooting down political prisoners at Hijli. The new patron-client model seems more than a little overextended when it is used to describe both Malviya's connections with the Tandon business group in Allahabad and the relations between Hindu zamindars and Muslim peasants of East Bengal. In their equation of politics with factionalism, the Cambridge scholars are modeling themselves on Namir studies of mid-18th century England. Illuminating for periods of oligarchical politics and bereft of fundamental tensions, such an approach becomes progressively less so when it is a question of analyzing major conflicts involving large masses. Namirism tends in fact to bypass periods of big movements, thus Bailey's otherwise valuable study of Allahabad ends abruptly in 1920. Above all, elitism may persist even when 7. Shifted down into the locality, the leaders of the movement, that is to say the people who created it, require a careful analysis, for in their ambitions must lie its causes. Very recently, however, historians like Bailey, Washbrook and Baker seem to be moving away from the study of patrons and factions towards straightforward economic history of considerable value. It would be very unfortunate if the fame, at times amounting to notoriety, of the Cambridge School is allowed to obscure the considerable work over the last decade of a large number of other historians, both Indian and foreign. Sussex and Canberra-based scholars associated with D.A. Lowe have been perhaps less prolific or systematic about hypotheses, but considerably more open in their ideas. The collections on the Rolat Satyagraha and the more recent Congress and the Raj have also been refreshingly free of inhibitions concerning the study of periods of mass upsurge. Peasant movements in contrast are often being given pride of place, though the generalization made at times about the role of dominant village groups or rich peasants may or may not be fully acceptable. Imperial policy making is currently not a very fashionable field, but one must mention here the works of P.S. Gupta on British Labour attitudes to imperialism, R.J. Moore on the vicissitudes of the federal experiment and Peter Robb on the making of diarchy. American contributions include studies of the Arya Samaj and nationalism in the Punjab, caste politics in South India, peasant movements in Bihar, and recently an excellent study of the early Congress by J.R. MacLean. Among the numerous works on social and political trends among Muslims, mention may be made of Aziz Ahmed on Islamic modernism, Zia-ul Hasan Farooqi on Deoband, Peter Hardy's useful general analysis and the recent books of Rafiuddin Ahmed, Mushirul Hasan, and Gail Minault. Indian Marxist historians have occasionally reacted to the Cambridge denigration of anti-imperialist movements by taking up a stance rather difficult to distinguish from conventional nationalism. Sectarian and unduly negative estimates of the national leadership, characteristic of R.P. Dutt and some earlier Soviet writings, have been replaced at times by virtual hero worship of Tilak, Gandhi, or Nehru, in an unfortunate oscillation in which one extreme feeds the other. But Marxists have also produced detailed studies of moderate economic ideology and of political movements in Bengal and Assam, as well as a considerable literature on left movements. And both Marxist and non-Marxist scholars have been increasingly shifting to real grassroots studies based on village-level data, with historians like David Hardiman, Majid Siddiqui, Kapil Kumar, Jun Pandey, Stephen Henningham, and Hitesh Sanyal exploring Gujarat Patidars, UP Kisans, Bihar peasants and the rural Gandhian movements of parts of Bengal. What is emerging through such studies is a 8. New emphasis on a history from below, distinct from all variations of elite approaches. Such field work has the additional advantage of bringing the historian into closer touch with the disciplines of sociology and social anthropology and, hopefully, stimulating an interaction almost absent in our country so far. Indian anthropology for long was virtually identified with the study of tribal life in isolation, then from the 1950s came the new fashion of studies of caste structures, movements, and associations. The historian cannot afford to neglect the valuable data collected through such research, though he would be well advised also to keep in mind André Bataille's warning that caste mobility might often represent no more than the upthrust of small groups of notables. A sociologist might certainly wonder why we have so many detailed studies of caste associations and so few of peasant organizations, Bataille added in a review of the Rudolph's influential Modernity of Tradition. Social history unfortunately still remains a very neglected subject in India, often being virtually equated with the study of social reform endeavors. Work on the formation of classes and class consciousness is only just beginning, and while the development of vernacular literatures is obviously one of the really crucial features of history, there is little sign as yet of such things becoming the subject of scientific historical or sociological research. Written literature in a largely illiterate country, however, can be a guide to the ideas and values only of a minority. A recent French historian has emphasized the need to study also the songs, dances, proverbs, tales, and pictures of the country folk to win an entry into the peasant mind. Such methods still await application in India. Historians finally, require major sustenance from economists, though here a problem is created by the ill-concealed contempt for economic history displayed at times by the more formalist and mathematically minded contemporary practitioners of the latter discipline. For an understanding of the overall working of the colonial economy, we often still have to turn to the nationalist economists of the turn of the century, even though their work, path-breaking for their own time, appear more than a little dated and unsophisticated today. Historians for their part have done considerable work on 18th and 19th century trade, finance, revenue policies, and agrarian relations, but relatively less on the post-1900 period, where some amount of technical training in economics becomes increasingly useful in the face of mounting complexities and statistical data. How valuable? 9. The contribution of economists has been amply indicated by the essays of the Thorners, George Blynn's study of agricultural productivity, Amiya Bugchi's analysis of colonial constraints on indigenous private investment in India, as well as by numerous research papers in the pages of the Economic and Political Weekly and the Indian Economic and Social History Review. The sudden expansion of research on over the last decade has made existing textbooks and general studies seriously out of date. Something like a synthesis, however, provisional or incomplete, of this wealth of new material has become essential, and that is the main purpose of this volume. While based in the main on available published books and papers, I have at times attempted to fill some of the gaps in data or methods through independent research. No historian can be free of bias, and unstated or unconscious bias is the most dangerous of all. It is best therefore to baldly state at this point my principal assumptions. First, I consider colonial exploitation and the struggle against it to be the central theme of the years I am trying to survey. At the same time, I feel that it would be quite inaccurate and misleading to ignore, as nationalist historiography has often tried to do, the many internal tensions within Indian society. Thirdly, while factional squabbles certainly form a part of our story, underlying class tensions tended to be much more decisive in the long run, though class and class consciousness are analytical tools which have to be used more skillfully and flexibly than has sometimes been the case. Finally, and above all, my basic quarrel with conventional nationalist, communalist, Cambridge, and even some Marxist historiography is that despite all their obvious mutual opposition, they have tended to share a common elitist approach. But anti-imperialism in our country, I believe, had both a relatively elite and a more populist level, and a historian must not ignore the second simply because the first is so much easier to study. It was through the complex interaction of these levels that there emerged ultimately the pattern of continuity through change that I consider dominant for this period. In 1890, when moderate Congress politics of mendicancy seemed to be the only kind of nationalism that existed or could exist, this is what a Bombay governor was writing confidentially to the viceroy: the forest policy, the abkari policy, the salt duty, the screwing up of land revenue by revision settlements, all make us odious. We know pretty well what the educated natives want, but what the feelings are of the uneducated, I admit I don't know. A vivid awareness surely of fires underground, and 40 years later Mahatma Gandhi would forge an all-India movement precisely around the issues of salt and land revenue, excise, and forest rights. There are depths and continuities here waiting to be explored. Political and Economic Structure, 1885 to 1905. Chapter 2. Imperial Structure and Policies. Till well into the 20th century, British government in India was basically an autocracy of hierarchically organized officials headed by the Viceroy and the Secretary of State, while the ultimate parliamentary control was spasmodic and largely theoretical. Developments after 1858 had in fact considerably enhanced the personal role of the Viceroy-Secretary of State combined, while bringing them into much closer contact with each other through the communications revolution symbolized by the submarine cable and the Suez Canal. The East India Company's affairs had been live political and economic issues in England, and renewals of Charter Acts had provoked intense debates in Parliament. After 1858, the routine annual presentation of Indian financial statements and moral and material progress reports usually quickly emptied the Commons. The Court of Directors had remained influential through its patronage functions. The Council of India set up by Lord Stanley's Act as a check on the Secretary of State never acquired much importance, as it could be overruled on most matters and bypassed through urgent communications or secret orders to the Viceroy. In India, too, the railway and the telegraph brought local governments closer to Calcutta, while Coupland reminds us that there was no trace of the federal idea before 1919. The Indian Councils Act of 1861 had also strengthened the Viceroy's authority over his executive council by substituting a portfolio or departmental system for corporate functioning. The imperial and local legislative councils enlarged or set up by the same act included a few non-official Indians but were essentially decorative. Being entirely nominated bodies till 1892, they even lacked, before the reforms of that year, any statutory powers of discussing budgets or putting questions. The political structure thus concentrated enormous powers in the hands of the Viceroy and the Secretary of State, and so some consideration of their personal attitudes and political affiliations remains relevant, even though the habit of dividing British Indian history into neat viceregal periods has fortunately died out. 12. Viceregal attitudes. Politically conscious Indians in 1885 were certainly very much aware of differences between viceroys, and above all, between what they considered to be the almost black and white contrast of Lytton with Ripon. They also tended to relate the change directly to the conflict between Tories and Liberals in British politics. Writing A History of Indian National Evolution in 1915, the moderate Congress leader Ambikacharan Mazumdar counterposed the gathering clouds under Lytton to the clouds lifted and the dawning light under Ripon and Dufferin, and even a much more recent and sophisticated scholar has contrasted the conservative adventure of 1869-80 to the liberal experiment of 1880-88. Rhetoric apart, the really significant difference lay in a short-lived attempt in the early 1880s to expand the circle of Indian collaborators from princes and zamindars to English-educated middle-class groups. Lytton had dismissed the latter as babus, whom we have educated to write semi-seditious articles in the native press. Ripon in contrast liked to talk about the hourly increasing necessity of making the educated natives the friends, instead of the enemies, of our rule. The unexpected fury of the Anglo-Indian reaction to the Ilbert Bill in 1883 quickly ended that experiment, even while investing Ripon in educated Indian eyes with a largely unjustified near-martyr's halo. Under Dufferin, Lansdowne, and Elgin, the differences between Tory and Liberal attitudes towards India became steadily less evident. Dufferin uneasily and ineffectively sought to have the best of all possible worlds, surrendering to white commercial pressure in the annexation of Upper Burma, introducing pro-landlord modifications in Bengal and audit tenancy bills, briefly flirting with Hume, but then violently attacking the Congress in the St. Andrew's dinner speech just before departure. In the end he managed to please no one, and Dinshawacha pointed out to Dadabhai Naoroji in a private letter. The former in December 1888 went so far as to say that he could tolerate a Lytton but not a Dufferin. How irrelevant British party divisions were becoming in the Indian context was revealed by the promptness with which Lansdowne, appointed by the Tory Salisbury Ministry, took up Dufferin's private pleas for some elective element in provincial councils, both arguing in almost identical terms that such a move would take the wind out of the sails of the Congress. Concessions to Lancashire in the form of countervailing excise duties on Indian cottons were made under Elgin, a viceroy appointed by Gladstone's last administration, and the grand old man himself badly let down his Indian admirers in 1892 by refusing to support an amendment to the Lord Cross Bill, wanting explicit introduction of elections, and again in 1893 when he allowed Kimberley and Lansdowne to ignore a Commons resolution wanting simultaneous ICS examinations. The irrelevance of party divisions may have had something to do with the political confusion in England after the mid-1880s when the Liberals split over Gladstone's Irish Home Rule. The Liberal tradition in any case had always been somewhat ambiguous, including Whig admirers of aristocratic leadership, radical advocates of greater democracy, liberal imperialists difficult to distinguish from conservatives in foreign policy as well as Little England ERS genuinely opposed to military expansion. More important than political ideologies, however, were certain consequences following from the overall logic of the colonial situation, and it is to these more long-term trends that we must now turn. Foreign policy. In British Indian foreign policy, while there was no return before Curzon's time to the flamboyant imperialism of Lytton, attitudes on the whole remained considerably more aggressive than in the days of masterly inactivity of the 1860s. This becomes understandable in the context of the over-sharpening imperialist rivalries with Russia advancing towards Afghanistan and Persia and France establishing control over Indochina. Liberals in opposition had violently denounced Lytton's Afghan adventure, yet Ripon's policy in the end hardly marked a total break. The plan for breaking up Afghanistan was abandoned, as well as the insistence on a British agent at Kabul. But Abdur Rahman was allowed to remain as Amir with controls on foreign policy imposed in return for a subsidy, while the British retained Pishin and Sibi and turned them into British Baluchistan in 1887. In Dufferin's time, the Russian seizure of the Afghan border post of Panjshir led to acute tension, but eventually the issue was submitted to arbitration by the King of Denmark. An agreement concerning the Afghan frontier was reached with Russia in July 1887. With the militarist Lord Roberts as commander-in-chief from 1887 to 92, a forward policy was, however, followed on the northwest frontier involving numerous expensive expeditions against tribes, the construction of strategic railways, the imposition in 1893 of the Durand Agreement demarcating the 14. Indo-Afghan border, and the seizure and eventual retention of Chitral. Dufferin's administration was also marked by the last really major extension of British Indian territory, the annexation of Upper Burma in January, 1886. A combination of political and commercial reasons helped to explain the decision to march in British troops in November, 1885. The British were suspicious of French influence over Burma spilling over from neighbouring Indochina, particularly after a trade treaty signed by King Thibaw in January, 1885 and a railway agreement with a French company in July. The British Chamber of Commerce in Rangoon was also eager for annexation, particularly after King Thibaw had imposed a heavy fine on a British timber trading company, for fraudulent practices in August, 1885. Randolph Churchill had assured Dufferin that in Britain, too, the large commercial interests, particularly Manchester, would warmly support annexation. Upper Burma appeared attractive both in itself and as a possible gateway to Yunnan and SW. China. The Salisbury Ministry had enthusiastically supported Dufferin. The Gladstone cabinet that was in power when annexation was formalized had a few qualms of conscience, but then agreed with great reluctance, a difference which just about sums up the distinction between Tories and Liberals in this period. The effete Mandalay court predictably collapsed almost without a fight, but it took 5 years and 40,000 troops to crush popular guerrilla resistance. Army. All such adventures meant heavier outlays on the army, to which we must add the employment of Indian troops abroad mainly at the cost of the Indian exchequer in Egypt in 1882 by Gladstone, despite Ripon's protests, in Sudan against the Mahdi movement in 1885-86 and again in 1896 in China against the Boxers in 1900. The Panjshir war scare was the occasion for an increase in the strength of the army by 30,000, and military expenditure accounted for 41.9% of the Indian government's budget in 1881-82 and 45.4% 10 years later. By 1904-05, under Curzon, it had gone up to 51.9%. Military policy in fact provides numerous insights into the real nature of colonial rule. The predominant influence was still the memory of 1857. The British, Dufferin commented in December 1888, should always remember the lessons which were learnt with such terrible experience 30 years ago. The commissions of 1859 and 1879 insisted on the principles of a one-third white army, strict European monopoly over the artillery and what Sir John Strachey once 15. described as the policy of watertight compartments, to prevent the growth of any dangerous identity of feeling from community of race, religion, caste, or local sympathies. The divide and rule principle in fact was stated with enviable clarity by Wood in 1862, I wish to have a different and rival spirit in different regiments, so that Sikh might fire into Hindu, Gurkha into either, without any scruple in case of need. The 1879 Army Commission reiterated the point, next to the grand counterpoise of a sufficient European force comes the counterpoise of natives against natives. An ideology of martial races, which assumed that good soldiers could come only from some specific communities, developed particularly from the late 1880s under Lord Roberts. It was used to justify a recruitment policy mainly directed towards Sikhs and Gurkhas, relatively marginal religious and ethnic groups, and therefore less likely to be affected by nationalism. There was of course no question of racial equality or Indianization of command. Even after a slight rise in salaries, an Indian infantry private got 9 a month in 1895, his British counterpart almost 24 plus a number of allowances. As late as 1926, the Indian Sandhurst Committee was visualizing a 50% Indianized officer cadre for 1952. Financial and administrative pressures. Foreign adventures and army expansion inevitably meant financial strains. From 1873 onwards, the burden on the Indian exchequer was greatly enhanced by the rapid depreciation of the silver rupee in terms of gold. A big part of Indian expenses had to be paid in sterling, yet the rupee, which stood at 2s in 1872, was worth little more than 1's 2d by 1893-94. The financial foundations of the Raj have been explored in detail by Subyasachi Bhattacharjee in recent years, while Cambridge historians have made a significant contribution towards illuminating the connections between such financial problems, administrative pressures combined with devolution, and nationalist movements. The administrative grid, in Anil Seal's words, had to be pressed down more firmly by the heavier intervention of the Raj in local matters. Locality, PROV-INS, and nation, P10, in more concrete terms, this involved attempts to extend old forms of taxation and explore new ones, a process itself fraught with many problems as the government was faced with a number of contradictory pulls. 16. Land revenue remained the single biggest source of income. Here, talk of an extension of the permanent settlement, quite common in the immediate aftermath of the mutiny, when loyal dependent landlords were being looked for, was naturally forgotten. Receipts increased from 19.67 crores in 1881 to 82 to 23.99 crores in 1901-02, despite the devastating famines of the late 1890s, thus providing, as we shall see, a major and standing nationalist grievance. Yet too much enhancement of the land tax was now increasingly felt to be both politically dangerous and economically unwise, as the British also urgently wanted to develop the export trade in raw cotton, sugar, jute, wheat and other agricultural commodities. the proportion of land revenue to the total state income was in fact gradually decreasing. Import duties would have greatly helped budget making and also pleased politically conscious Indians, but here, as is well known, Lancashire repeatedly dictated otherwise. Cotton duties were bitterly attacked from the mid-1870s by the Manchester lobby backed by Salisbury as allegedly protecting the new Bombay industry. Lytton reduced these duties in 1878-79 despite the Afghan War. Ripon abolished them altogether in 1882, and when a restoration became inevitable in the 1890s in face of massive deficits, the notorious countervailing excise on Indian cloth was imposed together with the revived duty in 1894 and 1896. From James Wilson in 1860 onwards, British Indian finance members of the Viceroy's Council had been toying with the idea of income tax, despite protests from whites and influential Indians alike. In 1886, after Panjate and Burma, Dufferin gave it a systematic and permanent shape. 2 years later the heavily regressive sales tax was sharply enhanced. Bailey's study of Allahabad together with Washbrook's of South India emphasized the role of this mid-1880s spurt in taxation in providing unusually wide support for the Congress sessions in Madras and Allahabad. Washbrook also provides some interesting data on long-term trends at the provincial level. Thus in Madras land revenue provided 57% of the total in 1880 but only 28% in 1920. Excise duties on the liquor industry, in contrast, went up from 60 lakhs in 1882 to 83 to 5.4 crores in 1920. There was also an expansion of forest revenues, which meant restrictions on age-old rights to pasture and fuel of tribals and poor peasants as well the occasional curbing of more prosperous rural interests. Provincial associations were already protesting against forest laws and grazing restrictions in Madras in the 1880s and Assam in the 1890s, and the issue was repeatedly raised, as we shall see, in early Congress sessions. Frykenberg's book on public administration in Guntur in the early 19th century has revealed a 17. Picture cf. Considerable independence and financial benefits being enjoyed by subordinate Indian officials, who were closely connected with local notables in the relatively loosely organized company administration. Post-1858 developments associated with financial pressures naturally reduced such autonomy, a process analyzed in detail for Madras by Washbrook, but confirmed interestingly for the Sylhet region of East Bengal by Bipin Pal's account of the gradual curbing of zamindar natural leaders as centralized administration penetrated deeper into the localities. Local self-government and council reform. But if financial pressures and administrative tightening up were not to prove politically dangerous, they had to be combined with a search for more Indian collaborators. Systems of nomination, representation, and election were all means of enlisting Indians to work for imperial ends, as Anil Seal has emphasized. The financial and political aspects were neatly combined in the development of local self-government. The process really began under the conservative Mayo and not the liberal Ripon. The major motive was to tackle financial difficulties by shifting charges for local requirements onto new local taxes. But Mayo too felt that we must gradually associate with ourselves in the government of this country more of the native element, and the second, political strand was prominently displayed in Ripon's famous May 1882 resolution promising elected majorities and chairmen in local bodies, a promise, however, implemented only slowly and incompletely, in face of resistance from most provincial bureaucrats. How important the financial aspect remained throughout in the process of devolution may be indicated by a much later example. The setting up of union boards in Bengal in 1919-20 immediately implied a 50% hike in the chowkidari tax and provoked a massive and successful nationalist protest in Midnapur. From the late 1880s onwards, the rise of the Congress meant that collaboration at higher levels would have to be sought mainly through successive doses of legislative council reform. Lord Cross Indian Councils Act of 1892 enlarged the non-official element, for instance. Though not conceding elections explicitly, it did empower the Indian authorities to consult local bodies, university senates, chambers of commerce and landlord associations in nominating members. The councillors obtained the right to discuss the budget and put questions, though not the power to move amendments, vote on the budget, or ask supplementaries. 18. The process of so-called constitutional reform was associated throughout with two other major strands of official policy: periodic attempts to rally the moderates and skillful use of divide and rule techniques. Local self-government, despite Ripon's high hopes, was not particularly successful in achieving the first objective, since municipalities and district boards were given little real power or financial resources. Nationalists entered such bodies, made some use of their patronage possibilities, but in general refused to confine their energies to the improvement of drains. The 1892 reforms possibly did help to reduce the tempo of Congress agitation for a few years, with a number of prominent leaders finding their way into provincial and imperial councils. General demands for council reform were not very prominent in the agenda of Congress sessions between 1894 and 1900. The effect was quite short-lived. However, the same years saw the first stirrings of extremism, and by 1904 the Congress as a whole was again demanding a further big dose of legislative reform. Divide and rule. Much more significant ultimately was the encouragement of divisions within Indian elite groups, along lines predominantly religious, but also sometimes caste and regional. Such divisions often had deep roots, and no doubt nationalists tended to exaggerate the element of direct and conscious British responsibility. But, as we shall see, conflicts over scarce resources in education, administrative jobs, and later political spoils lay in the very logic of colonial underdevelopment, even apart from deliberate official policies. Political reforms consistently extended and sharpened such rivalries right through our period. Hunter's Indian Musulmans rapidly set the fashion in official circles of talking and thinking of Muslims as a homogeneous backward community. Dufferin in 1888 described them as a nation of 50 millions allegedly uniform in religious and social customs and sharing a remembrance of the days when, enthroned at Delhi, they reigned supreme from the Himalayas to Cape Comorin. These were a set of assumptions as historically false as they proved politically useful to our foreign rulers. Recent studies of the United Provinces by Francis Robinson and of the Punjab by N.G. Barrier vividly reveal how the introduction of elected municipalities immediately sharpened Hindu-Muslim tensions in both provinces. By 1886, the Punjab government 19. of Lyle was already introducing separate electorates in towns like Hoshiarpur, Lahore, and Multan. The original motive might have been, as Barrier argues, the reduction of an already existing conflict, yet it remains an undeniable fact that separate electorates inevitably harden the lines of division by encouraging and even forcing community leaders to cultivate their own religious followings alone. At the level of council reforms too, Lansdowne was insisting in March 1893 that representation had to be of types and classes rather than areas or numbers. The acceptance of demands for separate electorates lay not too far ahead in the future. Communal tensions beyond a certain point of course also posed serious law and order problems. Yet Secretary of State Hamilton's confidential letter to Elgin on May 7, 1897 perhaps best typifies the most usual British thinking on the subject. I am sorry to hear of the increasing friction between Hindus and Mohammedans in the northwest and the Punjab. One hardly knows what to wish for. Unity of ideas and action would be very dangerous. Politically, divergence of ideas and coalition are administratively troublesome. Of the two, the latter is the least risky, though it throws anxiety and residential possibility upon those on the spot where the friction exists. So far we have been considering only the logic of the British Indian political machinery, and it is here that the Cambridge school is at its best. But it is surely a curious myopia that tries to treat administration and politics as a world or end in itself, and that can blithely assert, as Seal does in his 1973 article, that the argument that the rule of strangers in India goaded their subjects into organizing against it is not our concern. Two other dimensions, vital for the understanding both of the national movement and of history in general, tend to be missed out in much of the Cambridge analysis. The British Raj had a deeply racist aspect, and it ultimately existed to protect colonial exploitation. White racism. The British in India were quite conscious of being a master race, as the tallest in native society often learned to his cost when he blundered into reserved compartments in railways or steamers or faced discrimination and barriers to promotion in his job or profession. The Ilbert Bill storm was the most extreme but by no means isolated expression of white racism. In 1878, for instance, the appointment of Muthuswami Iyer as High Court judge in Madras was opposed by the Madras Mail on the ground that native officials should not draw the same rate of pay as Europeans in similar circumstances. The uproar led directly to the foundation of the famous nationalist journal Hindu. For the less fortunate, racism took cruder forms of kicks and blows and shooting accidents as the Sahib disciplined his punkah coolie or bagged a native by mistake while out on shikar. No less than 81 shooting accidents were recorded in the years between 1880 and 1900. White-dominated courts regularly awarded ridiculously light sentences for such incidents, and a glance at contemporary Indian journals or private papers immediately reveal how important such things were for the rise of nationalism. Thus Wacha complained to Nehoroji on October 30, 1891 that European murders of natives are daily on the increase. Soldiers chiefly are the brutal offenders, always acquitted on some plea or another. The treatment of coolies on Assam tea plantations figured prominently in the work of the Indian Association in the late 1880s. Racial discrimination and brutality were indeed issues which could occasionally unite the highest in native society with the lowest in a common sense of deprivation and injustice. The more humane or far-sighted of British Indian statesmen certainly tried to restrain at times the grosser crudities of racism, and not only Ripon, but Curzon, too, acquired some unpopularity among their fellow whites on this score. Curzon took disciplinary action against British soldiers in two notorious cases, one of collective rape of a Burmese woman, the other of the murder of an Indian cook for refusing to act as a procurer. The regiment involved in the second case was incidentally given a hero's reception by Europeans at the Delhi Durbar of 1903. But it has to be emphasized that excesses apart, a certain amount of white racism had a functional and necessary role in the political and economic structure of colonial India. It was not irrational, after all, from the British point of view, to exclude Indians from the really senior and key posts in the military and administrative cadre as much as possible. So an apparently trivial demand like the holding of simultaneous ICS examinations in India was bitterly opposed for 50 years. Elgin argued in a letter to Rosebery in July 1895 that we could only govern by maintaining the fact that we are the dominant race. Though Indians in services should be encouraged, there is a point at which we must reserve the control to ourselves, if we are to remain at all. Even more crucial were the economic dimensions of racism, emphasized recently by Amiya Bagchi. Color played an important role in preserving the unity of white businessmen in India against possible Indian competitors. The functioning of the various white chambers of commerce, trade associations, and organizations of jute, tea and mining interests reveal that European traders and businessmen were great believers in reasonable 21. Compromise and mutual accommodation among themselves, however much they might believe in the virtues of competition for others. Despite a few conflicts and a certain aristocratic disdain for trade affected by some bureaucrats, there always existed innumerable personal and club life ties between the white businessman and the white official in India. Lord Curzon, in a speech to British mine owners at Barakar in 1903, neatly summed up the essence of the relationship between government and business: "My work lies in administration, yours in exploitation, but both are aspects of the same question and of the same duty." As late as 1944, an Indian manufacturer's body was complaining about the silent sympathy from the mystic bond of racial affinity with the rulers of the land, which procures them invisible, but not the less effective, advantages in their competition with their indigenous rivals. Racism thus helped to consolidate what Bagchi has termed the collective monopoly of European businessmen, which was such a striking feature of the industrial and commercial life of particularly the eastern part of India. It is to a study of the changing forms and consequences of this economic stranglehold that we must now turn. The colonial economy. R.P. Tuts India today, which still remains in some ways the best overall analysis of the Indian colonial economy nearly 40 years after its first publication, developed some of the insights and stray comments of Marx into a theory of three successive phases of British exploitation of our country. The first, mercantilist phase, from 1757 up to 1813, was marked by direct plunder and the East India Company's monopoly trade, functioning through the investment of surplus revenues in the purchase, often at arbitrarily low prices, of Indian finished goods for export to England and Europe. The Industrial Revolution in England dramatically changed the whole pattern of trade, and the years from 1813 to 1858 saw the classic age of free trader industrial capitalist exploitation, converting India rapidly into a market for Manchester textiles and a source for raw materials, uprooting her traditional handicrafts, a period when the homeland of cotton was inundated with cotton. From the latter half of the 19th century onwards, finance imperialism began to entrench itself in India through some export of capital and a massive chain of British-controlled banks, export-import firms, and managing agency houses. 22. As R.P. Dutt himself occasionally indicates, the periodization here is somewhat arbitrary and over-schematic. It seems in fact much more realistic and helpful to operate with the concept of overlapping phases, with old forms of exploitation never entirely dying out but getting integrated into newer patterns. This becomes clear from a brief look at what from the 1870s onwards soon became the dominant perennial theme of nationalist complaints: the drain of wealth. Drain of wealth down to 1757, European traders had been obliged to bring bullion into India in the teeth of much criticism at home, as Indian cotton and silk goods had a flourishing market in the West while Indian demand for Western products was usually negligible. The problem was solved dramatically by Plassey. Now the plunder from Bengal, profits made from duty-free inland trade, and the surplus from Diwani revenue sufficed for what the company euphemistically went on calling its investments in India a blatantly obvious process of drain, as the profits of military conquest in Bengal were being used to buy goods for export from Bengal. The decline of the traditional exports of cotton and silk manufactures in the face of Manchester competition raised acute remittance problems for the company, its servants, and private traders alike. The remittance problem was initially tackled through the development of indigo and the export of opium to China for purchasing tea, and then on a more successful basis after the 1850s through the rapid expansion of new types of exports from India: Western Indian raw cotton, Punjab wheat, Bengal jute, Assam tea, South Indian oils, eds and hides and skins, etc. The need for a unilateral transfer of funds to Britain was a constant factor and in fact progressively increased over time. The burden of the East India Company's London establishment and of dividends to its shareholders was replaced after 1858 by the costs of the Secretary of State's India Office, while the India debt in England, already considerable thanks to the company's military adventures and the expenses for suppressing the mutiny, was sharply enhanced in that year when compensation to company shareholders was added to its account. The home charges also included pensions to British Indian officials and army officers, military and other stores purchased in England, costs of army training, transport, and campaigns outside India but charged on Indian finances, and the guaranteed interest on railways. In 1901-02, for instance, home charges came to £17.3 million, the major items in that year being railway interest, £6.4 million, interest on India debt, £3 million, army expenses, £4.3 million, stores purchase, £1.9 million, and pensions, £1.3 million. To this official account must be added the remittances. 23. Made by British officials in India and the transfer of profits made in India by British private investments. The real burden of home charges and private remittances alike increased sharply from the 1870s, as the silver rupee depreciated in terms of the gold standard sterling. In his 1888 lectures, Sir John Strachey explained the mechanism of drain with clarity and frankness. The Secretary of State draws bills on the government treasury in India, and it is mainly through these bills, which are paid in India out of the public revenues, that the merchant obtains the money that he requires in India, and the Secretary of State the money that he requires in England. In other words, would-be British purchasers of Indian exports bought council bills from the Secretary of State in return for sterling. The council bills were then exchanged for rupees from the Government of India's revenues, and the rupees used to buy Indian goods for export. Conversely, British officials and businessmen in India bought sterling bills in return for their profits in rupees from British-owned exchange banks. The London branches of these banks paid in pounds for such bills, with the money coming from Indian exports, purchased through the rupees obtained through sale of sterling bills. The diagram below may be helpful here. Both home charges and private remittances were thus funneled through Indian exports, and so the drain of wealth, as nationalist economists repeatedly pointed out from Nehruji onwards, found its visible expression through India's growing export surplus. The originally mercantilist drain had therefore become closely associated both with the processes of exploitation through free trade and with the structure of British Indian finance capitalism. India's export surplus had become absolutely vital for the whole complex mechanism of the United Kingdom's balance of payments by the end of the 19th century. With the rise of tariff walls around the other developing capitalist economies in Western Europe and America, Britain was running into major problems of deficits, as she still required heavy imports of agricultural products while her manufactures found markets difficult to obtain in an increasingly protectionist world. India proved vital in two ways. The forcible maintenance in India of what Sarkar described as a nearer approach to complete freedom of trade than in almost any other country meant in practice the preservation of a captive market for Lancashire textiles. Secondly, India's constant export surplus with countries other than Britain through massive outflows of agricultural products and raw materials counterbalanced British deficits elsewhere. Apart from military and strategic advantages, these were the solid gains from the Indian Empire for Britain as a whole. The drain theory had its severe critics right from the beginning, and certainly some nationalist formulations of it appear crude and exaggerated today. The drain, it has been argued, was greatly exaggerated by nationalists, since foreign trade and export surplus could amount to only a small part of India's national income. But surely Nehruji had a point here when he argued that the amount being drained away represented a potential surplus which might have raised Indian income considerably if invested properly inside the country. The standard imperialist defense, however, was that outlined by Sarkar: England receives nothing from India except in return for English services rendered or English capital expended. The first part of the argument clearly refers to the alleged benefits of good government, law and order, etc., brought in by the British, and deserves little discussion. The more economic aspects of the drain have been defended on the ground that stores were being purchased in England, and loans raised in the London money market, at rates lower than would have been possible in 19th century India. One might still argue, as the nationalist economists did, that the probably higher payments would have remained inside the country. The crucial point, however, remains that indicated by 25. Sarkar in his phrase English capital expended. Remittance of profits on British capital invested in railways, plantations, mines, or mills has been sought to be defended on the ground that such things after all were developing or modernizing India. The basic issue is the precise pattern of development, and here the assumption once fairly common that British rule was bringing about a slower but still genuine modernization on bourgeois lines, roughly similar to that which had been achieved in the West, has come under increasing attack in recent times. Deindustrialization. British officials and publicists tended to accept the decline of traditional Indian artisan production as a fact, sad but inevitable. Handicraft must go down before the machine in India just as in the West as part of the price of modernization. In England, however, the suffering caused by the decline of handicrafts was counterbalanced fairly soon by the much greater employment and income-generating effect of factory industries. In the Indian Colorado Nile case, the artisans were made to shoulder the burden of progress being achieved in a country 6,000 miles away, since the growth of Indian factories was non-existent before the 1850s and 1860s and painfully slow even afterwards. It was left to a recent U.S. scholar, Morris D. Morris, however, to argue that deindustrialization itself was a myth. Precise statistical proof of the decline of handicrafts is admittedly difficult to find, both for the pre-census period and even afterwards, as the 1881 to 1931 census series, often quoted by nationalists, was shown by Daniel Thorner to be based on a confusion of categories and therefore not a clear indicator of a decline in the proportion of population dependent on industries. Nationalists relied heavily on statistics of external trade indicating a collapse in traditional Indian textile exports, and a rapid increase in Lancashire imports, but these do not constitute a definite proof of decline in aggregate internal production. Nor was the collapse of handicrafts the single, uniform, and cataclysmic process assumed in popular nationalist literature. One must distinguish between types of artisan products, regions, and varying time periods. Urban luxury manufactures like the high-quality silks and cottons of Dhaka or Murshidabad must have been hit first, by the almost simultaneous collapse of indigenous court demand and the external market on which these had largely depended. Village crafts in the interior, and particularly, in regions other than eastern India where British penetration was earliest and deepest, probably survived much longer, coming to be seriously affected only with the spread of railways. Enough remained of the Jajmani system for it to become a subject of research by sociologists like Weiser and Beidelman since the 1930s. A novel like Tarashankar Bandopadhyay's Ganadevata, describing village life in an interior district of West Bengal in the 1920s and 1930s, portrayed the decline of the Jajmani system as a relatively novel thing. Yet the arguments of Morris seeking to refute the whole theory of deindustrialization are in fact more conjectural and dubious than those usually offered by the much-abused nationalists. Indigenous textile production, Morris argues, could have remained constant or even increased despite the big rise in imports from Lancashire, because of an allegedly massive upswing in Indian demand sufficient to cover both, but no data at all is given to prove this upswing. The argument that indigenous weavers benefited from the lower price of imported yarn ignores both the ruin of Indian spinners as well as the problems caused by the fall in the price of woven goods, due to cost-reducing technological innovations in England but not in India. Lancashire manufacturers benefited from cost reductions in both spinning and weaving. Indian weavers gained from the use of cheaper imported yarn, but there was no decline in weaving costs, and yet they had to compete with the lower prices of imported cloth, and so, as Toru Matsui pointed out in his very effective rejoinder to Morris, their conditions could hardly have improved. Deindustrialization was assumed to have been a fact, and a lot of scattered data was given about it, in a large number of unimpeachable official sources like census and famine reports and regional industrial surveys. Surveys of Bengal manufactures, by Collin in 1890 and Cummings in 1908, might be cited here. The latter also makes the interesting point that the Swadeshi movement of 1905 had come as a savior for many indigenous crafts by suddenly boosting demand on patriotic grounds. Amiya Bugchi has recently attempted a careful statistical comparison of Buchanan Hamilton's survey of a number of Bihar districts in the early 19th century with the 1901 census data. His major findings are a decline in the percentage of population dependent on industries from 18% to 8%, and a massive fall in the number of cotton spinners and weavers. Nationalist economists seem to have been not so wrong after all. The sufferings of artisans have to be kept in mind as a significant factor in the understanding of many movements of our period, both in the way in which deindustrialization stimulated patriotic sentiments among intellectuals alike in the moderate, extremist, and Gandhian eras, as well as more directly, in occasional urban and rural explosions of various types. 27. Commercialization of agriculture. The interrelated processes of railway construction, rising exports, and commercialization of agriculture have been sometimes hailed as signs of modernization. Orthodox economics tends to associate commercialization with the development of agricultural surpluses and rural prosperity. One might also expect tendencies towards capitalist farming through a differentiation among the peasantry, which would certainly mean suffering for the poorer sections, but also growth in productivity. Yet here, as elsewhere, colonialism had a twisted logic of its own, for commercialization emerges on analysis to have been often an artificial and forced process which led to differentiation without genuine growth. The precise pattern of commercialization naturally varied from crop to crop. Thus tea, an innovation in a region with little population pressure, required plantations directly managed by whites and using labor recruited from afar through an indenture system which came very close to slavery. Indigo in central Bengal was mainly cultivated by peasants themselves, but only through considerable coercion by very unpopular Sahib planters forcing their advances on the rayats, for profits were low and uncertain and the crop upset the harvest cycle. No direct coercion, however, was needed for jute in East Bengal, which was more profitable than rice. But despite such variations, certain common features stand out. By the second half of the 19th century, British business houses were in virtual total control of the overseas trade, shipping, and insurance of the country. So the bulk of the profits from the export boom was appropriated by foreign firms and went out of the country as foreign leakages. A secondary but still substantial share went to Indian traders and Mahajans, the middlemen who provided the necessary advances to the cultivators and thus established control over production. The need for such advances was again often connected with the burden of rent, and thus, as a recent micro-study of sugarcane cultivation in Gorakhpur district has emphasized, capitalist penetration helped to consolidate the already established structure of landlord and money-lender exploitation. A small rich peasant upper stratum was also emerging in certain areas, as for instance in the Deccan cotton belt, the Godavari Krishna and Kaveri deltas in Andhra and Tamil Nadu, and the Punjab lands opened up by large-scale 28. Irrigation works at the end of the century. But the central fact was the built-in tendency of the entire system against significant advances in productive technology and organization. Made totally dependent on a very distant and unknown foreign market with which his only link was through a formidable chain of intermediaries, the Indian peasant was also repeatedly made to bear the burden of wildly fluctuating prices. Thus the cotton boom of the 1860s collapsed as dramatically as it had appeared. The prosperity of the Deccan cotton belt of the 1860s consequently turned into the heavy indebtedness, famine and agrarian riots of the mid-70s. The decline in world agricultural prices from the 1870s to the 1890s affected Indian wheat and raw cotton. In the 20th century, as we shall see, the adverse impact of an artificially high rupee-sterling ratio was to be followed by the major disaster of the 1930s depression. The big export firms and skillful Indian traders and money lenders could profit from low prices as well as high, but productive investment or innovation remained a very risky business. A peasant who had managed to accumulate some funds would therefore have every incentive to turn towards trade, usury, or renting out of land to subtenants or sharecroppers, thus parasitically shifting the whole burden of production risks instead of going in for real capitalist farming. As for the vast majority of poorer peasants, commercialization was often a forced process, as money was needed to meet the growing burden of revenues and rents in cash. Coimbatore peasants once told a British collector that they were growing cotton simply because they could not eat it, the grain they might have cultivated would have been consumed by themselves, whereas now they went half-fed, but at least had the money with which to meet revenue demands. The change over to commercial crops and higher-priced food grains like wheat due to revenue and rent pressures meant a shift away from poor men's food crops like jowar, bajra, or pulses, which often caused disaster in famine years. Growing dependence on money lenders was another inevitable consequence, as commercial crops usually required higher inputs and therefore more advances. Thus commercialization did contribute to differentiation within the peasantry, but hardly to real growth. One is tempted to apply to colonial India. Clifford Geertz's comment on what he has called agricultural involution in Dutch-ruled Java, the point is not that so many peasants suffered, but that they suffered for nothing. 29. Land relations. The specific results of commercialization are obviously bound up with the structure of land relations established or consolidated by British revenue and tenancy policies. The evolution of the zamindari and rayatwari systems falls outside the scope of the present volume. Here we need only note a few long-term trends. British agrarian policies were molded basically by a combination of greed for more revenues and desire to encourage certain types of agricultural production for export, while the need to win or retain political allies, administrative convenience, and changing ideological assumptions also played a certain role at times. A recurrent pattern of reversal of intentions is clearly noticeable. Thus the belief of the makers of the permanent settlement that the magic touch of property would set a certain productive principle in operation was never realized, as Bengal zamindars never developed into improving landlords of the 18th century British type. Left virtually free to extort as much rent as they liked while revenue remained perpetually fixed, they naturally preferred feudal and usurious exploitation to risky investments in capitalist farming. Enhancement of rent was easy. Since population recovered after the 1770 famine and by 1815 Moira was talking of a redundancy of the cultivating class. What developed in fact were not self-managed large estates, but frequently partitioned and fragmented zamindaries with a mass of intermediate tenures below them providing the major economic basis for the Bengali Bajralok. Petty zamindars and tenure holders were by no means always particularly rich people. By the turn of the century they were being hit hard by rising prices, diminishing employment opportunities in government services or professions, and some restrictions on rent enhancement. But their landed income remained parasitic in nature. This helped to create a curious amalgam of radicalism and social inhibitions which we shall see to be basic for the understanding of nationalism in Bengal. As for peasants in the areas of the permanent settlement, British policies after the 1850s did occasionally try to administer into existence a class of enterprising rayats on the model of English yeoman farmers. Once again the colonial situation led to a paradoxical outcome. The privileged minority of occupancy rayats, given legal protection in 1859 and 1885 from arbitrary eviction or rent enhancement, seldom were, or remained, the actual 30 cultivators, as the same pattern of shifting the burden and risks to groups below them soon asserted itself. Thus the direct producer was too oppressed to go in for improvements, while above him had developed a hierarchy of rentiers with no need to go in for entrepreneurial risks and consequently no capacity for innovation. The ultimate pattern in the Rayatwari areas turned out to be not too dissimilar. Despite the theory of direct settlements with cultivators, the Madras Rayat became often, in Dharma Kumar's words, in effect a landlord who hired his land out particularly after the 1850s as the burden of overassessment was gradually somewhat reduced. Rayatwari tenants became a growing category whose woes were enhanced by the fact they were unknown to and therefore unprotected by the law. Recent detailed studies have revealed significant regional variations here. Tanjore with its powerful Rayatwari landholders employing agricultural laborers, the less numerous and more scattered tiny elite of rich peasants in the interior dry zone of Tamil Nadu and Rayalaseema, dominating the mass of cultivators through usury and trade, and the significantly different broad middle peasant development of the Andhra Delta. Soil and water supply conditions thus contribute to important variations in peasant differentiation. In Bengal, to take another example, where river flows have been shifting eastwards for centuries, there was a contrast between the western districts where peasants were splitting up into rich farmers or yatdars and sharecroppers, and the more prosperous active delta of East Bengal where favorable ecology and profits from jute enabled the survival of a mass of independent small and middle peasant cultivators. Such differences were to have important political consequences. Below the level of land-holding peasants and tenants were a large mass of agricultural laborers, mostly coming from tribals or the lowest castes, and their number has been estimated at 52.4 million in 1901, or almost one-fifth of the total population. Recent research indicates that landless labor was not a creation of the colonial period, as had been argued sometimes by nationalists postulating an idealized version of an egalitarian village community broken up by deindustrialization and consequent overpressure on land, though the processes associated with colonialism might well have increased the number of the rural proletariat and worsened its conditions. South India, for instance, had from pre-colonial times a sizable number of farmers with holdings too large for family labor, and often with upper caste taboos against working with their hands, while there is ample evidence also of the existence of servile untouchable. 31. Castes of field laborers, like the Cherumans of Malabar or the Tamil Paraiyans. Caste has played a crucial role here, blocking some groups from access to land holding even in a land surplus situation, and enabling upper caste farmers to control various forms of semi-slave or bonded labor, particularly at times of seasonal labor shortage during harvesting, through a combination of social pressure and usury. As Jan Brahman has shown in his field study of the doublet serfs of Anaval Brahmans in Surat, exploitation in the traditional system was complicated and mitigated by a relationship of patronage, with the doublet looking up to the master as Dhaniamo, he who gives riches and protects. Colonial modernization has tended to reduce this element of patronage, making exploitation more blatant and converting the relationship to a labor agreement based on a condition of debt. In no other period of Indian history, Daniel Thorner has pointed out, can we find so large, so well established, and so secure a group of wealthy landholders as that which grew up and flourished between the 1790s and the 1940s. Zamindars and rich peasants often became considerably involved with the processes of commercialization, but what remained largely absent was any structural need to invest in direct agricultural production. Subletting of land, usury, and trade were much more secure and profitable than direct capitalist farming. Even where agricultural laborers were employed by large farmers, there was little incentive to technical innovation given the existence of a numerous rural proletariat rendered abjectly dependent by a combination of caste pressures and indebtedness. Not modernity, but a consolidation of semi-feudal relations, was therefore the hallmark of the colonial impact on our agrarian scene. Agricultural production. Direct government efforts at agricultural improvement remained almost non-existent for a very long time, except for a few experimental farms and some paltry Takavi loans from the 1870s. The single major exception was large-scale canal irrigation in the Punjab, western UP, and parts of Madras. It is interesting that investment in irrigation was conspicuously absent in permanently settled eastern India, no doubt because there the government could not hope to benefit very much from improvements in cultivation. Irrigation was accepted as a limited but real benefit by nationalist historians, but the recent work of Elizabeth Whitcomb on the United Provinces has thrown considerable doubt on even this aspect of British rule. British canals. 32. It seems, were often less suited to local conditions than traditional cacao wells, and sometimes caused swamps and excessive salinity. In addition, the benefits went entirely to the minority of better-off cultivators, since canal rates were pretty high, while the encouragement through irrigation of crops like sugar, cotton, and wheat led to a decline in the production of millets and pulses, the poor man's food. At the same time, there were some positive gains in areas like the Punjab, where virgin lands were put under cultivation through canals constructed by the British. The colonial structure as a whole, to quote Daniel Thorner again, constituted a built-in depressor for India's agrarian economy. The most obvious indication of this lay in the series of disastrous famines, in the 1870s and again in the late 1890s, the latter wave coinciding with the ravages of plague, while 20 years later even influenza managed to kill off millions. Till 1921, population increased very slowly or not at all. Whatever Indian poverty might have been due to, it was not caused by overpopulation, though already some apologists had offered that argument. At a more long-term level, the researches of George Blin on agricultural statistics from 1893 to 1946 have revealed a truly staggering picture of stagnation or even decline. Taking 1893 to 96 as the base period, the decennial average of crop output for 1936 to 46 was 93 for food crops, 185 for commercial crops, and 110 for agricultural production as a whole. With the post-1921 demographic change, per capita output started to actually decline, becoming 80 for all crops and 68 for food crops by 1936 to 46. The supplementary calculations of Umiyabugchi reveal a similar pattern for productivity per acre for the period 1905 to 1935-40. The value of commercial crops per acre went up very slightly from 36.7 to 37.9, while that of food crops declined from 25.4 to 22.7, and of all crops from 27.6 to 26.3. Equally significant is the contrast between the very sharp decline in Blind's Greater Bengal area and some advance in Punjab and Madras. The regional backwardness of eastern India, which remains a central contemporary problem, was already a well-established fact by the last decades of British rule. Foreign capital. The claim that British rule was an agency of modernization rests ultimately on facts like railway construction, the development of plantations, mines, and factories through British capital, and the introduction of capitalist production relations and modern methods of banking and industrial management by whites. The British did build in India an impressive railway. 33. Network, the fifth largest in the world by 1900, but in estimating its total impact, Marx's comment in a 1881 letter that the railways were useless to the Hindus needs to be remembered more than his much-quoted prediction of 1853, when the first lines were being laid, about the railway system being the forerunner of modern industry. Though railways comprised the single biggest item in British capital investment in India, much of the burden was shifted to the Indian taxpayer through the guaranteed interest system, by which the government paid a minimum dividend even if profits were non-existent. This had involved the payment of more than £50 million by 1900. The whole peculiar system of private investment at public risk inevitably involved wasteful construction and operation, a standard and quite justified nationalist complaint. The network was entirely geared to British commercial and strategic needs, and Indian businessmen often complained of discriminatory freight charges. Above all, the normal multiplier effects of railway investment were largely absent in colonial India. The bulk of railway equipment was imported from England, and the development of ancillary engineering industries consequently remained very inadequate. Only about 700 locomotives, for instance, were indigenously produced in the entire pre-independence period. As late as 1921, only 10% of the superior posts in the railways were manned by Indians, so the diffusion of new skills remained limited while a substantial part of the income generated through railway investment leaked out abroad. Plantations and mines, jute mills, banking, insurance, shipping and export-import concerns promoted through a system of interlocking managing agency firms which usually combined financial, commercial, and industrial activities all undoubtedly implied significant innovations. How far they contributed to the progress of India is quite another matter, since the tendency was at best towards creating capitalist enclaves under foreign control which really inhibited the development of the rest of the economy. Export of capital takes on a rather special meaning in the Indian context when we remember that in the 1870s, for instance, interest payments abroad regularly exceeded annual capital inflows. Above all, some recent studies of regional variations have revealed the ways in which British control over the decisive sectors of the economy inhibited indigenous capitalist growth throughout our period. Indian capitalist development. The obvious contrast between Indian capitalist development in Bombay and Gujarat and its virtual absence in Bengal has often been sought to be explained by the alleged aversion of the Bengali Bajralok towards trade and industry, as well as by the permanent settlement attracting indigenous. 34. Capital to land. But till the 1840s there had been considerable upper caste Bengali involvement in business, while throughout the 19th century newspapers and periodicals in Bengal repeatedly urged upon their readers the benefits and virtues of independent enterprise. Parsi business success has been attributed to the existence among them of something like a Protestant ethic, but modernistic cultural values were hardly conspicuous among the equally or more successful Gujarati Vaniyas and Marwaris, while modernism did not help the Bengali Brahmos in economic enterprise. As for land relations, we have already seen that the ultimate impact of the zamindari and rayatwari systems was not all that different, while recent research on the land market has thrown doubt on the traditional thesis of the permanent settlement immediately attracting urban capital to land. On the whole, as Umayyabbagji has argued, the easier explanation is in terms of the different degrees of alien imperialist domination over the economy. The British presence inhibited indigenous capitalism not just through occasional grossly discriminatory tariff and excise policies directed against the Bombay industry, but through a whole variety of structural constraints. The multifarious social connections between white businessmen and white officials have been mentioned already. Behind a facade of laissez-faire, government policies often actively promoted European enterprise while discriminating against Indians. The railway network and freight rates encouraged traffic with ports as against that between inland centers. The organized money market was largely under white control, the only two major Indian banks before 1914 being the Punjab National Bank and the Bank of India. Most significant of all perhaps was the fact that 19th-century Indian economic growth was largely geared to export needs, and the British controlled the bulk of the external trade of the country through their exchange banks, export-import firms, and shipping concerns. The white collective monopoly came earliest and remained most pronounced in eastern India. Indian merchants of western India, in contrast, had always retained a toehold on overseas commerce with China and elsewhere, largely because British political control came much later there and was somewhat less pervasive. Native political power in western India was formidable till the collapse of the Marathas in 1818, and the patchwork of native states which survived even afterwards contrasts sharply with the map of Bengal. The Bombay hinterland was difficult to penetrate before the construction of railways, and had no indigo, tea, or coal, the early targets of British interest. 35. Traditional Indian business communities did survive and even flourish, but mainly as money lenders battening on the development of commercial agriculture or dependent traders serving as agents of British export-import firms in the interior. The second half of the 19th century was in fact marked by an acceleration of the process of Marwari expansion over much of northern, eastern, and central India, as well as by the movement of South Indian Chettiar traders and money lenders into Burma and other parts of Southeast Asia as dependent collaborators of the British. Timurg's recent study has documented the essentially dependent role of Marwari family firms till the First World War. Thus the great firm of Tarachand Kanchamdas, which he has examined in detail, acted as Baniyas of Shah Wallace, and similar relations of dependent collaboration existed between the Goenkas and Raleigh brothers, Jahanyanwala and Grahams, Jasha and Andrew Ewell. It was only in western India, initially in Bombay and a little later in Ahmedabad, that capital accumulated through compradori trade found a fruitful outlet in a genuinely capitalist indigenous textile industry. Raw cotton was readily available from a Deccan opened up by railways constructed during the short-lived cotton boom of the 1860s, while the British showed little interest in investing in a textile industry which would compete with Manchester. The rise of Bombay was already causing acute alarm in Lancashire by the mid-1870s, and the unfair tariff and excise policies periodically adopted under home pressure formed one of the major stimuli, accentuating growth of patriotic consciousness among the Indian intelligentsia. The relation between Bombay and Lancashire, however, was never one of simple or total conflict. The interlocking between finance, trade, and industry characteristic of the managing agency system meant that many textile firms also had connections with the trade in imported yarn or piece goods. Bombay mills depended heavily on European technical expertise and entirely on imported machinery. Above all, direct clashes between Bombay and Manchester were not very common before the early decades of the 20th century due to a number of technical reasons. Down to the 1890s, Bombay concentrated on cotton twist and yarn rather than piece goods, and much of the former was exported to the Far East or used to supply Indian handlooms. The bulk of Indian mill yarn, again, consisted of counts below 24, whereas only about 18% of the yarn imported into Bombay fell into this range in 1893–94. Piece goods competition in the Indian home market was mainly limited to the coarse, medium variety. For higher quality cloth Indian mill competition was quite ineffective till after 1905. At the turn of the century, war in China and plague in Bombay brought about the first sharp fall in the export of twist and yarn to the Far East, followed by a steady decline in face of 36. Japanese competition. The consequent shift in emphasis from spinning to weaving was most noticeable in Ahmedabad, which had always catered more to the domestic market than Bombay and also used relatively higher count yarn, and which therefore had to confront Lancashire much more directly. The greater involvement of Ahmedabad with the national movement, once that movement seemed capable of delivering the goods with the rise of Gandhi, thus had fairly clear economic roots. Together with the industrial bourgeoisie, the working class constituted the second new element in the late 19th century Indian situation. Its growth remained fairly slow, with the number of persons employed in organized industry estimated in 1911 at only 2.1 million in a population of 303 million. But, as in many other countries, concentration in big cities like Bombay and Calcutta would give the proletariat an occasional striking power much in excess of its numbers. In British and Indian-owned enterprises alike, the horrors characteristic of early capitalist industrialization were compounded by numerous pre-capitalist survivals. Coolies for Assam tea plantations, as well as migrant Indian labor for Fiji, Mauritius, Natal and the West Indies, were recruited through an indenture system which resembled slavery much more than wage labor. Here, as elsewhere, imperialism was fostering pre-capitalist forms. Recruitment in mines, railways, and factories was technically free, but carried on by intermediary jobbers or contractors whose demands for perquisites added to the burdens on the workers. East UP, Bihar, and Madras Presidency constituted the main catchment areas for the flow of labor to eastern Indian plantations, mines and factories, and the working class of the Calcutta industrial area thus became predominantly non-Bengali. Ahmedabad and Bombay in contrast drew their labor supply from nearby areas, the first from Gujarat villages and the second from the Maharashtra hinterland, a difference which would have some trade union and political consequences later on. Despite such signs of growth in the modern sector, the dominant fact in the economy of colonial India remained that of abject mass poverty. Early estimates of per capita annual national income involved a lot of sheer guesswork, and were also very much a part of the ongoing political debate between nationalists and defenders of British rule. They range pretty widely, therefore, from the Indephil Digby's figure of 18 for 1,899 to Atkinson's 39.5 for 1,895 in current prices. Yet even Atkinson's estimate came to only £2.13 SOD, whereas a generally accepted figure for Britain in 1901 is £52. The poverty of the masses would remain the permanent backdrop to all social, political, and cultural trends in the life of. Chapter 3. Towards a History from Below. Our survey so far of the structure of colonial political and economic domination has indicated the roots of numerous conflicts between imperialism and most sections of the Indian people, as well as between various groups or classes within Indian society itself. What must be explored now are the ways in which these contradictions surfaced in the life and thought and activities of our people, and here the already mentioned major lag in social history in the proper sense of that term immediately creates a major problem. A good deal has been written about the Western educated intelligentsia, a group undoubtedly crucial but still quantitatively minute, and there exists considerable anthropological and sociological literature in the form of studies of particular tribes, villages, and castes. But there is very little so far in the way of rounded general studies of major social groups at even a regional level, no real history of zamindars or peasants, agricultural laborers or artisans, industrial workers or bourgeois elements, analyzing the changes both in their conditions of living and in their consciousness. This crucial gap leaves the history of political movements and particularly of nationalism in something like a vacuum, and tends to make such history essentially a study from the top downwards. A history from below, in which the tribal rebellion of Birsa Munda might find mention before the quarrels of moderates and extremists, is bound at present to remain extremely sketchy and provisional, yet perhaps an occasional attempt in that direction would not be out of place. Over the last 20 years, research on so-called civil disturbances has revealed Pax Britannica to have been largely a myth for at least a century after Plassey, broken as it was repeatedly in most parts of the country by revolts that were led by traditionalist elements but were predominantly lower class in social composition. The anthropologist Kathleen Goff has recently compiled a list of 77 peasant uprisings involving violence for the entire British period, and classified them under 5 types: restorative, religious, social banditry, terrorist vengeance, and armed insurrection. 1857 might be regarded as the culmination of the older type of anti-British resistance, led by dispossessed 38 chiefs and with restorative aims. We do get a general impression of a relative decline in such outbursts towards the close of the century, a decline explicable in terms of the consolidation of British links with princes and zamindars in the post-mutiny era, the development of communications and of a more efficient military and administrative structure, and perhaps also the exhaustion caused by the repeated famines of the 1870s and 1890s. Yet sporadic plebeian outbursts were by no means entirely absent, and at times they involved some interesting changes in forms. Tribal movements. As in earlier or later periods, the most militant outbreaks tended to be of tribal communities, which, in the words of a recent scholar, revolted more often and far more violently than any other community, including peasants in India. The term tribe is used to distinguish people so socially organized from caste and should not convey a sense of complete isolation from the mainstream of Indian life. Actually, apart from some isolated and really primitive food gatherers, the tribals were and are very much a part of Indian society as the lowest stratum of the peasantry, subsisting through shifting cultivation, agricultural laborers, and increasingly, coolies recruited for work in distant plantations, mines, and factories. British rule and its accompanying commercialization strengthened already present tendencies towards penetration of tribal areas by outsiders from the plains: money lenders, traders, land grabbers, and contractors, the dickus so hated by the Sandhals. British legal conceptions of absolute private property eroded traditions of joint ownership and sharpened tensions within tribal society. Christian missions were active in many tribal areas, bringing education and some promise of social ascent, but often provoking an interesting variety of reactions which included hostility as well as attempts to use some Christian tenets in anti-foreign ways. A new but increasingly important factor from the 1870s and 80s was the tightening of control by the colonial state over forest zones for revenue purposes. Shifting cultivation, which required no plow animals and therefore was often essential for the survival of the poorest in rural society, was banned or restricted in the reserved forests from 1867 onwards, and attempts were made to monopolize forest wealth through curbs on use of timber and grazing facilities. The tribal response included, as before, occasional violent outbursts, but also movements of internal religious and socio-cultural reform. Such 39 movements of revitalization, borrowing elements from Christianity or Hinduism and promising a sudden miraculous entry into a golden age, became increasingly typical in the period 1860 to 1920, generally following in the wake of defeated uprisings under traditional chiefs. Thus the Santhal Rebellion was followed by the Khairwar or Safahar movement of the 1870s, which preached monotheism and internal social reform at first but had begun to turn into a campaign against revenue settlement operations just before it was suppressed. Millenarianism could also take more violent forms, as when the Nakta forest tribe in Gujarat attacked police stations in 1868 in a bid to establish a Dharmaraj, or the Kakanagas of Kuchar in 1882 attacked the whites under a miracle worker named Samhudin who claimed that his magic had made his followers immune to bullets. Old district gazettes and anthropological surveys contain in fact numerous references to such things, and are at times strangely moving. In Visagapatam Agency, for instance, in 1900 a Kondadora named Kora Malaya pretended that he was inspired, gathered round him a camp of 4,000 to 5,000 people, gave out that he was a reincarnation of one of the 5 Pandava brothers, that his infant son was the god Krishna, that he would drive out the English and rule the country himself, and that, to effect this, he would arm his followers with bamboos, which should be turned by magic into guns, and would change the weapons of the authorities into water. The result was predictable: the police shot dead 11 of the rioters and put 60 on trial, of whom 2 were hanged. The hills of the neighboring Godavari agency had been the scene of a much more formidable rebellion in 1879–80. Its heart lay in the Rampa country of Kodavaram, whose tribal Koya and Kondadora hill chiefs had risen against their overlord in 1840, 1845, 1858, 1861 and 1862. The major revolt of March, 1879 was rooted in the Mansabdar's efforts to enhance taxes on timber and grazing, while police exact ions, new excise regulations restricting domestic preparation of toddy, exploitation by low-country traders and money lenders, and restrictions on shifting cultivation in forests provided additional grievances. The rebellion at its height affected no less than 5,000 square miles, and it could be suppressed by November 1880 only with the use of 6 regiments of Madras infantry. In another uprising in the same area in 1886, the rebels called themselves Ramadandu, and Rajana Anantaya, one of their leaders, made an interesting proto-nationalistic appeal to the Maharaja of Jaipur: "Is it good, if the English be in our country? We should wage war with the English. The Russians are also troubling the 40 English. If the assistance of men and arms are supplied to me, I will play Rama's part." A use of the Ramayana legend rather different from Gandhi's later concept of Ramrajya. The best known of the tribal rebellions of this period, however, is the Ulgulan of Birsa Munda in the region south of Ranchi in 1899–1900, the subject of a fine recent study by the anthropologist and historian K. Suresh Singh. The Mundas in course of the 19th century had seen their traditional Kuntkati land system being eroded by Jagirdars and Thakadars coming from the northern plains as merchants and money lenders. The area had also become a happy hunting ground for contractors recruiting indentured labor. A succession of Lutheran, Anglican, and Catholic missions appeared to promise some help, but eventually did nothing about the basic land problem. In the early 1890s, the tribal chiefs attempted to fight the alien landlords and the imposition of Bethbigari in the courts, through a Calcutta-based Anglo-Indian lawyer who seems to have cheated them. A missionary reported the Sardars as complaining, "We have appealed to the Sarkar for redress and got nothing. We have turned to the missions and they too have not saved us from the Dikkus. Now there is nothing left us but to look to one of our own men." The Munda savior came in the shape of Birsa, son of a sharecropper who had received some education from the missionaries and had then come under Vaishnava influence, and who in 1893–94 had participated in a movement to prevent village wastelands being taken over by the forest department. In 1895 young Birsa is said to have seen a vision of a supreme god, after which he claimed to be a prophet with miraculous healing powers. Thousands began flocking to Chowk to hear the new word of Birsa with its prophecy of an imminent deluge, while the Sardars started introducing an agrarian and political note into the initially religious movement. Birsa was jailed for 2 years in 1895 by the British who feared a conspiracy, but he returned much more of a firebrand. A series of night meetings were held in the forest during 1898–99, where Birsa allegedly urged the killing of Thakadars and Jagirdars and Rajas and Hakims and Christians and promised that the guns and bullets would turn to water. Effigies of the British Raj were solemnly burnt, and the Mundas responded enthusiastically to passionate hymns of hate. On Christmas Eve, 1899, the Bursites shot arrows and tried to burn down churches over an area covering 6 police stations in the districts of Ranchi and Singhbum. The police themselves became the main targets in January 1900, leading to a veritable panic in Ranchi. On January 9, however, the rebels were defeated at Sailrakab Hill, and Birsa was captured 3 weeks later and died in jail. Nearly 350 Mundas were put on trial, 3 were hanged and 44 transported for life. The Survey and Settlement Operations of 1902–10 and the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act of 1908, however, did provide some very belated recognition to Kuntkati rights and banned Bethbigari. Chotanagpur tribals won a degree of legal protection for their land rights, a generation in advance of the bulk of the Bihar peasantry. Violent movements do not always fail. And Birsa Munda remains a living memory, both as the apostle of a small religious sect and more generally through some extraordinarily moving folk songs, which Suresh Singh has recorded in his field work. Not unexpectedly, perhaps, he is revered for different and sometimes quite contradictory reasons as a full-fledged nationalist, a prophet of a separatist Jharkhand, or a hero of the extreme left. Seeking a conscious all-India nationalist in Birsa is obviously futile. His vision could not have embraced anything broader than a heroic defense of his tribal homeland against all intruders, from which it does not follow, however, that a certain primitive but basic anti-imperialist content be necessarily denied to his movement. Phudka. In the rising of Vasudev Balwant Phudka in Maharashtra, a short-lived concord, all but unique in its time, was achieved between conscious intelligentsia nationalism and plebeian militancy. Phudka, a Chitpavan Brahmin and a commissariat department clerk who had some English education, seems to have been influenced by Ranada's lectures on drain of wealth, the experience of the Deccan famine of 1876-77, and the growing Hindu revivalist mood among Pune Brahmin intellectuals. In an autobiographical fragment written while hiding from the police in a temple, Phudka later recalled how he had thought of re-establishing a Hindu Raj by collecting together a secret band, raising money through dacoities, and instigating an armed revolt through disrupting communications. There is much ill feeling among the people, and now if a few make a beginning, those who are hungry will join. Much of this clearly anticipates later revolutionary terrorism. What is remarkable, however, is that Phudka's band of 40 included a few 42 Brahmin youths and many more low-caste Ramoshis and Danjars. The outcome was a type of social banditry, with the dacoits given shelter by the peasants. After Phudka's capture and life sentence, a Ramoshi dacoit band under Dalita Ramoshi remained active till 1883, while we also hear of a tribal Koli group committing 28 dacoities in 7 months before being smashed. The Kolis in this region were being ousted from their ancestral lands, like their brethren in so many other parts of the country. Moplas. The turbulent history of the Moplas of Malabar reveals yet another facet of the complexities of the Indian situation: the way in which religious fanaticism has served as the outward form for the expression of anti-landlord and anti-foreign discontent. A bitter anti-white temper had developed among sections of the Malabar Muslims ever since the Portuguese had come in 1498 to capture the spice trade and seek to extend Christianity by fire and sword, a spirit reflected in Zain al-Din's Tufat al-Mujahideen of the 1580s and ballads like the Kothupalai Mala, still popular today, honoring the martyrs or shaheeds of the Holy War. British rule with its insistence on landlord rights had re-established and vastly enhanced the position of the Hindu upper caste Nambudri and Nair Janmis, and correspondingly worsened the condition of the largely Muslim leaseholders and cultivators, locally known as Moplas. An immediate consequence was a strengthening of communal solidarity, with the number of mosques in Malabar going up from 637 in 1831 to 1058 by 1851, and with the tangles of Mambram near Tirurangudi becoming increasingly prominent as the religious cum-political heads of Mopla society. There was also large-scale conversion of untouchable Sher Umars to a religion which promised a degree of equality and some social ascent. Revolt became practically endemic in the Ernad and Wallavanad talukas of South Malabar, with 22 recorded between 1836 and 1854, and more risings in 1882-85 and again in 1896. It took the form of attacks on Janmai property and desecration of temples, by small bands of Moplas who then committed what was practically a kind of collective suicide in the face of police bullets, courting death in the firm belief that as shaheeds they would go straight to heaven. The number of activists was rather small, 349 in all in the 28 outbreaks recorded between 1836 and 1919, for collective mass resistance was difficult in South Malabar with its poor communications and scattered homesteads. The Mopla outbreaks were thus a peculiar form of rural terrorism which 43 was probably the most effective means of curbing the enhanced power of the Genmi, for the earthly benefit of Moplas who themselves did not become participants. 62 out of 82 victims of Mopla attacks down to 1919 were high caste Hindus, while of the 70 whose class background can be traced, 58 were Genmis and or money lenders. Most Mopla martyrs were poor peasants or landless laborers, but they usually got the sympathy of the better-off Kanamdars and petty traders. One hears also of a widespread belief that a ship was coming with arms for the Moplas, a myth startlingly similar to the cargo cults of Melanesia in the Pacific under colonial rule, which have been studied by anthropologists like Peter Worsley. The roots of Mopla discontent were clearly agrarian. There was a 244% increase in rent suits and a 441% increase in eviction decrees between 1862 and 1880 in the talukas of South Malabar. Hindu peasants also suffered, but the form of resistance differed. Large numbers of Hindu robber bands are reported to have been active in the Malabar villages in the 1860s and 1870s. In the absence of a millenarian ideology such as Islam could offer, Hindu peasant disaffection could not rise above the level of social banditry. Deccan riots. So far we have been considering outbreaks aiming at something like a total change, often with strong religious and millenarian overtones, and rooted in the lowest depths of Indian society, tribals and poor peasantry. But there was also a tradition of another type of rural protest, sparked off by particular grievances and with specific and limited objectives, and deriving its leadership and much of its support from relatively better-off sections of the peasantry. In the Maharashtra Deccan, for instance, the rich peasant development brought about by the cotton boom of the 1860s had been abruptly cut short by the fall in prices in the next decade, a fall which coincided with sharp upward hikes in land revenue from 1867 onwards. The result was widespread indebtedness, and the immigrant Marwari money-lender became an obvious target of popular anger. The anti-Sarkar Deccan riots of May-September 1875 affected 33 places in 6 talukas of Pune and Ahmednagar districts, and took the form of forcible seizure of debt bonds by enraged villagers led by their traditional headman. Riots were significantly uncommon in areas where the money-lenders were not outsiders. 44. But local petty landholders or rich peasant elements turning to usury and trade. 4 years after the disturbances, the Deccan Agriculturists' Relief Act of 1879 provided some limited protection to better-off peasants through strengthening judicial procedures and remedies. Pabna. Anti-moneylender riots were rare also in Bengal, for here too the Mahajan was often the local rich peasant or yattar whose credit in any case was quite indispensable for production. The zamindar in contrast had virtually no productive role, and claims to high landlordism led to widespread resistance by substantial rayats in large parts of East Bengal in the 1870s and early 80s. The storm center was Pabna, a relatively prosperous district with a lot of double cropping and a flourishing trade in jute, where more than 50% of the cultivators had managed to win occupancy rights under Act X of 1859. Yet zamindari rents had increased sevenfold since 1793 by 1872, and the landlords had launched a concerted drive in the 1860s and early 70s to enhance rent through a variety of abwabs, the use of arbitrarily short standards of measurement which automatically multiplied the cultivated area, and sheer physical coercion moves which amounted to an attack on the new security won by the occupant rayats. In 1873 peasants of Yusuf Shahi Pargana of Pabna organized an agrarian league which raised funds to meet litigation expenses, held mass meetings to which villagers were called by the sounding of buffalo horns, drums, and night cries passing from hamlet to hamlet, and also occasionally withheld rent. Similar movements were reported during the next decade from a number of neighboring East Bengal districts. Despite much panic-stricken talk, in Calcutta zamindar circles, of peasant violence and revolt, rayat resistance was in fact eminently legalistic and peaceful apart from a few sporadic incidents in Pabna. The aims of the movement were also quite limited, for the withholding of rents was no more than a method for winning specific demands like a change in the measurement standard, abolition of illegal cesses, and some reduction in rents. Nor was the Pabna agitation consciously anti-British. The most extreme demand raised in fact was that the Rayats wanted to be the riots of Her Majesty the Queen and of her only. Such appeals to the distant overlord as against the immediate oppressor are of course not uncommon in peasant movements, and the Pabna Rayats had been encouraged in fact. 45. By certain apparently pro-peasant moves by officials like Lt. Governor Kamal's proclamation in July 1873, which accepted peasant combinations as lawful even while condemning violence. The Pabna League and similar movements in other districts evoked sharply varied reactions among the Bengali intelligentsia. The Zamindars-dominated British Indian Association was bitterly hostile, and its organ Hindu Patriot tried to portray the Pabna movement as a communal agitation of Muslim peasants against Hindu landlords. Actually, though the bulk of the peasants in Pabna happened to be Muslim and their zamindars mostly Hindus, the communal element was as yet virtually absent, the three principal leaders of the Agrarian League being the petty landholder Ishan Chandra Roy, the village headman Jambupal, and the Muslim Yattar Kudi Malla. Incidentally, one of the zamindars principally affected was Dvijendranath Tagore, elder brother of the poet Rabindranath, who urged the government to take drastic action for the restoration of order and tranquility in July 1873. Professional groups with less connections with Big Zamindari, however, took a more sympathetic attitude, as evidenced in R.C. Dutt's Peasantry of Bengal and a little later in the Indian Association campaign in defense of tenant rights on the eve of the Tenancy Act of 1885. Occupancy rights were preserved and somewhat extended by the latter act, yet what is at least as significant is the total absence of concern whether in the Pabna movement, the later Indian Association agitation or in government legislation, for peasants without occupancy claims, sharecroppers, or agricultural laborers. Occupancy Rayats were in fact already often subletting their land to Korfa Rayats who were left completely unprotected, and no emphasis was ever placed on linking up occupancy rights with actual cultivation. The ultimate effect of this entire period of agrarian unrest and tenancy legislation in Bengal was to foster the growth of Yattar groups who have proved as exploitative and parasitic as the Zamindars, whom they were to gradually replace. No revenue movements. British attempts to hike up land revenue in temporarily settled Rayatwari areas occasionally provoked yet another type of rural protest, marked by a high degree of unanimity, leadership by local notables, and much more unequivocal support from the intelligentsia. In the Kamrup and Dharan districts of Assam, for instance, a new revenue settlement in 1893-94 which enhanced rates by 50 to 70% was met by the organization of Ray Emils. 46. Mass assemblies of villagers led by the rural elite which enforced non-payment of revenue through the weapons of social boycott or ostracism of those who broke the popular consensus by submitting to the government. Thus a traditional instrument of caste authority was being used against the rulers, anticipating by more than a decade methods which middle-class nationalism would begin to use only after 1905. There was also some looting of bazaars, and 2 cases of police firing at Rungayat and Patarapat, in January 1894. The demand for revenue reduction was supported by the Horhat Sarvahanik Sabha, and the issue was raised at the Imperial Legislative Council by the moderate Congress leader of Bengal, Rash Bihari Ghosh. Eventually some concessions were obtained. But, at the other end of the social scale, folk memory has also preserved the names of some plebeian militants, like Pusparam Kanhar, the bell metal artisan of Sarkar. In the Maharashtra Deccan in 1896-97, famine conditions led to looting of grain shops and demand for revenue remissions under the famine code, a demand which the government rejected. The Pune Sarvahanik Sabha, which had been recently captured by Tilak, sent agents out into the countryside between October 1896 and April 1897 to popularize the legal rights of Rayats in a famine situation. The government was seriously alarmed, and talked of nationalists taking over the methods of Irish agitators. Actually, Tilak's movement was largely confined to the holding of meetings and circulation of pamphlets, though some short-lived no-revenue combinations were started in districts like Thana, Kolaba, and Ratnagiri. Popular pressure, in conjunction with some middle-class initiative, was here once again anticipating what was to become standard nationalist technique under Gandhi. As in Phutke's movement, popular resistance continued even after the nationalist agitators had withdrawn. In the Central Division of Bombay Presidency, the number of the cases of distraint of movable property for non-payment of revenue went up from an annual average of 26 during 1892 to 97 to 194 in 1897 to 98 and 2269 in 1898 to 99. After the famine of 1899 to 1900, no revenue combinations allegedly led by rich peasants and money lenders were reported from Surat, Nasik, Kheda, and Ahmedabad districts, though the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha had by then become quite inactive. And history would have been very much simpler, however, if all important conflicts had been of the type we have been studying so far, fairly direct movements of resistance to exploitation by dickus, money lenders, zamindars, or the colonial state. But the vast majority of Indians were accustomed to thinking in terms of caste and religious units, which often cut 47 across or blurred class differences, and despite the claims often made for it to have been a modernizing force, colonialism in practice strengthened such traditional loyalties in a variety of ways. Caste consciousness. Recent sociological work on caste has increasingly emphasized that the meaningful units here are not the somewhat abstract varnas but the mass of diverse local jatis, united by a varying degree of occupational identity, common rights and customs, and taboos on marriages or eating outside the group. The old assumption of an absolutely rigid and unchanging hierarchy of castes has also been rejected, and numerous instances are being discovered, in the recent and not so recent past, of what M.N. Srinivas called Sanskritizing tendencies, jatis asserting a higher status for themselves through borrowing customs, manners, and taboos from groups traditionally superior to them. In pre-British India, caste mobility had been facilitated by a fluid political system and a land surplus permitting easy migration. The Sajops of medieval Bengal, for instance, rose as farmers and traders from out of the originally pastoral GOP community, migrated into virgin lands along the Bengal-Bihar border, and sometimes also carved out local principalities. The colonial period closed or reduced some of these avenues, but opened up others. Carving out new kingdoms was now impossible, and virgin land was increasingly scarce. But improved communications made wider combinations possible. English education increasingly provided a new ladder to social promotion for small but growing minorities, and colonial exploitation did involve a process of differentiation which benefited some Indian groups at the expense of others. From the 1901 census onwards, the British also made a direct contribution by trying every 10 years to classify castes on the basis of social precedence as recognized by native public opinion, an attempt which immediately encouraged a flood of claims and counterclaims as jati leaders jostled for preeminence, organized caste associations, and invented mythological caste histories. Caste solidarity, one might add, was encouraged in at least two ways by the new situation. Successful leading members of a jati found it useful to mobilize support from caste brethren in their usually quite parochial and selfish struggle for social recognition, jobs, and political favors, a process greatly encouraged by the gradual introduction of electoral politics from the 1880s onwards. As for the poorer members of a jati, links of patronage with more successful fellow members seemed often the only means of survival in a harsh and increasingly alien world. 48. The net result has often been the expression of socio-economic tensions through a kind of false consciousness of caste solidarity, caste rivalry, and movements for Sanskritization. Bernard Cohn's study of a Jaunpur village, for instance, reveals the way in which the Kamars have found solace in the doctrines of the Shivanarayana sect and have tried to elevate their social status by imitating Brahmanical forms. At the other end of the country, the untouchable Azavas of Kerala were inspired by Nanuasan from the early 20th century to attack Brahmin domination, demand entry into temples, and also to Sanskritize some of their own customs. Azavas incidentally later became the firmest supporters of communists in Kerala, and EMS. Namboodrapad has gone so far as to state that caste associations at times were the first form in which the peasants' masses rose in struggle against feudalism, though he hastens to add that the grip of these caste organizations on the peasantry has to be broken if they are to be organized as a class. In South Tamil Nadu, Hartgrave's detailed study of the rise of the Nadars reveals how the untouchable caste of toddy tappers and agricultural laborers, originally called Shainans, developed a mercantile upper stratum which claimed Kshatriya status in the 1901 census and began calling itself Nadar. Its assertion of temple entry rights led to serious riots at Tirunelveli in 1899. The Palace of Northern Tamil Nadu similarly claimed Kshatriya origin from 1871, began to call themselves Vaniyakula Kshatriya, and started imitating Brahmanical Mauris like the taboo on widow remarriage. The Mahars of Maharashtra, later the backbone of Ambedkar's movement, were beginning to organize themselves under an ex-serviceman, Gopal Baba Walankar, by the end of the 19th century. An 1894 petition drafted by Walankar claimed Kshatriya origins and more jobs in the army and services for this untouchable caste of inferior village servants, some of whose traditional occupations had been threatened under British rule but which had also for a time obtained new opportunities through military service. The new emphasis on North Indian martial races in army recruitment provided the immediate provocation for the beginning of Mahar organization. On the whole, however, the more effective caste movements in our present period tended to be connected with intermediate ranks, below the twice-born and above the untouchables, and usually included considerable landed or rich peasant elements with the capacity to produce urban educated groups. 49. In Maharashtra and Madras, clear-cut Brahmin domination over the services and general cultural life was already leading to anti-Brahmanical movements by the end of the century. The anti-Brahmin tocsin was first sounded in Maharashtra in the 1870s by Jyotiba Phule with his book, Gulamgiri, and his organization, the Satyashodhak Samaj, which proclaimed the need to save the lower castes from the hypocritical Brahmans and their opportunistic scriptures. Started by an urban educated member of the lowly Mali caste, this movement later struck some roots among the predominantly peasant Maratha caste cluster. Gail Umved's valuable recent study has emphasized a dualism within the Satyashodhak movement, which contained both an elite-based conservative trend and a more genuine mass-based radicalism. The first developed along moderate Sanskritizing lines, occasionally claimed a Kshatriya origin for the Marathas, and from the 1890s received the patronage of the Maharaja of Kolhapur. It was openly loyalist and politically divisive, for the British were egging on Kolhapur against Tilak, and Bhaskara Jadav's non-Brahmin party after 1919 was strongly anti-Congress. But there was also a second trend, working in villages rather than towns and using the Marathi vernacular rather than English, which attacked the caste system rather than merely claiming a higher status within it, and claimed to speak for the Bahujan Samaj against the Shetji Baji. It would inspire peasant risings in Satara in 1919-21, and later help to revitalize the Gandhian Congress in rural Maharashtra. A somewhat similar pattern can be seen a little later in Madras, as the undoubted Brahmin predominance in education and services came to be challenged by educated Tamil Velalas, Telugu Reddis, and Kamas, and Malayala Nayars. The sub-elite character of this challenge was clearly indicated by the frequent references in the Non-Brahmin Manifesto of December 1916 to the non-Brahmins as forming the bulk of the taxpayers, including a large majority of the zamindars, landholders, and agriculturists. Ershchik's study provides ample evidence of British encouragement of what eventually became a kind of Dravidian or Tamil separatism. This was to be quite obvious with the Justice Party of the 1920s and 30s, but as early as 1886, a convocation address by the governor of Madras makes interesting reading: "You are a pure Dravidian race. I should like to see the pre-Sanskrit element amongst you asserting itself rather more. You have less to do with Sanskrit than we English have. Ruffianly Europeans have sometimes been known to speak of natives 50. Of India as niggers, but they did not, like the proud speakers or writers of Sanskrit, speak of the people of the south as legions of monkeys." As with many other types of internal tensions, imperialists here made skillful use of real grievances to foster sectional consciousness. At the same time, as in Maharashtra, certain socially radical possibilities were not entirely absent in Tamil Nadu, as seen by the emergence of the militant, and often atheistic, self-respect movement in the 1920s. The Sanskritization label is thus not really appropriate for all caste movements, some of which have at times challenged the very basis of caste. Brahmin domination was less clear-cut in northern and eastern India, with other high caste groups serving as buffers. Mobilization along caste lines came somewhat later here, though it is important enough today. However, the case is that by virtue of their interprovincial professional connections were already starting an All India Association and newspaper by 1900. In Bengal, lower caste associations started getting important from the first decade of the 20th century. Better off Kaivardas of Midnapur, led by some local zamindars and a few Calcutta-based lawyers and traders, began calling themselves Mahis Hyas and started a Jati Nirdharani Sabha in 1897 and a central Mahishya Samiti during the 1901 census. Midnapur Mahis Hyas later played a prominent part in the national movement. British divide and rule tactics were much more successful, however, among the Namesudras of Faridpur, who started developing associations after 1901 at the initiative of a tiny elite of educated men and some missionary encouragement. The contrast may perhaps be partly explained by the fact that the Mahis Hyas of Midnapur were a locally dominant caste which included petty landlords and substantial peasants as well as the poor, while the Namesudras were untouchable poor peasants who felt upper caste gentry exploitation to be a nearer enemy than the distant British overlord. Communal consciousness. The second major type of sectional consciousness bred and often directly fostered by colonialism was religious division, Hindu and Muslim communalism. Clear thinking on this very complex subject has been hindered considerably by the development in the 20th century of two opposite stereotypes: the communalist assumption of Hindus and Muslims as homogeneous and inevitably hostile entities, two nations ever since medieval times, and the nationalist counter-myth of a golden age of perfect amity. 51. Broken solely by British divide and rule. Both stereotypes assume kinds of countrywide integration and uniformity almost certainly impossible prior to the development of communications and economic connections in the second half of the 19th century. Indian nationalism and Hindu and Muslim communalism are in fact both essentially modern phenomena. Instances of local conflicts between Hindus and Muslims may certainly be found occasionally in past centuries, just as there are numerous instances of Shia-Sunni clashes and caste quarrels. But communal riots do seem to have been significantly rare down to the 1880s. Thus in 1944 Coupland, a scholar with clear imperialist affiliations who surely had no reason to underplay the issue, found one major instance at Benares in 1809, and the next big outbreak only in 1871–72, followed by a series of riots from 1885 onwards. That communalism in a large measure sprang from elite conflicts over jobs and political favors has long been a truism, and scholars have generally concentrated on this level alone. Thus Francis Robinson's very detailed work on UP Muslims frankly excludes mass riots from its purview through its focus on elite groups concerned in making polities. The roots of elite communalism will be studied in the next section along with its historical contemporary, intelligentsia or middle-class nationalism. But the tragic fact has to be admitted that communalism also acquired a mass dimension from an early date, though a dimension obviously not unconnected with the activities of elite groups. While the potentially communal dimensions of the Pabna riots or the Mopla outbreaks were not developed in our period, perhaps because of the absence as yet of a separatist intelligentsia leadership in Bengal or Malabar, Hindu and Muslim elites were much more evenly balanced in the United Provinces and the Punjab, and it was in this region that riots were becoming increasingly common from the 1880s onwards. Socio-economic tensions might have been ultimately responsible in part. Thus Hindu peasants faced Muslim talukdars and landlords in large parts of Awadh and the Aligarh Bulandshahar region. Urban Muslim concentrations in UP towns mainly consisted of artisans, shopkeepers, and petty traders, while most big merchants and bankers were Hindus, while in the Punjab Hindu traders and money lenders easily became unpopular among Muslim peasants. But the riots themselves usually occurred over issues quite far removed from economic grievances. In a movement only just beginning to be explored, a rash of rioting over cow slaughter spread over much of northern India. Gerald Berrier mentions 15 major riots of this type in the Punjab between 52. 1883 and 1891, and such disturbances reached their climax in eastern UP and Bihar between 1888 and 1893, the districts worst affected being Balia, Banaras, Ajmagad, Gorakhpur, Ara, Saran, Gaya, and Patna. Serious riots occurred also in Bombay City and a number of Maharashtrian towns between 1893 and 1895. A Gujarati mill owner had organized a cow protection society in Bombay in 1893, while an additional aggravating factor was Tilak's reorganization of the Ganpati festival on a Sarvajanik or community basis. Songs written for Ganpati Utsavas urged Hindus to boycott the Muharram, in which they had freely participated before, and some of them were openly inflammatory. What boon has Allah conferred upon you / that you have become Mussalmans today? Do not be friendly to a religion which is alien. The cow is our mother, do not forget her. In the industrial suburbs of Calcutta, the first recorded riot took place in May 1891, followed by disturbances at Titagad and Garden Reach during Bakr Eid in 1896 and the large-scale Tala riot in North Calcutta in 1897. Labor. Deepesh Chakrabarti has recently used the Calcutta jute mill riots of the mid-1890s as a point of entry into a subject almost entirely unexplored in our country so far: the emergence of early labor consciousness. Sizable proletarian concentrations had developed around the Bombay cotton and Calcutta jute mills by the 1890s, living and working in conditions every bit as appalling, if not worse, as those witnessed in similar phases of early industrial capitalism in other parts of the world. Even the paltry restrictions on the employment of children and women theoretically imposed by the Factory Acts of 1881 and 1891 were seldom observed, and a working day of 15, 16, sometimes even 18 hours remained extremely common. In Bombay, where a predominantly Marathi labor force facilitated some degree of social contact across class lines, middle-class philanthropic efforts to improve labor conditions began fairly early, with N.M. Lakhan starting the weekly Dinabandhu in 1880, organizing labor meetings to demand shorter hours in 1884, and even starting a Bombay Mill Hands Association in 1890. This, however, was not a trade union. It merely involved Lakhan setting up an office to give free advice to mill hands who came to him. Similar activities were started by the Brahmo social reformer Sasipada Banerjee among the Bengali Jude. 53. Mill workers of Baranagara, a Calcutta suburb, night schools, clubs, temperance societies, a journal named Bharat's Ramajibi, all trying to inculcate a middle-class Victorian morality of thrift, sobriety, and self-help among laborers. European mill managers declared that those of their hands who attended Susi Baba's schools were the very people that were found to be most careful and painstaking in their work, and the manager of the Baranagara jute mills, W. Alexander of the Borneo Jute Company, was in fact one of Banerjee's principal patrons. Even this kind of middle-class philanthropy died away in Calcutta in the 1890s as upcountry immigrant labor from eastern UP and Bihar increasingly displaced Bengalis in the jute mills. The coolies in the mines of Bihar and Bengal and tea gardens of Assam were also immigrants, wrenched hundreds of miles away from their homes amidst all the horrors of the indenture system, and living utterly isolated lives in their new environment. Bengali intelligentsia leaders like Dwarkanath Ganguly did launch a memorable campaign in the 1880s against the slave labor conditions in the tea plantations, but no one as yet made the attempt to organize the coolies themselves. Workers did occasionally fight back in their own way, through assaults on overseers, sporadic riots and spontaneous short-lived strikes. 25 important strikes have been recorded in Bombay and Madras between 1882 and 1890, several big strikes in Bombay in 1892-93 and 1901, and a new note of militancy was evident among Calcutta jute workers in the mid-1890s, leading the Indian Jute Mills Association to ask the Bengal government for additional police supervision to curb riotous combinations of mill hands in April 1895. But the important point made by Chakrabarty is the way in which embryonic labor protest could often take the form of a kind of community consciousness rather than a clear recognition of class. Muslim workers demanded holidays for Eid or Muharram, Hindus for Rath Jatra, and at times fought each other bitterly over issues like cow slaughter or the construction of places of worship on disputed land, as in the riots in and around Calcutta in 1896–97. There was evidently a carry-over here of attitudes evolved in the labor catchment areas of East UP and Bihar, from where so many jute mill workers were coming in the 1890s, and which were also the main centers of the cow protection riots. If, as E.P. Thompson has shown so brilliantly, the making of the English working class was enormously helped by the rich tradition of artisan radicalism which had preserved and extended the more democratic aspects of the English bourgeois revolution of the 17th century, the impoverished Indian peasant or ruined artisan being sucked into factories tended to fall back upon sectional ties of region, caste, kinship, or religion. The new urban environment in fact often strengthened such old loyalties, as the new immigrant 54. Found himself in an intensely competitive surplus labor market where unskilled hands fought each other for jobs, and jobs could usually be secured only through sardars who were likely to favor their own community or kin, and who could also at times act as carriers of the separatist ideology of their social superiors. Chakrabarty's paper shows contacts being established by 1896 between some Muslim jute mill workers of Rishra through their local imam with a prominent upcountry Muslim merchant of Calcutta, Haji Nur Muhammad Zakaria, himself already active in pan-Islamist agitation. It is also significant that the first relatively stable labor organization that we hear of in the Calcutta industrial area was Mohammedan Association of Kankanara, founded in 1895. Which raised funds to improve mosques and provide alms and sickness benefits for its members. Thus the sharpening economic tensions in the Calcutta jute mills in the mid-1890s caused by a sudden influx of upcountry labor, near-famine food prices, and the introduction of electric lights which immediately prolonged the working day led to outbursts against employers but also fratricidal riots, though Chakrabarty's argument that there were perhaps more of the latter than the former has been questioned in a later detailed study by Ranjit Dasgupta. Such fluidity would remain a significant feature of 20th-century Indian history, with communal, class, and national consciousness interpenetrating and passing over into each other. Agrarian disturbances would often turn into communal riots, and cow protection enthusiasts or pan-Islamist agitators could also alternate as labor or peasant leaders. Perhaps this is not so strange or unique after all. One might recall George Root's comments on the pre-industrial crowd, where one type of militancy could easily turn into another, or John Foster's study of class struggle in the English Industrial Revolution, where sectional consciousness could trigger off class consciousness or vice versa. Business groups and upper classes. If the new Indian proletariat was thus quite far from being an unequivocal bearer of any modern ideology, the same comment seems to apply even more to the emerging Indian capitalist class. Of the major business communities, only the Parsis of Bombay early acquired a westernizing reputation, though even here the lead was usually taken by Elphinstone College graduates rather than the big business magnates. Gujarati Vaniyas and Marwaris remained in contrast almost proverbially orthodox in social and religious matters. A social reform movement developed among Calcutta Marwaris only in the 20th century, at least 2 generations after their Bengali fellow citizens. Historians like Timurg have in fact emphasized 55. The positive role of traditional institutions like the joint family and close caste ties as a possible explanation for the Marwari success story. The characteristic business unit remained the family firm, while the Marwari immigrant was assured of a welcome wherever he went from bosses maintained by his caste brethren. It is also significant that of the numerous 19th-century socio-religious reform movements, only the highly ambivalent Arya Samaj managed to win some support among business groups. Again, despite the long-term objective contradictions between a national bourgeois development and the colonial political and economic structure which seems clear today on hindsight, Indian business groups remained overwhelmingly loyalist till the 1920s, often for sound economic reasons, as we have already seen. Princes and zamindars. A positive leadership was clearly still less to be expected from the world of the native princes and zamindars. Post-1857 British policy was fairly consistently geared towards an alliance with such feudal elements. Breakwaters in the storm, Canning had already described many of them to be even during the mutiny itself. The new policy involved forgetting about the doctrine of lapse, returning Mysore to its Hindu ruling family after 50 years in 1881, Durbar pageantry under Lytton and an imperial service corps under Dufferin, and public school-type education for the sons of princes at Mayo College in Ajmer and for Awadh Talukdars at Kalvan College in Lucknow. British paramountcy was always firmly maintained in theory and enforced whenever necessary in practice through British residents, but under this overall umbrella feudal paraphernalia and autocracy were encouraged to flourish in the one-third of India theoretically under native rule. A reminder, once again, as to how little colonialism had to do with any genuine modernization. A few states did evolve administrative standards on par with, if not in some respects better than, British India. Thus Mysore and Baroda were quite active in social reform, Travancore achieved an unusually high literacy rate, and Baroda even cultivated some contact with nationalists through employing, at various times, Nehoroji, R.C. Dud and Aurobindo Ghosh. Princely and zamindari patronage might have also helped to preserve some valuable aspects of traditional Indian culture, the rich heritage of classical music, for instance. But for the most part the princely states remained social, cultural, and political backwaters, petty despotisms which did not have to bother about the legal forms and civic rights which had been developed with much fanfare. 56. In British India, it was only the development of the states' people's movement from the 1930s which united these artificially secluded islands with the subcontinental mainstream, and thus the British claim to have been the unifiers of India is also more than a little dubious. As for the zamindars, landlord-dominated bodies like the British Indian Association of Calcutta had anticipated many of the later demands of the moderate Congress in the 1850s, but with the rise of middle-class associations from the 1870s these rapidly degenerated into ultra-loyalist and largely inactive code rise. Analyzing the social composition of the delegates to the Calcutta session of 1886, the report of the Indian National Congress noted the entire absence of the old aristocracy, the so-called natural leaders of the people. It also admitted that the ryots and cultivating classes were insufficiently represented, while petty money-lenders and shopkeepers were conspicuous by their absence. Though the report claimed that the higher commercial classes, bankers, merchants were fairly well represented, and that about 130 of the delegates were, landed proprietors of one kind or another, what distinguished at least the leadership of the early congresses was clearly its identification with what historians have variously described as the educated middle class, English educated elite, or intelligentsia. No less than 455 of the 1,200-odd delegates at the Allahabad Congress, for instance, declared themselves to be lawyers, while there were 59 teachers and 73 journalists. It is to the social roots, ideology, and political activities of this intelligentsia that we must now turn. Social roots of the intelligentsia. By the 1880s, the total number of English-educated Indians was approaching the 50,000 mark, if the number of matriculates may be taken as a rough indicator. The number of those studying English went up fairly rapidly from 298,000 in 1887 to 505,000 in 1907, while the circulation of English-language newspapers climbed from 90,000 in 1885 to 276,000 in 1905. A microscopic minority, as the British never tired of pointing out, this emerging social group enjoyed an importance far in excess of its size. English education gave its beneficiaries a unique capacity to establish contacts on a countrywide scale. English-educated government employees, lawyers, teachers, journalists, or doctors worked fairly often outside their home regions. Already in the 1870s. 57. For instance, the existence of colonies of educated Bengalis in many North Indian towns enabled Surendranath Banerjee to make several successful political tours and the Indian Association to set up a large number of branches outside Bengal. Above all, Western education did bring with it an awareness of world currents and ideologies, without which it would have been difficult to formulate conscious theories of nationalism. At the same time, the alienating and divisive effects of education through a foreign medium were evident enough from the beginning, and have persisted right up to the present day. In 1883–84, only 9% of college students in Bengal came from families with annual incomes of less than 200, which was but to be expected, as the tuition fees in the Calcutta Hindu College had already been 5 per month in the 1820s. Sharp regional disparities posed another problem, causing provincial tensions as English education increasingly became the sole path to good jobs. The Public Service Commission report of 1886–87 found 18,390 educated natives in Madras, 16,639 in Bengal, 7,196 in Bombay, but only 3,200 in the United Provinces, 1944 in Punjab, 608 in the Central Provinces, and 274 in Assam. The early research of Anil Seal and John Broomfield made it very fashionable for a time to consider the English educated as elite groups defined basically by their upper caste status. It is certainly true that the traditional literary castes tended to take more easily to the new education. Thus 84.7% of Hindu college students in Bengal came from the three Bhadralok castes of Brahmin, Kayastha, or Vadya in 1883–84. Brahmin students predominated in Madras, Bombay, or Pune. Kayasthas were prominent in UP. But the value of this whole approach has come under serious questioning today. As Seal admitted in 1973 in a moment of self-criticism, the truisms of the Raj had become the dogmas of historians. Official categories had been accepted a little too uncritically. Not all Bengali Brahmans were accepted as Bhadralok by any means, while in Bombay city in 1864 the allegedly dominant elite of Chitpavan and Sarasvat Brahmans included 10,000 beggars and 1,880 domestic servants. The very use of the term elite is dubious in this context, as the one genuine and truly exclusive elite in colonial India consists of the whites. The ideology of the English educated was seldom one of conscious defense or restriction of its privileges, whether educational or caste, which is what one would have expected of a true elite, and what one sees with the Englishmen in India. Rather, some of them made considerable personal sacrifices in social reform movements often aimed directly or indirectly against upper caste privileges, and many more did their best to extend education through starting private schools and colleges in their hometowns or villages. With the 58. Cutting down of government aid to higher education following the recommendations of the Hunter Commission, this was in fact the principal way in which education spread in India. The number of private unaided colleges went up from 11 to 53 between 1881 to 82 and 1901-02. It should also be remembered that the first bill to make primary education compulsory was moved in the Imperial Council by G.K. Gokhale in 1911, and was rejected by the official majority. The Bombay governor in a private letter to the viceroy stated the real reason, nationalist power to stir up discontent would be immensely increased if every cultivator could read. A more fruitful way of studying the intelligentsia is through a simultaneous analysis of its ideas and its socio-economic roots. This immediately reveals a significant contrast between broadly bourgeois ideals derived from a growing awareness of contemporary developments in the West, and a predominantly non-bourgeois social base. The contrast was perhaps clearest in Bengal. Here the 19th-century intelligentsia diligently cultivated the self-image of a middle class, below the zamindars but above the toilers. It searched for its model in the European middle class, which, as it learned through Western education, had brought about the great transformation from medieval to modern times through movements like the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Enlightenment, and democratic revolution or reform. Yet its own social roots lay not in industry or trade, increasingly controlled by British managing agency firms and their mercenary subordinates, but in government service or the professions of law, education, journalism, or medicine, with which was very often combined some connection with land in the shape of the intermediate tenures which were rapidly proliferating in permanent settlement Bengal. The Amrita Bazar Patrika of December 9, 1869 vividly expressed this dualism. Middle-class people are always considered the most useful group in any society. Our country's welfare depends to a large extent on this class. If there is ever to be a social or any other revolution in this country, it will be by the middle class. All the beneficial institutions or activities that we see in our country today have been started by this class. The livelihood of middle-class people comes from landed property and the services. Middle-class people are often gantidars. It must be added that the Bengali intelligentsia's aloofness from business did not really come from any Bhadralok aversion to trade, for middle-class journals throughout the 19th century never tired of urging their readers to take to independent industry or trade. The link with the semi-feudal land. 59. System did not prevent bourgeois aspirations, but it did inhibit, as we shall have to repeatedly note, radical thought and action on agrarian issues, a limitation of ultimately momentous consequence for Bengal, with its large Muslim peasant population. A broadly similar pattern can be seen in other provinces, though with some interesting regional variations. Thus in Madras Suntharalingam talks of an early prominence of a commercial elite, with merchants like Lakshman Arasu Chetty important in the Madras Native Association of the 1850s giving place to administrative and professional elites for reasons which he unfortunately fails to analyze. The Western educated groups were once again often connected with petty landholding, though Washbrook has recently emphasized the behind-the-scenes role in the activities of the Madras Mahajana Sabha of the 1880s and the Congress run by it, of financial patrons coming from prosperous business groups like the Chettys of Madras town or the Komati merchants of the Andhra Delta, as well as some big zamindars. In Maharashtra the Pune intelligentsia, based on a town with virtually no industrial or commercial importance, could have little connection with business except through Swadeshi aspiration. Tilak's journal Maratha, however, noted an interesting and important paradox here in its issue of September 6, 1891, while commenting on the initiative taken by Pune in starting an annual industrial conference. Pune is, we freely admit, not a manufacturing or commercial center. It is rich in political traditions. Bombay is richer than Pune, but the attention as well as the time of our Bombay commercial men is entirely taken up by their pursuits, and in consequence the work of formulating a scheme of commercial revival must be done by other hands. A link with land was once again often present in the form of petty rent-collecting Kodi rights, particularly in a district like Ratnagiri, which supplied a disproportionately large number of Maharashtrian intellectuals. As in Bengal, the social basis did not mechanically determine the ideology, but it did fix some limits. A Bombay government move to restrain transfer of peasant lands to moneylenders in 1901 was bitterly opposed by Tilak as well as Gokhale, and the father of extremism once even made the following revealing comments: just as the government has no right to rob the Sarkar and distribute his wealth among the poor, in the same way the government has no right to deprive the Khat of his rightful income and distribute the money to the peasant. This is a question of rights and not of humanity. 60. Bourgeois connections were naturally somewhat more prominent in Bombay city. Though relations between Shenchia merchant princes and young Bombay intellectuals had been rather uncertain and at times quite hostile, more stable links were forged between the new Bombay intelligentsia leadership of the 1880s and 90s and the mill owners through agitation over issues like abolition of import duties on Lancashire cottons and imposition of the countervailing excise. The connection was symbolized by the career of Dinshaw Wacha, principal contact of Nehoroji in Bombay, secretary of the Bombay Presidency Association, General Secretary of the Congress, member for 38 years of the Bombay Millowners Association Executive Committee, and managing agent of several textile mills. And yet Watch's letters to Nehoroji are full of complaints about the parsimony of Bombay businessmen. It was quite a job to obtain the paltry sum of 500 from J.N. Tata for the Congress, for instance, in 1889. Indian capitalists were to unloosen their purse strings for the nationalists only a generation later, after the First World War and with the rise of Gandhi. In northern India, Bailey's micro-study of Allahabad brings out once again the connections between professional groups and small landlordism. He emphasizes more, however, the link between politicians like Madan Mohan Malviya and Khatri and Agarwal banking and trading families, a link mediated primarily through Arya-Samajist and Hindu revivalist cultural and religious activities. Two general statements are commonly made about the pattern of thought and activity of the intelligentsia in the last quarter of the 19th century. Social and religious reform movements, so prominent down to the 1870s, were being swamped, we are told, by a rising tide of revivalism, and the latter again was intimately bound up with the emergence of more extreme varieties of nationalism. Like many generalizations, both these statements require some qualifications. Hindu reform and revival. That reform movements were past their peak in Bengal was obvious enough after the 1870s, with the Brahmos torn by inter-Nal quarrels and losing influence, and Isvarchandra Vidyasagar retiring into tragic isolation. The pattern was by no means so unambiguous in western India, where M.G. Ranade remained a commanding influence in the intellectual world till his 61 death in 1901. Along with his friend K.T. Telung, Ranade followed a cautious policy of pursuing social reform along the lines of least resistance, a caution which by the late 1890s was being attacked by men like R.G. Bhandarkar and N.C. Chandavrakar. A reform group had also emerged in the south, where Veerasalingam of the Telugu-speaking country founded the Rajamundry Social Reform Association in 1878 with promotion of widow remarriage as its principal objective, and K.N. Natarajan started the influential Indian social reformer in 1890. A Hindu Social Reform Association was also started in Madras in 1892 by the Young Madras Party associated with that journal. For the first time, too, something like an all-India social reform movement had been launched, with Ranade from 1887 organizing an annual national social conference which met in the Congress Pandal till Tilak drove it out at Pune in 1895. Biramji Malabari's Notes on Infant Marriage and Enforced Widowhood in 1884 started a countrywide debate among intellectuals, and his sustained campaign did pressurize the government to pass the first major social reform legislation since the legalization of widow remarriage in 1856, the Age of Consent Act of 1891. The short-lived but intense storm aroused over the age of consent issue, however, revealed how much the climate of educate opinion had changed since 1860, when sexual intercourse with a girl below the age of 10 had been declared to be rape without much protest from anyone. The relatively minor reform raising this age from 10 to 12, which was all that the government eventually accepted of Malabari's far more wide-ranging proposals directed against child marriage, now provoked massive opposition, particularly in Bengal and Maharashtra. Frankly conservative and obscurantist sentiments mingled here with the nationalist argument, put forward most notably by Tilak, that foreign rulers had no right to interfere with religious and social customs. The latter argument, it must be added, was slightly specious, since Hindu orthodox groups in the same period seldom hesitated to plead for legislation against cow slaughter. Such legislation would surely also have been an interference with the religious and social customs of a big part of Indian society, the Muslims. The Bengal movement, spearheaded by the newspaper Bangabasi, briefly anticipated some Swadeshi moods and methods, with huge meetings at the Calcutta Maidan, a great puja at Kali Ghat, and even calls for boycott and a few efforts at organizing indigenous enterprises. 62. In Bengal, the intellectual mood had been changing under a variety of influences from the 1870s. Defense of Hindu traditions became more respectable as scholars like Max Muller-Redes covered the glories of ancient Aryans, and as a romantic cult of the exotic Orient developed in the West, bearing strange and more than a little dubious fruit in the theosophical movement of Alcott and Blavatsky. A small but influential group headed in the 1880s and 90s by Jogindrokendra Ghosh used Kant's positivism to formulate a via media for intellectuals who had lost their traditional faith but still wanted social conformity. Sophisticated and intellectualized revivalism was best represented by the Bankim Chandra of the 1880s, reinterpreting Krishna as ideal man, culture hero, and nation builder. At a more obscurantist level, revivalism was represented by Susdhar Tarkachudamani and Krishna Prasanna Sen, who claimed Shastric precedence for all the discoveries of modern Western science. But revivalism was most effective when it sought to appeal to emotions rather than to the intellect, through the Neo-Vaishnavism of the Amrita Bazar Patrika, seeking inspiration in Chaitanya rather than the Krishna of the epics whom Bankim had sought to idealize, and above all through Ramankrishna Paramahansa, the saintly Dakshineshvar priest who cast a spell over Calcutta's sophisticated intellectuals precisely through his eclecticism and rustic simplicity. In the 1890s, his disciple Vivekananda leapt to fame after a memorable appearance at the Chicago Congress of Religions. Vivekananda was very far from being an obscurantist or revivalist in any crude sense. One major effect of his work still was to weaken social reform further by condemning it as elitist and inspired by alien models and replacing it by the ideal of social service, and the Ramankrishna mission founded by him in 1897 has proved an efficient philanthropic organization with no claims to social radicalism. Yet Vivekananda himself had combined passionate evocation of the glories of the Aryan tradition and Hinduism with bitter attacks on present-day degeneration. Our religion is in the kitchen. Our God is the cooking pot. As if religion consisted in making a girl a mother at the age of 12 or 13, was his private comment on the age of consent furor, and Vivekananda's remark about the cult of the cow like mother, like son, deserves to be recalled. He preached a this worldly type of religion, emphasizing self-help and the building up of manly strength. What our country now wants are muscles of iron and nerves of steel. Equally remarkable was Vivekananda's concern for the plight of the Daridranarayana, the Shudra and the untouchable, his occasional vague predictions about their gaining supremacy in every society. Socialism, anarchism, nihilism and other like sects are the vanguard of the social revolution that is to follow, as well as his famous appeal to 63. Forget not that the lower classes, the ignorant, the poor, the illiterate, the cobbler, the sweeper, are thy flesh and blood, thy brothers. Such rhetoric, however, was combined with a near total lack of clarity about concrete socio-economic programs, methods of mass contact, or even political objectives. Yet in eclecticism precisely lay the strength of Vivekananda's appeal, and his mixture of patriotism with the cult of manly virtues, vague populism, and evocation of Hindu glory was to prove heady wine indeed for young men in the coming Swadeshi period. In Maharashtra, revivalism had its center at Pune, and took on a more narrowly Brahmanical character than in Bengal. Connected initially with the declining position of the traditional literati of Shastris who saw their dakshinas or stipends gradually drying up under British rule, the evocation of lost Hindu, Brahmin and Maratha glory began finding increasing support from the English-educated, through the influence of Vishnu Krishna Chiplunkers. Nibandmala essays. Tilak's alliance with the Pune revivalists in the 1890s, forged through opposition to the Age of Consent Bill, the starting of the Ganpati Utsava, and the refusal to permit Ranade to hold his National Social Conference at the Congress Pandal in 1895, may be best regarded perhaps as political utilization of an already existing reality, for personally he was hardly an obscurantist. He had even sponsored with Ranade, as late as 1890, a circular letter advocating women's education and raising of the age of marriage. In South India, where indigenous movements of reform or revival were relatively weak, the Theosophical Society founded at Udyar in 1882 acquired considerable influence among the English-educated, particularly after the arrival in 1893 of Annie Besant. In the 1890s, Mrs. Besant repeatedly attacked social reformers and extolled the virtues of traditional Hinduism, though her views on this as well as on many other subjects were to change dramatically later on. The one reform movement, however, that was making spectacular advances in the 1880s and 90s was the Arya Samaj, founded by the wandering sannyasi from Kathiawar, Dayanand Sarasvati, but acquiring its principal base in northern India. The message of Dayanand attained success perhaps through its very ambiguity, for it combined sharp criticism of many existing Hindu practices with an extremely aggressive assertion of the superiority over all other faiths, Christianity, Islam, or Sikhism, of purified Hinduism based on Vedic infallibility. The specific goals of the social reformers were thus absorbed into a dominant pan-Hindu revivalist framework. The Arya Samaj soon overshadowed the Brahmos in the contest for 64. The loyalties of reform-minded educated young men of northern India, offering as it did a doctrine at once safer, less alienating, and unconnected with an increasingly unpopular Bengali immigrant community, which had initially occupied an undue portion of administrative and professional jobs due to its early lead in English education. The Arya Samajists also struck deep roots among the trading castes. The principal early Punjab leaders, Guru Dud, Lala Hans Raj, Lala Lajpat Rai, and Lala Munshi Ram, all came from Khatri, Arora, or Agarwal families. Kenneth Jones relates the four principal bases of the Samaj in the Punjab partly to local business support. From 1900 onwards, they also went in for large-scale Shuddhi or mass purification and conversion of lower castes Rathayas, Odds, Meghs, and Jats. With them as with trading groups, the Arya Samaj had thus become something like a channel for Sanskritizing processes. Membership consequently rose in a spectacular manner, 40,000 in 1891, 92,000 in 1901, 500,000 by 1921. In 1893, the Arya Samaj split on the two issues of meat-eating vs vegetarianism and Anglicized vs Sanskrit-based education. The moderate college faction led by Hans Raj and Lajpat Rai henceforward concentrated on building up a chain of Dayanand Anglo-Vedic colleges, and also developed a somewhat sporadic interest in Congress politics as well as a more sustained involvement in Swadeshi enterprise. The more openly revivalist and militant Gurukul faction founded by Lek Ram and Munshi Ram started the Hardwar Gurukul in 1902. They emphasized proselytization through paid preachers and Shuddhi. Within both groups, however, the general trend was towards a shift from Aryadharma to Hindu consciousness, and a consciousness quite often openly communal and anti-Muslim. Lek Ram's bitter polemics with the Ahmadiyya Muslim sect led to his assassination in 1897, while in February 1909 Lajpat's associate Lala Lal Chand clearly anticipated much of later Hindu Mahasabha and RSS ideology in his Punjabi article, Self-Abnegation in Politics. Lal Chand bitterly attacked the Congress for ignoring the specific problems and demands of the Hindus. The consciousness must arise in the mind of each Hindu that he is a Hindu, and not merely an Indian, and hence there was need for the substitution of Hindu Savas for Congress committees, of a Hindu press for the Congress press, organization of a Hindu defense fund with regular office and machinery for collecting information and seeking redress by self-help. Thus, despite much initial hostility, the Arya Samaj in practice was coming fairly close to the postures of Orthodox Hinduism, and orthodoxy which was also trying to organize itself by the late 19th century through Hari Savas and Sanatan Dharma Savas, conferences at Kumbh Melas, and a big conference at Delhi in 1900 which started a Bharat Dharma Mahamandal organizational efforts which have not drawn sufficient interest yet from historians. Revivalism thus obviously contributed to the assertion of an aggressive Hindu identity. But one has to add that the difference here with the reform movements was of degree rather than kind. Not only had modernistic trends like the Brahmo or Prarthana Samajas or the more secular movements of Young Bengal or Vidyasagar been entirely Hindu in composition, with few exceptions, they too had operated with a conception of Muslim tyranny or a medieval dark age from which British rule with its accompanying alleged renaissance or awakening had been a deliverance. This was not a theory which could ever hope to appeal to Muslim intellectuals, while the attempts to purge Hindu religion and society of medieval crudities and superstitions in the name of ancient standards and an emerging code of middle-class respectability also at times involved attacks on syncretist popular customs, like the worship in common of Hindu and Muslim holy men or shrines. As similar movements were developing at about the same time within Indian Islam too, the two communities tended to drift apart both at the level of the elite and of the peasant masses. District gazettes and biographical literature written in Bengal at about the turn of the century, for instance, frequently recall common participation in festivals like Durga Puja or Muharram and a variety of syncretist popular cults as important, but diminishing phenomena. Trends in Indian Islam. A pattern of clear-cut reformist revivalist conflict with the first tending to be loyalist and the second, anti-British, seems at first to be evident in late 19th century Indian Islam, the two poles being represented by Sir Syed Ahmed Khan's Aligarh movement and the Deoband Darul Uloom or seminary founded in 1867 by two mutiny veterans, Muhammad Qasim Nanauta'i and Rashid Ahmed Gangohi. Syed Ahmed tried to convert upper-class Muslims of Western UP to the virtues and benefits of English. 66. Education through a Scientific Society, a modernistic Urdu journal Tazib al-Akhlaq, and the Aligarh Anglo-Muhammadan Oriental College. His interpretation of Islam emphasized the validity of free inquiry and the alleged similarities between Quranic revelation and the laws of nature discovered by modern science. Yet the theology classes in Aligarh were directed by orthodox mullahs, and the modernistic elements in the Aligarh movement came to be considerably toned down over time, particularly under Muhsin al-Mulk. What is more important, Syed Ahmed had always stressed the need to import Western education to upper-class Muslims as Muslims, and to thus foster in them a sense of corporate unity. His program dovetailed neatly with the aims of the new British policy as formulated by Hunter's Indian Musalmans, commissioned by Mayo in 1871. The British should help to develop a rising gene ration of Mohammedans, tinctured with the sober and genial knowledge of the West. At the same time they would have a sufficient acquaintance with their religious code to command the respect of their own community. Aligarh consequently got a quite unusual amount of British patronage, including a personal donation of 10,000 from the Viceroy, Lord Northbrook. As Francis Robinson has pointed out, it was through British support, above all, that a man whose religious views were so unorthodox that the majority of his co-religionists branded him an infidel was raised up as the advocate of his community. The social basis for Syed Ahmed was provided by UP. Muslim landlords and traditional service families, a privileged but slowly declining group, which held 63.9% of subordinate judicial and executive posts in the province in 1857, 45.1% in 1886-87, and 34.7% in 1913. Thus, contrary to Hunter's generalization on the basis of the rather special Bengal case, a generalization which was taken over by many British officials and Muslim leaders, separatism developed initially not for reasons of backwardness, but because a traditional elite felt increasingly threatened by Hindu trader, moneylender and professional groups buying up land, capturing municipalities, and obtaining jobs at its expense. A similar case in reverse is to be seen in the Punjab, where Kenneth Jones links the growing appeal of Arya-Samajist revivalism in part to a Muslim challenge to earlier Khatri, Arora, and Bhatia predominance in business and the professions. The initial British support for Aligarh was due not so much to the need for a counterpoise against Congress-type nationalism, but to official fears concerning certain other trends within Indian Islam, the so-called fanaticism and anti-foreign mentality preached by some religious leaders, which often seem to find a ready response among what Peter Hardy has described as the pre-industrial lower middle class of petty landholders, country town mullahs, teachers, booksellers, small shopkeepers, minor officials and skilled artisans, men literate in the vernacular, quick to be seized by religious passion. Broadly similar groups among Hindus were being attracted to revivalism and extremist nationalism by the late 19th century. In this case, memories of 1857, which exaggerated somewhat the specific role of the Muslims, merged with the panic caused by the Wahhabi frontier wars and conspiracies of the 1860s. By the next decade, however, the political, anti-British aspects of the Wahhabi movement had been suppressed. What survived was a sustained campaign of Islamization, active particularly in rural Bengal, directed against syncretist cults, shirk and bid'ah. Such puritanical movements were thus curiously double-edged, heroically anti-British at times. They could also contribute to internal conflicts. An almost exact parallel here would be the Kukka sect among the Sikhs. Having faced British guns in 1872, they have been hailed occasionally as freedom fighters, and yet their activities principally concerned bitter attacks on Islam on the cow slaughter issue, culminating in the murder of some Muslim butchers at Amritsar and Ludhiana in 1871. A more muted kind of anti-British temper survived in the religious seminary started at Deoband in 1867. Rigidly orthodox, unlike the Wahhabis, and hostile to Sayyid Ahmed for his theological innovations and political loyalism alike, Deoband attracted relatively poor students who could not afford Western education, remained influential through the madrasa teachers it produced, and in the 20th century provided fairly consistent support to Congress nationalism. What alarmed the British in our period much more, however, was the occasional evidence of pan-Islamic sentiments aroused by the distant figure of the Ottoman Sultan Khalifa, particularly during the Balkan War of 1876–78 and the Greco-Turkish War of 1896–97. The founder of modern pan-Islamism, Jamal al-Din al-Afghani, was himself in India between 1879 and 1882, writing and giving lectures in Hyderabad and Calcutta. Though Jamal al-Din made a violent attack on Sayyid Ahmed in a refutation of the materialists, modern research has established that his real quarrel was against the latter's subserviency towards the British. Al-Afghani's own theological ideas were at least as heterodox, and he passionately pleaded for Hindu-Muslim unity in lectures to Calcutta students, one at the Albert Hall in College Street, now the Coffee House. The immediate 68 impact seems to have been small, but a new trend was emerging, once again profoundly ambiguous. By the late 1890s, there is some evidence that even Calcutta Muslim Jute workers were being taught to look upon the Sultan as a distant but mighty protector. Pan-Islamism contributed to the Calcutta riots of 1897. 20 years later it was to become for some time a powerful anti-imperialist force through the Caliphate movement. As would be evident from the above survey, very many of the conflicts in late 19th century Indian society were intracommunal disputes among various trends within Hinduism or Islam, rather than confrontations between the two big religious communities. But communalism proper was also acquiring, for the first time in the 1880s and 90s, something like an all-India dimension. The two principal issues were the Urdu Devanagari controversy and cow protection. The demand for the use of the Devanagari script, first made by some Banaras Hindus in 1868 and granted by Light Governor MacDonnell in 1900, was clearly connected with the tension between old and new elites in the UP. It is interesting that Sayyid Ahmed started talking in terms of Muslims as a separate entity for the first time in 1869, and explicitly in the context of the script controversy. His Scientific Society had actually had more Hindu members than Muslim. Ultimately more significant, however, was the cow protection issue, for it served as a link between elite and popular communalism, as MacLean has shown in a recently published study. Hindu defenders of the cow hoped and agitated for legislation on the subject, and in many UP municipalities passed bylaws restricting slaughterhouses and kebab shops on allegedly hygienic grounds. Muslim politicians feared that the Hindu majorities which would result from the introduction of elections would further curb what many felt was an essential part of their religion. Dayanand had published a pamphlet on the subject, Gaukarananadi, in 1881, and local Gaurakshinai Savas began springing up in many parts of northern India from the late 1880s, encouraged by the patronage of some lawyers and zamindars, as well as by the activities of some wandering sadhus. The cow was not only an age-old religious symbol, but also the most vital economic asset for the peasant, apart from his land, while educated Hindus were attracted by the argument that cow protection would improve the health and prosperity of all Indians. Gaurakshinai Savas were becoming more militant after 1892–93, perhaps reflecting to some extent orthodox resentment at the passing of the Age of Consent Act the previous year. There were reports of forcible interference with the sale or slaughter of cows and even of setting up of Sava courts which punished sale to butchers by fine or social boycott. As Islamic revivalist trends were simultaneously insisting on the necessity of the Bakr sacrifice, the ground was prepared for the large-scale riots of June-July 69. 1893. These started at Mao in Ajmagad, where a big Muslim population was attacked by crowds coming in from Ghazipur and Bolia districts. Riots were most organized in Bolia, where a Rajput zamindar was extremely active, most widespread in Saran, Gaya, and Putna, the locale of many large cattle fairs, and most violent in Bombay City, where 80 were killed, and the disturbances were sparked off by the issue of whether Hindu processions could play music before mosques. The two other places affected were Junagadh and far-off Rangoon. This was rioting on a quite unprecedented, almost countrywide, scale, a poor augury, indeed, for the modern national movement which was only just getting into its stride. The connection often assumed between revivalism and extremer varieties of nationalism appears a bit dubious insofar as the former led up to riots which Secretary of State Kimberly Wel Comet as cutting at the roots of the Congress agitation for the formation of a united Indian people. Even otherwise, it must be remembered that the biggest single contribution made to nationalism in the 1905 period, the formulation of a systematic critique of the economic aspects of British rule through the drain of wealth theory, was the work of men like Dadabhai Naoroji, Ranade, G.V. Joshi and R.C. Dude, all broadly associated with modernistic reformers. Nor were social reform enthusiasts always necessarily milk and water moderates in politics. In 1876, the Brahmo leader Sivanath Sastry inspired a group of young men to take a remarkable pledge abjuring government service and declaring that self-government is the only form of political government ordained by God. G.G. Agrakar, who started the Deccan Education Society and the journals Kesri and Maratha along with Tilak but later quarreled with him, had the reputation of being a radical in both social and political matters. Putvardhan, who succeeded Agrakar as editor of the reformist Sudharak after the latter's untimely death in 1895, was suspended as a teacher and threatened with sedition charges during the plague disturbances in Pune in 1897. Conversely, not all advocates of orthodoxy or revivalism were political firebrands. An orthodox rally of 10,000 at Banaras in 1892 ended with 3 cheers for the Sanatan Dharma and Queen Victoria. Annie Besant became politically active only after her conversion to social reform, and the more orthodox Gurukul section of the Aryas kept away from nationalist politics, unlike Lajput's college faction. As late as 1913, the Gurukul was parading its loyalism through an ostentatious welcome to Lt. Governor Meston. What was happening from roughly the 1870s was a gradual, incomplete, often inconsistent, but still extremely important shift within the whole universe of discourse and action of the intelligentsia towards various forms. 70. Of nationalism, a shift which affected many reformers and revivalists alike. The attempt to explain this phenomenon in terms of growing educated unemployment is not entirely satisfactory. It is true that Indian newspapers repeatedly complained of diminishing prospects for graduates. Yet it has to be remembered that competition for jobs by itself could lead as easily to sectional consciousness along regional or communal lines. We have already seen examples of this happening, in the Hindu-Muslim elite conflict in UP and the growing unpopularity of Bengalis in much of northern India. The leaders and most of the participants in the early Congress were not unemployed youths, but successful and fairly prosperous professional men. Much more important factors were racism, of which the Ilbert Bill furor was only one major manifestation, and the growing awareness of the link between British policies and the stark poverty of the country. If explanations are still to be sought at the micro level, one could point to the fact that the successful lawyer leaders of the early Congress often had to overcome considerable white obstructions in their early careers. Feroza Shah Mehta, for instance, decided to concentrate on Mufassal practice after complaining about unfair British competition in Bombay in 1873. W.C. Banerjee was passed over for appointment to Standing Council in 1881, and Indian vakils in Madras and Calcutta won the right to appear without barristers in High Court original suits only after refusing to serve as junior counsels to whites. Patriotism of a necessarily more muted kind was bred also at times by discrimination within the civil service in men like Brojendranath De, for example, who was repeatedly passed over in promotions after he had intervened on behalf of Indians ill-treated by white mine owners at Ranigunj, and had then added to his sins by defending the Ilbert Bill against the wishes of his superior John Beams. Another, much more obscure Bengal official, a district munsif named Junchandra Banerjee, has left an unpublished diary marked throughout by remarkably intense anti-British feelings, sparked off by the twin issues of racial discrimination and mass poverty. Patriotism in literature. The initial, and natural form of expression of the patriotism of the intelligentsia was through literature in the regional languages. Modern literature. 71. In the various Indian languages everywhere emerged in close association with reform movements. It was then taken over by the new patriotic mood. Bengal in the 1860s and 70s produced a large number of patriot-ic poems and songs bemoaning the plight of the country and at times even directly referring to the decline of handicrafts. Many of these were written for the Hindu Mela organized for some years from 1867 by Nabagopal Mitra with the backing of the Tagore family. The newly established theatre was even more directly anti-British, from Dinabandhu Mitra's exposure of indigo planters in Nildarpan down to certain plays in the 1870s which led directly to Lytton's Dramatic Performances Act in 1876. The greatest single influence was Bankim Chandra, with his historical novels climaxed by Anand Math with its band Mataram hymn. Through essays as well as novels, Bankim Chandra sought to evoke a new interest in the history of the country, striking a note typical of nationalism the world over. It is interesting, however, that the 1880s and 90s which saw Hindu revivalism at its height in Bengal seem to have been marked by a certain decline of political interest. The theatre was now dominated by Girish Chandra Ghosh's sentimental domestic dramas or plays on Puranic themes with little direct political content. In 1903 Bipin Chandra Pal stated that since the Ilbert Bill days, politics have been neglected in the interest of abstract religion. And in consequence religious songs have supplanted the old national songs. A broadly similar pattern of connection between nationalism and the development of regional literature can be seen in other parts of the country, along a varied timescale which again responded roughly to the emergence of patriotic activity in particular areas. M.G. Ranada's note on the growth of Marathi literature catalogued the rapid increase in the number of Marathi publications, and emphasized the move to publish new editions of the medieval Marathi Bhakti poets from the 1840s onwards. This was followed by publications of old Marathi chronicles, and Ranada's own historical works and articles in a sense began the cult of Shivaji which Tilak took up from 1895. Ranada, however, tried to portray the 17th century revival as a kind of Protestant movement inspired by Bhakti saints who sought to transcend caste differences. He felt that the orthodoxy of the later Peshwas was partly responsible for the Maratha decline. A quite different view of Shivaji, emphasizing the role of his guru Ramdas as an apostle of Hindu militancy, was put forward from the 1890s. 72. By Tilak, Kelkar, and Rajvada, it is obvious that contemporary differences were being projected back into the past on both sides. There was also a third view, projecting Shivaji as a Shudra king, as Jyotiba Phule tried to do in a ballad composed in 1869. More directly political themes were developed, again from contrasting points of view, by Lokahitavadi Gopal Hari Deshmukh in his Sataputra series which called for social reforms, advocated indigenous enterprise, but broadly welcomed British rule, and a generation later by Vishnu Krishna Chiplunker's journal Nibandh Hamala with its strong revivalist and anti-British note. As the examples of Bengali and Marathi make clear, however, the development of patriotic literature in the languages of the various Indian peoples contained certain ambiguities. It tended to foster, more or less at the same time, national, regional and communal consciousness. Thus Bankim Chandra was concerned essentially with the history of Bengal, repeatedly asserted that Bengal had lost her independence with Bakhtiyar Khilji and not with Plassey, emphasized the harmful effects of Mughal centralization on regional life, and liberally distributed abuse of Muslims in his later historical novels. Todd's romantic myth-making about Rajput chivalry and valor directed against Muslim invaders was taken up on a large scale in Bengali poetry, drama, novels, and even books for children. Attempts were made also to import the cult of Shivaji, though the principal historical link of Bengal with the Maratha power had been through the extremely destructive Barji raids of the 1740s. Thus developed what Bipan Chandra has appropriately called vicarious nationalism, which has been justified at times by the argument that it would have been dangerous to write openly against British rule. But the use of Muslims as convenient whipping boys for the British could not but have extremely harmful consequences. Bankim Chandra was idolized by Swadeshi Hindu youth particularly from 1905, but even Muslim journals like the Musalman, broadly sympathetic to nationalism, repeatedly attacked him for the abuse of yavnas contained in many of his works. Muslim intellectuals were soon developing their own variety of vicarious nationalism, glorifying precisely the periods and figures abused by the Hindus and evoking nostalgic feelings for the lost glories of Islam on a world scale. This was the note struck by late 19th century Urdu poets like Altaf Hussain Hali and Shabli Nomani. In Bengal, this trend was expressed by the Muslim poet Kaikobad. Things were even more complicated in two major regions, Tamil Nadu, and what is today described as the Hindi belt. The evocation of Tamil history and classical Tamil literature, encouraged by British scholars like 73. Robert Caldwell and J.H. Nelson, was acquiring by the early 20th century a strongly anti-Brahminical note which could easily become anti-North Indian Aryan, also a development occasionally encouraged, as we have seen, by British officials like Governor Grant Duff in 1886. Literary Hindi, again, was very much of an artificial creation closely associated with Hindu revivalist movements. Bhartendu Harishchandra, often regarded as the father of modern Hindi due to his plays, poems, and journalism, combined pleas for use of Swadeshi articles with demands for replacement of Urdu by Hindi in courts, and a ban on cow slaughter. He remained also fundamentally a loyalist in politics. In the 18th and much of the 19th century, Urdu had been the language of polite culture over a big part of North India, for Hindus quite as much as Muslims. As late as the decade 1881 to 90, 4,380 Urdu books had been published in UP as compared to 2,793 in Hindi, while the corresponding circulation figures for newspapers were 16,256 for Urdu and 8,002 for Hindi. Even Premchand wrote mainly in Urdu down to 1915, till he found publishers difficult to obtain. The campaign for Hindi in the Devanagari script launched by Arya-Samajists and Orthodox Hindus did have a certain populist appeal, for Persianized Urdu had been the language of an elite. But the highly Sanskritized Hindi, which was increasingly propagated, and later sought by some enthusiasts to be given the stature of the national language, was really quite far removed from the various popular vernaculars of the region. What was much more ominous was the way in which differences of script and language came to be progressively identified with differences in religion, embedding communalism at a very deep level in the popular consciousness. Thus, in North India as well as in the South, problems were emerging that have remained to trouble independent India right up to the present day. Nationalist economic theory. Much less ambiguous in its import was the second major form of expression of nationalism, the economic critique of foreign rule, for which the phrase drain of wealth may serve as a convenient shorthand. Conceptually, this is what really demarcates the post-1870 generation of Indian intellectuals from their predecessors. Ramahan, it is interesting to remember, in his evidence before the House of Commons Select Committee of 1831 did refer to what a later generation would call the drain, and even attempted an estimate of its amount only to suggest European colonization as a solution, for then the profits made by whites in India would not leave the 74 country. Starting with Nehruji, however, a whole tradition of nationalist economics began developing from the 1870s and found expression through a vast literature of books, newspaper articles, speeches, and memorials which serve as the basis for Bipin Chandra's authoritative work on the subject. The nationalist critique directly related the abysmal and growing poverty of India to certain deliberate British policies, more particularly to drain of wealth through an artificial export surplus, destruction of handicrafts followed by hindrances to an industry, and excessive land revenue burdens, the three recurrent themes of R.C. Tutt's Economic History of India. The remedies repeatedly suggested were a reversal of these policies and all-out Indian efforts at industrial development. The early nationalists, in fact, formulated with a fair amount of clarity a perspective of independent development along capitalist lines. As early as 1873, Bholanath Chandra appealed to his countrymen to make industrial enterprise the ocean to the rivers of all their thoughts, and 20 years later Ranade was expressing the hope that industrialization will soon become the creed of the whole nation, and ensure the permanent triumph of the modern spirit in this ancient land. Tilak's Maratha echoed the same theme: we must become capitalists and enterprisers, a nation of traders, machine makers, and shopkeepers. Judged in the light of more recent and sophisticated research summarized in the previous chapter, the nationalist critique did have certain limitations. There was little understanding of India's vital role in the total imperial economy of Britain, and the woes of the country were all too often attributed to certain individual un-British policies which men like Nehruji for long thought could be reversed through gentle persuasion and pressure. The concentration on government policies also led to neglecting the role of private British capital. Above all, there was the definite slurring over of tensions within Indian society. Thus, if as Nehruji and R.C. Tutt rightly argued, the peasants were having to forcibly sell their produce and this was being funneled away through foreign export agencies to maintain the export surplus necessary for the drain, the reason lay not just in revenue extortion, but also in exploitation by Indian zamindars and money lenders. Many Indians, too, were subordinate beneficiaries and agents of colonial exploitation, and the nationalists generally ignored this. Nationalist opinion also usually refused to concern itself with the plight of Indians working in Indian-owned factories, in sharp contrast to that of those employed by foreigners, for whom humanitarian sentiments were often expressed. The Factory Acts, which put certain fairly minimal 75 and ill-enforced restrictions on the employment of women and children, and which the government passed mainly at the instance of a Lancashire worried by Bombay competition, were opposed by most nationalist newspapers. Only an overriding concern for the future of India's cotton textile industry can explain the callous brutality of statements like that of the Amrita Bazar Patrika of September 2, 1875, a larger death rate amongst our operatives is far more preferable to the collapse of this rising industry. Yet despite such limitations, moderate economic thought remains extremely impressive. It was to provide the core of the Indian critique of foreign rule throughout the later phases of nationalism, whether extremist, revolutionary terrorist, Gandhian, or even socialist. The drain of wealth theory did provide a rough approximation to the underlying realities of colonial exploitation. Thus it was much less of a false consciousness than the varieties of ideologies and movements we have been considering so far, which had sought a solution for the country's sorrows through social reform, revivalism, communal alignments, or regional loyalties. In a more immediate sense, drain of wealth logic served as the theoretical underpinning for the demands and activities of the early moderate-led Congress. Foundations of the Congress. The nucleus of the Congress leadership consisted of men from Bombay and Calcutta who had first come together in London in the late 1860s and early 70s while studying for the ICS or for law. Feroza Shah Mehta, Badruddin Tyabji, W.C. Banerjee, Manmohan and Lal Ghosh, Surendranath Banerjee, Anandamohan Bose, and Ramesh Chandra Dude, who all fell under the influence of Dadabhai Naoroji, who was then settled in England as businessman cum publicist. Those among this group who did not join the civil service, along with some others like Asad Haran Brahmo group headed by Dwarkanath Ganguly in Calcutta, Ranade and G.V. Joshi in Pune, K.T. Telung in Bombay, and a little later G. Subramaniya Iyer, Veeraragvachari and Ananda Charlu in Madras, took the initiative in starting a number of local associations. These were middle-class professional rather than zamindar-led in composition. The most important of these organizations were the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, the Indian Association, which organized the first All India agitations in 1877-78 on the Civil Service and the Press Act issues, the Madras Mahajana Sabha, and the Bombay Presidency Association. From the early 1880s onwards, there had been numerous suggestions and attempts at a coming together of such groups on an All India 76 scale, and the Indian Association even organized two national conferences at Calcutta, in 1883 and 1885. But eventually only the attempt launched at the initiative of Alan Octavian Hume succeeded on a permanent basis, and 72 largely self-appointed delegates met for the first session of the Indian National Congress at Bombay in December 1885. Some unnecessary controversy has been caused by the statement of W.C. Banerjee in 1898 that Hume was acting under the direct advice of Dufferin. Originally put forward no doubt as a means of gaining respectability, this version of the foundation of the Congress later came to be studied together with Hume's pleas to officials for concessions to educated Indians to stave off mass violence, which he repeatedly prophesied was just around the corner. The result was a theory with considerable appeal for later radical critics of the Congress. The Congress, it was argued, had been deliberately created by a British viceroy acting through a British ex-civilian to act as a safety valve against popular discontent. This conspiracy theory, however, has been discredited by the opening of Dufferin's private papers, which reveal that no one in ruling circles took Hume's Cassandra-like predictions of imminent chaos very seriously. Hume did meet Dufferin at Simla in May 1885, but the Viceroy's main immediate reaction was to advise the Governor of Bombay to keep away from the proposed political convention of delegates. In any case, the whole story greatly exaggerates the personal role of Hume. Something like a national organization had been in the air for quite some time. Hume only took advantage of an already created atmosphere, though he was perhaps helped by the fact that he was more acceptable to Indians as free of regional loyalties. Indians probably also had an exaggerated idea of Hume's potential influence in official circles, an impression which he did nothing to dispel. The Moderate Congress, objectives and methods. It is customary to discuss the first 20 years in the history of the Congress, its moderate phase, as a single block, and certainly a broad uniformity in objectives and methods of activity seems fairly obvious over the entire period. The Congress met at the end of each year for 3 days in what became a great social occasion as well as a political assembly, heard and applauded a long presidential address and numerous speeches, and dispersed after passing a roughly similar set of resolutions dealing with 3 broad types of grievances: political, administrative, and economic. The principal political demand was reform of supreme and local legislative councils to give them greater powers and to make them representative by including some members elected by local bodies, chambers of commerce, universities, etc. Thus the immediate perspective fell far short of self-government or democracy, and as late as 1905, Gokhale's presidential address asserted that the educated were the natural leaders of the people, and explained that political rights were being demanded not for the whole population, but for such portion of it as has been qualified by education to discharge properly the responsibilities of such association. There was, however, also an expectation that freedom would gradually broaden from precedent to precedent on the British pattern, till India entered the promised but distant land of what Nehruji in 1906 described with considerable ambiguity as self-government or Swaraj, like that of United Kingdom or the colonies. Among administrative reforms, pride of place went to the demand for Indianization of services through simultaneous ICS examinations in England and India, a demand raised not really just to satisfy the tiny elite who could hope to get into the ICS, as has been sometimes argued, but connected with much broader themes. Indianization was advocated as a blow against racism, It would also reduce the drain of wealth insofar as much of the fat salaries and pensions enjoyed by white officials were being remitted to England, as well as help to make administration more responsive to Indian needs. Other administrative demands included separation of the judiciary, extension of trial by jury, repeal of the Arms Act, higher jobs in the army for Indians, and the raising of an Indian volunteer force, demands which evidently combined pleas for racial equality with a concern for civil rights. The economic issues raised were all bound up with the general poverty of India drain of wealth theme. Resolutions were repeatedly passed calling for an inquiry into India's growing poverty and famines, demanding cuts in home charges and military expenditure, more funds for technical education to promote Indian industries, and an end to unfair tariffs and excise duties. The demand for extension of the permanent settlement was also related to the drain of wealth argument, for overassessment was held to be responsible for forced sale by peasants leading to the export surplus. That the early Congress was not concerned solely with the interests of the English-educated professional groups, zamindars, or industrialists is indicated by the numerous resolutions on the salt tax, treatment of Indian coolies abroad, and the sufferings caused by forest administration. Resolutions condemning forest laws were passed every year between 1891 and 1895. In addition, the Indian Association launched a campaign exposing the horrors of indentured labor in Assam tea gardens in the late 1880s, and its Assistant Secretary Dwarkanath Ganguly even went to the Assam plantation areas at considerable personal risk to bring back information about the slave labor. 78. Conditions prevailing there. The Congress, however, refused to take this up on the ground that it was a local issue. What made the moderate Congress increasingly a target of criticism was not so much its objectives as its methods and style of functioning. The keynote here had been struck by Nehruji's phrase, on British rule, and the early Congress concentrated on building up through petitions, speeches and articles a foolproof logical case aimed at convincing, not so much the sun-dried bureaucrats of British India, but the presumably liberal-minded public opinion of the land of Cobden, Bright, Mill and Gladstone. Even these politics of what extremists were to describe as mendicancy, moreover, were tried out in a rather intermittent manner. Politics remained for the bulk of the moderates very much a part-time affair. The Congress was not a political party, but an annual 3-day show, plus 1 or 2 secretaries, and the local associations, which were quite numerous on paper, were no more than tiny coteries, usually of lawyers, which met as an ally to elect among themselves the Congress delegates for the year or to pass resolutions on some immediate grievances, and otherwise enjoyed long spells of complacent hibernation. All this is well known. The more interesting question is why this should have been so. The answer perhaps lies in the nature and social composition of the early Congress leaders and participants. The moderate leaders tended to be anglicized in their personal life and highly successful men in their professions. The first bred ambivalent attitudes towards Englishmen, with criticism of specific policies balanced by general admiration and even a belief in the providential nature of British rule. The second meant little time left over for political activity, as Wacha complained to Nehruji on November 18, 1887, Firoza Shah is nowadays too busy with his professional work. They are already rich enough, Mr. Telangtu remains busy. I wonder how, if all remain busy in the pursuit of gold, can the progress of the country be advanced? Success also bred complacency, a belief that things would improve gradually, since after all some concessions like the 1892 Council Act had been obtained. Above all, many top congressmen had developed a highly elitist lifestyle, and this often led to feelings of mingled contempt and fear of the lower orders, and a dependence on the British for law and order which must have been strengthened by the revivalist frenzies and communal riots of the 1890s. Thus Wacha in his Shells from the Sands of Bombay recalled the blowing from British guns of 1,857 rebels without the slightest sympathy. Mehta in 1874 was mobbed during 79. A Parsi Muslim clash by what he described as this beggarly rabble and scum of the Mohammedan population. Surendranath during a temperance campaign in 1887 found the lower classes utterly alien, and food rioters at Nagpur in 1896 chose a Congress leader's house as a principal target, no doubt because he was also a landlord and money lender. Recent research, as we have seen, is bringing out the connections between the early Congress professional intelligentsia and propertied groups. A few industrialists in Bombay, commercial magnates like the Tandons of Allahabad, landholders or tenure holders practically everywhere. Such groups were not likely to support radical programs or unrestrained mass agitation. Phases of moderate politics. So far we have been talking of uniformities, but certain interesting variations over time and between regions are also being revealed by current research. Though the broad pattern of Congress resolutions remained on the whole the same, council reform hardly figured much between 1892 and 1904. Some concessions had after all been obtained here, and Congress leaders were being elected to the new local and imperial legislatures. Repeated famines and the cotton excise issue, however, focused increasing attention on economic matters. Gokhale's speech on the budget in 1901 expounded nationalist economic theory on the floor of the Imperial Legislative Council for the first time, and, as Bipin Chandra has pointed out, the drain of wealth doctrine served as a radicalizing force, for at this crucial level things were evidently getting worse rather than better. Nehoroji was an old man who became more extreme with age, even developing some contacts with British socialists like H.M. Hindman. British efforts to woo peasants and develop the image of a paternalist Sarkar through measures like the Punjab Land Alienation Act for restricting transfers outside agricultural tribes, also compelled some Congress rethinking on the thorny issue of land relations. Though the Hindu urban trader-dominated Punjab Congress was bitterly opposed to the act, the Lahore session made a significant concession by dropping the resolution on that subject. Again, while early movers of resolutions advocating permanent settlement had more or less equated it with a settlement with zamindars, R.C. Dutt in the late 1890s developed a broader formula. The 1899 session over which he presided passed a resolution clearly demanding both permanent fixation of revenue in Rayatwari areas and a ceiling on zamindari rent. Incidentally, Maclean's detailed study also reveals British pro-peasant righteous rhetoric to be largely a myth. Surendranath's opposition in 1898 to certain pro-zamindar modifications of the 1885 Bengal 80 Tenancy Act, for instance, was immediately followed by the transfer of a council seat from municipalities to zamindars. Turning to the activities and organization of the Congress, three broad phases can be distinguished within the moderate era. Till 1892, the Congress was largely dominated by Hume as General Secretary and sole full-time activist. Erratic, paternalistic, and domineering, his presence did impart a certain dynamism which was to be conspicuously absent in the succeeding years. Congress attendance figures rose rapidly for the first 5 sessions, from 72 in 1885 to nearly 2,000 in 1889. The detailed studies of Washbrook and Bailey have revealed the sessions of 1887 and 1888 to have been unusually broad-based as compared to the Congress of the 1890s, and to have aroused widespread interest. Funds for the Madras session, for instance, were raised through mass collections 5,500 in amounts between 1 anna and 1.8 annas from 8,000 persons, and another 8,000 from donations ranging from 2 to 30. Faced with the opposition from the old UP elite led by Syed Ahmed to Congress demands for elected councils and service recruitment through examinations, Hume made a determined effort to woo Muslim support in 1887-88, utilizing the personal contacts of Badruddin Tyabji and evolving a formula by which a resolution would be rejected if it was opposed by the bulk of any community. Even more notable was the unique attempt, again at Hume's initiative, to rally peasant support in 1887 through 2 popular pamphlets translated into no less than 12 regional languages. Hume himself wrote an imaginary dialogue exposing arbitrary administration in villages, while Viraragavakari's Tamil Catechism attacked existing legislative councils as sham, and is said to have been sold in 30,000 copies. Nothing quite like this was to be attempted again till the 1905 days. Such efforts, however, were short-lived and not particularly successful. The Aligarh Muslim elite still felt that they had a lot to lose from elected councils which Hindus would be sure to dominate and from competitive recruitment where the latter's lead in English education would give them an advantage. The 1893 riots strengthened Muslim alienation, and the percentage of Muslim delegates in Congress, which had averaged 13.5 of the total between 1885 and 1892, fell to only 7.1 between 1893 to 1905. Even the latter figure is artificially swollen by the high local Muslim attendance at the Lucknow Session 313, out of a total of 761 Muslims who attended all sessions in the 1893 to 1905 period. However, the Congress leaders were not particularly worried, as no rival Muslim political organization had as yet emerged. Theodore Beck's Mohammedan Anglo-Oriental Defense Association proved to be quite short-lived. No special attempt. 81. Seems to have been made after 1887-88 to woo Muslim opinion. The peasant strategy of Hume was abandoned even more quickly as soon as it was found to have aroused intense official suspicion and hostility. The U.P.Lt. Governor Auckland Colvin tried to obstruct the holding of the Allahabad session, and Dufferin in November 1888 in a famous speech denounced the Congress as a microscopic minority, no doubt precisely because there were a few signs that it might soon become somewhat less microscopic. A badly frightened Congress leadership privately rebuffed Hume, and the bid for mass contact was abandoned. A frustrated Hume left for England in 1892, with the parting shot of a circular prophesying imminent peasant revolution which officials condemned as incendiary and other Congress leaders repudiated. The Congress fell into the doldrums in the 1890s. Decisions were taken by a caucus consisting usually of Surendranath, W.C. Banerjee, Ananda Charlu, and Feroza Shah Mehta with Ranade as advisor behind the scenes, but no effective leadership emerged, till Mehta decided to take more active interest in the Congress from 1899 and established his predominance. Hume was still elected General Secretary despite his absence, for the want of any agreed substitute. These were the years when failures in India led to a shift in emphasis almost entirely to campaigning in England through the British Committee of the Congress headed by Wedderburn, Hume, and Nehruji with its journal India. The bulk of the fairly paltry Congress funds were sent over to this London committee, and though Dinshaw Wacha was made Joint Secretary from 1895, the money allotted to him was minimal. Yet in England, too, the hopes aroused by the 1892 Act and the Snap Commons resolution supporting simultaneous examinations in 1893 were quickly dissipated, particularly after the Tories returned to power and Nehruji was unseated in the 1895 elections. Meanwhile, interest in the Congress in India was waning. This was indicated for instance by the rising proportion of local delegates at its sessions, which had varied from 43.5% to 59.5% between 1885 to 93, but went up to between 64.7% to as high as 88.6% during 1894 to 1903. A decline in the activities of local or regional bodies like the Indian Association, the Pune Sarvajanik Sabha or the Madras Mahajana Sabha was also marked in the late 1890s. It needed the provocative policies of a Curzon to breathe some new life into the moderates that, and the rise of a new leader in Gokhale, with his assets of an attractive personality, youth, and undoubted self-sacrifice and devotion to full-time public work. 82. Roots of extremism. Yet if Curzon's assessment in November 1900 that the Congress was tottering to its fall was soon to be proved ludicrously off the mark, this was principally due to the fact that the moderate Congress was increasingly reflecting only a small segment of nationalist sentiment. British unpopularity was increasing under the impact of famines and plagues, the countervailing excise and Curzon's package of aggressive measures. The potential base for political activity was expanding fast, with the circulation of vernacular newspapers going up from 299,000 in 1885 to 817,000 in 1905. It was significant that some of the most popular journals were those which were critical of the Congress for a variety of reasons, like the Calcutta Bangabasi or the Kesri and Kal of Pune. The soil was becoming ripe for the rise of extremism. Historians of the Cambridge School have been trying in recent years to present the emergence of extremist dissent as basically a set of factional quarrels between ins and outs for the control of the Congress. Certainly there was no lack of factionalism in Congress circles during the 1890s. In Bengal, Surendranath and his newspaper, the Bengali, had a running quarrel with the Amrita Bazar Patrika group of Motilal Ghosh ever since the former's Indian Association had overshadowed the short-lived India League in 1875-76. Factionalism was particularly acute in the Punjab, with three groups within the Lahore Brahmo Samaj, a major split within the Aryas, and a conflict between Lala Harkishan Lal and Lala Lajpat Rai. Washbrook has tried to analyze Madras politics in terms of a triangular conflict between the Mylapore clique, its less successful Egmar rivals, also Madras city-based, and Mufassal outs like T. Prakasam and Krishna Rao in coastal Andhra or Chidambaram Pillai in Tuticorin, who allied with some Egmar politicians to constitute Madras extremism after 1905. In Pune, too, it has been argued, Tilak's quarrel in the late 1880s with Agrakar and Gokhale was over the control of the Deccan Education Society and had little to do initially with differences on political or even social reform issues. Faction analysis does have a certain utility, particularly in the context of earlier tendencies to present conflicts within nationalism in terms of debates between more or less disembodied ideals. Yet Cambridge scholars surely press it much too far. It is difficult to understand why dissidents should have been so eager to capture the Congress, not yet a real political 83 party with power and patronage opportunities, it must be remembered, but no more than an annual platform with very inadequate funds unless it was because they had certain alternative strategies and ideals to put forward. Above all, such scholarship ignores entirely the fairly systematic critique of moderate politics which was emergencying in the 1890s, most notably in the three principal bases of later extremism: Bengal, Punjab and Maharashtra. The starting point of the new approach was a twofold critique of the moderate Congress for its mendicant technique of appealing to British public opinion, felt to be both futile and dishonourable, and for its being no more than a movement of an English-educated elite alienated from the common people. Instead of prayers and petitions, self-reliance and constructive work became the new slogans, starting Swadeshi enterprises, organizing what came to be called national education, and emphasizing the need for concrete work in villages. Self-help, use of the vernaculars, utilization of traditional, popular customs and institutions like the village fair or Mela, and, increasingly, an evocation of Hindu revivalist moods came to be regarded as the best ways of bridging the gulf between the educated and the masses. The overall reaction against moderate agitation took in the end three main forms, which become distinct only after 1905 but can be seen in germ from the 1890s: a somewhat non-political trend towards self-development through constructive work, ignoring rather than directly attacking foreign rule; political extremism proper, attempting mass mobilization for Swaraj through certain new techniques which came to be called passive resistance; and revolutionary terrorism, which sought a shortcut to freedom via individual violence and conspiracies. The first really systematic critique of moderate politics was made in 1893-94 in a series of articles entitled New Lamps for Old by Aurobindo Ghosh, then living in Baroda, having returned from England after a highly anglicized upbringing against which he had begun to react sharply. Aurobindo rejected the English model of slow constitutional progress admired by the moderates as much inferior to the French experience of the great and terrible republic. He attacked Congress mendicancy, and striking a remarkable class-conscious note which was no doubt derived from his recent European experience, urged as the most vital of all problems the establishment of a link between the burgess, or the middle class which the Congress represented, and the proletariat, the real key of the situation, the right and fruitful policy for the burgess, the only policy that has any chance of eventual success, is to base his cause upon an adroit management of the 84 Proletariat. But the proletariat to Aurobindo was surely no more than the common people of town and country in general, and the key to its heart, which he was already seeking through revivalist Hinduism in the 1894 essays on Bankim Chandra, in the end eluded the extremists. By the turn of the century, Aurobindo was trying to organize secret societies, and sending Jatindranath Banerjee and Barendra Kumar Ghosh to Bengal as emissaries. He was also, however, to elaborate a program of mass passive resistance when the anti-partition upsurge revealed for a time the possibilities of a broader movement. We shall see such an oscillation fairly often in other extremist figures, too. In Bengal, disillusionment with the Congress was voiced by Ashwini Kumar Dood, who described the Amravati session of 1897 as a 3 days tamasha. Dood was a Barisal school teacher who through a lifetime of patient social work in his district built up a unique kind of mass following and made his region the strongest base of the Swadeshi movement in the 1905 days. It was voiced memorably also by Rabindranath Tagore, already Bengal's leading literary figure, who was contributing to patriotism not only through magnificent poems and short stories evoking the beauty of the Bengal countryside and describing the life of its people, but also more directly through attacks on Congress mendicancy, repeated calls for Atmasakti through Swadeshi enterprise and national education, and extremely perceptive suggestions for mass contact through melas, jatras, and the use of the mother tongue in both education and political work. By the early years of the 20th century, Vivekananda's message was also being given a more direct political color by his disciple, the Irish sister, Nivedita, with her experience of Irish and other European revolutionary movements. The Bengali Bhadralok was also turning to Swadeshi industrial enterprise. The scientist Prafulachandra Roy started his Bengal Chemicals in 1893, for instance, and Satis Mukherjee through his Dawn Society and Rabindranath through his Santiniketan Ashrama were experimenting with new forms of education under indigenous control. All this obviously contributed much more to Bengal extremism than the petty factionalism of Surendranath and Motilal Ghosh. In the Punjab, both Harkishan Lal and Arya Samajists of the college faction were active in Swadeshi enterprise from the 1890s. Congress delegates from the Punjab also pressed from 1893 onwards for a formal constitution, evidently to reduce the powers of the informal Bombay-Bengal axis which dominated the organization. They managed to set up a permanent Indian Congress committee at the 1899 session, only to see it successfully sabotaged 2 years later by the 85 Feroza Shah caucus. In 2 articles published in the Kayastha Samachar of 1901, Lajpat Rai advocated technical education and industrial self-help in place of the fatuous annual festival of the English-educated elite, which was all that the Congress amounted to. He also argued that the Congress should openly and boldly base itself on the Hindus alone, as unity with Muslims was a chimera. Once again we see the chalking out of extremist themes and limitations. But the man who really blazed the trail for extremism was Bal Gangadhar Tilak of Maharashtra. Tilak was a pioneer in many ways in the use of religious orthodoxy as a method of mass contact, in the development of a patrioticum historical cult as a central symbol of nationalism, as well as in experimenting with a kind of no-revenue campaign in 1896–97. The countervailing cotton excise of 1896 produced intense reactions in western India, on which Tilak tried to base something like a boycott movement, the first trial use of a method which was to become the central nationalist technique from 1905 onwards. Tilak, who had pointedly declared that we will not achieve any success in our labors if we croak once a year like a frog, seemed to be groping his way towards the techniques of mass passive resistance or civil disobedience when in a speech in 1902 he declared, "Though downtrodden and neglected, you must be conscious of your power of making the administration impossible if you but choose to make it so. It is you who manage the railroad and the telegraph, it is you who make settlements and collect revenues." Before 1905 revealed the possibilities of mass action, however, the obvious reaction to moderate methods was a call for individual violence. Constitutional agitation and terrorism were opposite poles united on a common base of elite action, a shift from the one to the other was really much easier and socially less dangerous than a breakthrough towards genuine mass action. Hence the bitter feelings aroused by tactless British handling of the Poona plague situation in 1897 culminated, not in any effective mass action, but in the first outbreak of revolutionary terrorism, the murder of Rand and Ayerst by the Chapekar brothers. Damodar Chapekar's autobiography reveals a complex intermixture of patriotic fervour, Brahminical revivalism, and hatred of social reformers, at least partly because they were successful men while he himself came from the struggling lower middle class. The British accused Tilak of sedition, on the 86 strength mainly of a Kesari article which had justified Shivaji's assassination of the Bijapur general Afzal Khan. He was jailed for 2 years. The entire Congress public protested, for though many disliked Tilak, they all realized that what was at stake was the question of civil rights and a free press. The political tempo in Maharashtra declined rapidly, however, only to rise again, along with that of a considerable part of India, after Curzon's folly of partitioning Bengal in 1905. Political and Social Movements 1905 to 1917. Chapter 4. The Viceroyalty of Curzon. Lord Curzon's administration has remained famous and notorious for its intense activity and veritable cult of efficiency. Efficiency of administration is, in my view, a synonym for the contentment of the governed, the Viceroy declared in a budget speech in 1904. The net result was the beginning of quite a new phase in the history of Indian nationalism with the struggle against the partition of Bengal. Bipin Chandra Pal's New India offered the following contemporary analysis of Curzon's policies. Lord Ripon's ideal was to secure, by slow degrees, autonomy for the Indian people. Lord Curzon's is to secure it for the Indian government. 2 years later, the same journal referred to Curzon's efforts to win the goodwill of people, and to prevent any powerful combination between them and the educated middle classes. Discounting the usual myth-making about Ripon, we have here a fairly accurate description of a paternalist despotism, quite in the Tory tradition but more aggressive than was usual, together with a less typical effort to make the Secretary of State and even the Cabinet dance to the Viceroy's tune. Foreign policy. Curzon's bid to direct policies from India was at its most blatant in foreign relations, where his extreme Russophobia often embarrassed British governments already taking the first ambiguous steps towards what in 1907 was to become the Triple Entente between England, France, and Russia. The Viceroy repeatedly expressed a desire to establish a definite British sphere of interest over the Persian Gulf and Seaston. London, after much hesitation, agreed only to a Monroe Doctrine type of British declaration concerning the Gulf, warning off other powers, and reluctantly permitted a flag-waving mission in the region by Curzon himself. Extension of British influence over Kuwait and Bahrain was to prove vitally important, however, in the oil politics of the 20th century. Curzon suggested a move on Kandahar when the new Afghan Amir Habibullah insisted on the old arms. 88. Subsidies, without any renegotiation of the Durand border agreement as desired by the Viceroy. For heaven's sake, do not let Curzon get us into a row there, implored a thoroughly alarmed Joseph Chamberlain. Remember that it ruined Dizzy's government. Louis Dane's mission to Kabul in 1904 eventually returned with the old agreements confirmed. Curzon was more successful in Tibet, where he used the Tibetan adventurer Dorjev's meeting with the Tsar to play up for all he was worth the Russian bogey. Ignoring repeated cabinet warnings, the young husband expedition marched right up to Lhasa, and though the only evidence it could find of the Russian presence consisted of a couple of rifles, insisted on a heavy indemnity and occupation of the Chumbai Valley for 75 years. A trade agreement and clauses excluding other foreign influences were also extorted at the point of the gun. The cabinet, however, got the indemnity and period of occupation reduced. Administrative reforms. The drive for efficiency through cutting down administrative red tape was pursued with enormous fanfare, yet even the highly adulatory near-contemporary biography by Lovat Fraser admit that expenditure on office stationery almost doubled under Curzon. The Viceroy's scathing comments on subordinates in official minutes or private letters make delightful reading for historians today. its contemporary impact often must have been unnecessary irritation. It is not at all surprising that no school of devoted officials developed around Curzon in India, and that his resignation in August 1905 came over an extremely petty dispute with Kitchener over the status and choice of the military supply member in the Viceroy's executive. Curzon's habit of picking unnecessary quarrels is shown also by his insistence upon Indian princes getting permission before going abroad. The Gaekwar of Baroda, who had already irritated the Viceroy by employing R.C. Dude, went off without seeking permission, and ultimately it was Calcutta which had to retreat. Curzon's administration was lucky in coming near the end of a cycle of famines, the last of which was in 1899 to 1900, and he also had a run of surplus budgets. Depreciation of the silver rupee had stopped after free minting had been closed and the gold exchange standard adopted in the late 1890s. With home charges no longer a growing burden as they had been with the falling rupee, some tax concessions became 89 possible. Remissions of land revenue were made after the famine of 1899-1900. The salt tax was reduced, and the income tax exemption limit raised from 500 to 1,000 a year in 1903-04. The government could also push ahead with railway construction, setting up a railway board and opening 6,100 miles of new lines, as well as devote somewhat greater attention to irrigation through the Irrigation Commission of 1901-03. Curzon's interest in economic matters was revealed also by the setting up of a Department of Commerce and Industry in 1905, and the establishment of the Pusa Institute for Research on Agriculture. In much of this, as usual, the benefits went to whites, or at best to select groups of Indians. New railways, for instance, meant more engineering contracts for British firms in England or in India. Englishmen constituted an important proportion of income taxpayers in India, while even the departure from free trade policies through the import duty on bounty-fed European beet sugar in 1899 helped Mauritius planters and white owners of sugar factories like Beg Sutherland and Company of Kanpur. Curzonian paternalism was somewhat better represented by the Punjab Land Alienation Act restricting transfer of peasant property to urban money lenders, and legislation in 1904 promoting cooperative credit societies among agriculturists. The former caused some embarrassment to nationalists, as Punjab congressmen often had Hindu urban trader connections while a big section of the peasants were Muslim or Sikh. Both measures ultimately benefited rich peasants, who turned money lenders themselves and often dominated the cooperative societies as well. Curzon did show a genuine interest in India's ancient monuments, and passed a valuable act for their preservation. Less laudable were his grandiose plans for the somewhat bizarre Victoria Memorial in Calcutta, while the Durbar for Edward VII in 1902 was a sheer waste of more than 2 million rupees. In his early years, he also won some popularity among Indians by punishing white soldiers for a collective rape incident at Rangoon, disciplining the 9th Lancers for beating an Indian cook to death at Sialkot, and trying to get the Calcutta High Court to revise a lower court sentence of only 6 months jail for an Assam tea manager who had murdered a coolie. Such things made Anglo-Indians furious for a time, but Curzon had no intention of risking another Ilbert Bill agitation, and so never attempted the only real remedy ending all white juries in multiracial cases. On basic matters he was as racist as anyone, and even at his most benevolent tended to speak of Indians in tones one normally reserves for pet animals. In a letter to Secretary of State Hamilton on April 23, 1900, Curzon expressed his concern about the increasing number of higher posts that were meant and ought to have been exclusively and specifically reserved for Europeans, being filched away by the superior wits of the natives, and even in public pronouncements, he could be at times quite fantastically and unnecessarily insulting. I hope I am making no false or arrogant claim when I say that the highest ideal of truth is to a large extent a Western conception. What made Curzon's administration ultimately so significant was in fact his consistent hostility towards educated Indian aspirations as represented by the Congress, along with a not unrelated determination to strengthen, streamline, and enforce the authority of the Raj. He had decided from the beginning, long before nationalist hostility towards him had manifested itself, to treat the Congress as an unclean thing, never taking notice of it, as in so far as it is innocent, it is superfluous, and in so far as it is hostile to government or seditious, it is a natural danger. It is not surprising that police reforms found an important place in his plans, as well as a tightening of security through an Official Secrets Act. The recommendations of a police commission with Andrew Fraser as chairman brought about significant improvements in the number, training, and salaries of the police force at an additional expenditure of $15 million annually. A separate department of criminal intelligence was also set up to tackle political crimes, in place of the quaintly named Thuggee and Dacoity Department. Curzon and nationalists. The real confrontation between Curzon and the nationalist intelligentsia came through three successive measures: changes in the Calcutta Corporation in 1899, the Universities Act of 1904, and the partition of Bengal in 1905. The first reduced the number of elected Indian members, and was a move directly connected with the interests of the Calcutta European business community, which had often complained about delays in the grant of licenses or other favors. It is interesting that Alexander Mackenzie, then the Lt. Governor of Bengal, who apart from Curzon was the man principally responsible for the changes, happened to be the brother of a Burn Company partner who was also the representative in the Legislative Council of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Universities reform was formulated at a secret and purely white conference at Simla in September 1901, and worked out by a Universities Commission whose sole Indian member, Gurudas Banerjee, strongly disagreed with its recommendations. Trumpeted by Curzon as a 91. move to raise the standard of education all round, the act cut down the number of elected Senate members, transferred the power of ultimate decision in matters of college affiliation and school recognition to government officials, and tried to fix minimum college fees. Educated Indian opposition on grounds of the act's undemocratic and restrictive nature was hardly unnatural. Claims that educational improvement was the principal aim consorted oddly with the fact that total expenditure on education was only $20.46 million in 1903, 04 and $24.49 million in 1905, 06, only slightly more, it will be noted, than the increase in police expenses during the same period, and a paltry 2.5% or so of the total budget. The new emphasis on universities becoming postgraduate teaching rather than primarily examining bodies did produce some good results in the end, particularly at Calcutta, where it was implemented by a vice-chancellor of great vision, Ashutosh Mukherjee. But much more important in the immediate context were the new official controls on affiliation and grants in aid. These were to be liberally used from 1905 onwards to curb student militancy, and so the Universities Act really deserves a place alongside the Police Commission in the strengthening of British defences against the rising nationalist tide. Partition of Bengal. Curzon's most unpopular measure, the partition of Bengal, has also aroused the most controversy among historians, with apologists tending to emphasize administrative convenience as its prime motive against contemporary and later nationalist charges of deliberate divide and rule. Down to 1903, administrative considerations were certainly predominant in official circles. The size of the Bengal presidency had worried many at various times, and there was an increasing interest in the development of Assam into a more viable province. Ward's proposal was revived by Bengal's new Lt. Governor Andrew Fraser in a note of March 28, 1903, accepted by Curzon in a minute on territorial redistribution in India, and, suitably edited for public consumption, and announced for the first time in Home Secretary Risley's letter of December 3, 1903. Relief of Bengal and improvement of Assam were the two grounds offered by Risley in support of the transfer plan. It needs to be pointed out, however, that administrative convenience was not something abstract or impartial but often closely related to the convenience of British officials and British businessmen. Thus an expansion of Assam was needed, argued 92. Risley, to give to its officers a wider and more interesting field of work, and provide a maritime outlet in order to develop its industries in tea, oil, and coal. Between December 1903 and the formal announcement of July 19, 1905, a transfer plan was transformed into a full-scale partition by Fraser, Risley, and Curzon, with the new province of East Bengal and Assam eventually including Chittagong, Dhaka, and Rajshahi divisions. Hill Tripura and Malda apart from Assam. Secret official minutes, comments, and private papers make the public denial of political motives difficult to maintain, particularly during this second phase. The contemporary and later nationalist charge of deliberate encouragement of Hind-Muslim tensions finds some support in Curzon's much-quoted speech at Dhaka in February 1904 offering East Bengal Muslims the prospect of unity which they have not enjoyed since the days of the old Musalman viceroys and kings. But the really important political motive at this time was a division among the predominantly Hindu politicians of West and East Bengal. Home Secretary H.H. Risley summed it all up with clarity and frankness in two notes dated February 7 and December 6, 1904 while analyzing the arguments of the critics of the partition. Bengal united is a power, Bengal divided will pull in several different ways. That is perfectly true and is one of the merits of the scheme. It is not altogether easy to reply in a dispatch which is sure to be published without disclosing the fact that in this scheme as in the matter of the amalgamation of Bihar to the central provinces one of our main objects is to split up and thereby weaken a solid body of opponents to our rule. Marathi-speaking Bihar, newly acquired on perpetual lease from the Nizam in 1902, had not been attached to Bombay since, as Curzon said, we hear quite enough of Shivaji as it is. Alternative plans to relieve Bengal administration by setting up an executive council or by detaching linguistically distinct Bihar and Orissa were repeatedly dismissed by Curzon on political grounds. The latter proposal, he argued in a telegram to the Secretary of State who had been toying with the idea, would tend to consolidate the Bengali element by detaching it from outside factors, and would produce the very effect that we desire to avoid. The best guarantee of the political advantage of our proposal is its dislike by the Congress Party. Bureaucrats like Risley anticipated present-day Cambridge historians in their fondness for interpreting opposition to partition entirely in terms of elitist interest groups. Vikrampur Babus were worried about their clerical jobs. Zamindars with estates in both Bengals disliked having to appoint two sets of agents and pleaders. The Bajyakul Roy family with raw jute and rice trading interests near Calcutta were jealous of a possible rise of Chittagong, and Calcutta lawyers were afraid that a new province would 93. Ultimately mean a new high court cutting into their practice. In addition, the East Bengal political elite felt its chance of sitting in legislative council slipping away, and Calcutta politicians would find their influence gravely curtailed. None of the factors listed by Risley in his note of February 7, 1904 were invented by him. All of them in fact repeatedly appear in early pamphlets on the subject like an open letter to Lord Curzon, the case against the breakup of Bengal and all about partition. But the related bureaucratic expectation that protests would die down quickly, and in any case would never leave the beaten track of meetings and petitions, was soon totally belied by events in Bengal and some other provinces. With startling rapidity, after July 1905, the movement broke away from traditional moorings, developed a variety of new and militant techniques, attracted larger numbers than before, and broadened into a struggle for Swaraj. What the British had clearly underestimated was first of all the sense of unity among the Bengalis rooted to some extent in a history marked by long periods of regional independence and greatly fostered, at least among the literate, by the cultural developments of the 19th century. Calcutta had become a real metropolis for the educated Bengali Bajralok. It attracted students from all districts, sent out teachers, lawyers, doctors, and clerks all over the province and often beyond it, and contribute to both regional writing and regional pride through the evolution of a standard literary language, a growing number of newspapers and periodicals and a modern literature which with Rabindranath Tagore was on the threshold of world recognition. Such things along with less worthy factors like the evident educated Bengali lead in professions, government services, and politics over much of India due to the advantage of earlier English education fostered a new self-confidence which came to be further stimulated by the growing Hindu revivalist mood best typified by Vivekananda. International developments also played a part. British reverses in the Boer War, the unexpected Japanese victory over Russia in 1904-05 which sent a thrill of pride through Asia and was ecstatically hailed by the Bengal press, news of the Chinese boycott of American goods in protest against immigration laws and of the popular revolution against autocracy in Russia. In this atmosphere of strong regional unity and growing self-confidence and pride, Curzon's provocative actions culminating in a virtually behind-scenes partition decision was regarded above all as a national insult. Inevitably it became associated, not only with political disappointments over the paltry achievements of 20 years of moderate agitation which perhaps directly affected only a limited circle, but with much more widely felt grievances about racial discrimination and white arrogance. The diary of Junchandra Banerjee vividly reflects all this. A Munsif getting 200 as against the white district judge's 2000, a distant whistle brings to him memories of racial discrimination suffered aboard steamers and trains, and he finds solace in signs of national reawakening, the achievements of the scientist Jagadish Chandra Basu, and the rise of Japan as a world power. Banerjee began his journal with a reference to the growing poverty of India. Though the Bengali Bhadralok was seldom directly affected by famine or plague, the ravages of both in the 1890s could not but have stirred his conscience and made faith in the providential British connection increasingly difficult to maintain, particularly in face of that other, intrinsically subversive, aspect of moderate theory, the drain of wealth explanation of Indian misery. More direct economic grievances perhaps also played a part. The liberal professions were getting overcrowded, making the Bhadralok often more dependent on petty zamindari or intermediate tenures which subdivision through inheritance made progressively less remunerative. And prices had suddenly started rising fast, the All India Unweighted Index numbers constructed by K.L. Dutta being 106 for 1904, 116 for 1905, 129 for 1906 and 143 for 1908. The curve in fact was steepest between 1905 and 1908, precisely the years of maximum political unrest. The Swadeshi strongholds in the East Bengal countryside Bakarganj, Madaripur, Vikrampur, Kishoreganj were areas of Hindu Bhadralok concentration, multiplicity of intermediate tenures and considerable spread of English education. Rising prices probably stimulated nationalism among such groups and areas, while sections of industrial labor were also prodded by inflation into strikes which represented an important though often forgotten aspect of the 1905 days. But economic discontent could also turn against the immediate oppressor, the rentier, money lender or trader in East Bengal, and thus contribute to communal riots. The Swadeshi intelligentsia in Bengal added to these problems by getting increasingly involved in Hindu revivalist postures, and completely failing to develop, as we shall see, anything like a radical agrarian program. Higher prices and problems in getting jobs made them cling 95. More strongly to rent incomes, however small. Junchandra Banerjee had only a meagre ancestral holding in Vikrampur, yet his diary indignantly denounces the Tenancy Act of 1885 for having embittered agrarian relations. An extremely interesting vernacular pamphlet on Bengal's land relations written in 1904 even developed a curious theory about the ancient Aryan origins of intermediate tenure holders, self-defined as usual as a middle class. They were being squeezed out, it complained, by big zamindars on the one side, and by insolent rayats encouraged by tenancy legislation, on the other. Another pamphlet, The Open Letter to Curzon, quoted Edmund Burke to equate public opinion with the views of men above menial dependence, and confidently asserted that the educated classes were the natural leaders of the masses. The Bhadralok's distance from the peasantry thus had fairly clear class roots, rather than mere aversion to manual labor. While the extremist intelligentsia whether in Bengal or in other provinces failed to link up nationalist slogans with the immediate economic grievances of the peasantry, there is some evidence also of a certain slackening of pressures from below. Famine and plague must have caused considerable exhaustion in a large part of the country, while among the survivors the fall in population may have reduced somewhat the pressure on land and therefore agrarian tensions. British remedial legislation after the rural disturbances of the 1870s and 1880s consolidating occupancy rights in Bengal, restricting passage of land to outsider Mahajans in Bombay and Punjab also tended to pacify for some time the upper stratum of the peasantry, which had been the most active element in conflicts with money lenders or landlords. The price rise was closely associated with a boom in the export of agricultural raw materials, and in fact seems to have been primarily caused by it. Another factor behind the inflation was a currency expansion, itself connected with the inflow of gold and silver due to the export surplus. While the major beneficiaries of this boom must have been British export agencies and Indian merchant intermediaries, perhaps some sections of the peasantry also made marginal gains. The first decade of the 20th century seems to have been marked by some growth in per capita national income according to Sivaj Subramonian's estimate, calculated on the basis of 1938-39 prices, from 49.4 in 1900, 01 to 60.4 in 1916-17. All this helped. 96. To keep apart the currents of national and social discontent during the extremist phase of Indian nationalism. The SWAT-ESHI movement in Bengal, 1905 to 1908. Down to July 1905, the partition plan had been opposed through an intensive use of the conventional moderate methods of press campaigns, numerous meetings and petitions, and big conferences at the Calcutta Town Hall in March 1904 and January 1905 attended by many district delegates. The evident and total failure of such techniques led to a search for new forms boycott of British goods and Rabindranath's and Ramendras under Trivedi's imaginative appeals for Rakhi-Bandhan and Aranan. Wristlets of coloured thread were exchanged on Partition Day as symbol of brotherhood, and the hearth kept unlit as a sign of mourning. The British crackdown on student picketers through measures like the Carlisle Circular threatening withdrawal of grants, scholarships, and affiliation from nationalist-dominated institutions led to a movement for boycott of official educational institutions and organization of national schools, which received a great fillip from the spectacular donation of ₹1 lakh by Subodh Mullik on November 9. Tensions mounted with further measures of repression, and soon internal differences cropped up within the movement in Bengal. With some, boycott became the starting point for the formulation of a whole range of new methods, and the abrogation of the partition came to be regarded as no more than the pettiest and narrowest of all political objects, a mere stepping stone in a struggle for Swaraj or complete independence. With others, like Surendranath, boycott was a last desperate effort to get partition revoked by pulling at the purse strings of Manchester. The established moderate leaders managed to call off the educational boycott by November 16, 1905, and were soon taking advantage of the appointment of Morley with his great liberal reputation as Secretary of State to get back to the safer shores of mendicancy. Such internal differences evidently had a factional aspect, with individuals or groups more or less kept out of nationalist leadership so far, like Motilal Ghosh with his Amrita Bazar Patrika, or Bipin Pal. 97. Or Aurobindo Ghosh, trying to muscle in on hitherto closed preserves and seeking to break up the rings of lawyers which, Pal complained, had monopolized politics till then in the district towns. Yet to present the whole story in terms of a conflict between ins and outs would be to grossly oversimplify things, and rob the Swadeshi era in Bengal of its real interest and significance. Trends. At a theoretical level, three major trends can be distinguished in the political life of Bengal between 1905 and 1908 apart from the well-established moderate tradition. There was first what may be termed constructive Swadeshi, the rejection of feudal and self-demeaning mendicant politics in favor of self-help through Swadeshi industries, national schools, and attempts at village improvement and organization. This found expression through the business ventures of Prafulla Chandra Roy or Nilratan Sarkar, Satish Chandra Mukherjee's journal Dawn and his Dawn Society, which played a seminal role in the national education movement, and above all in Rabindranath, who in his Swadeshi Samaj address had already sketched out a blueprint for constructive work in villages, through a revival of the traditional Hindu Samaj or community. Ashwini Kumar Dutt Swadesh Bandhav Samitai in Barisal claimed to have settled 523 village disputes through 89 arbitration committees in its first annual report, and about 1,000 village samitis were reported to be functioning in Bengal in a pamphlet dated April 1907. In all this there were clear anticipations of much of the later Gandhian program of Swadeshi, national schools, and constructive village work. Such a perspective of slow and unostentatious development of what Rabindranath called Atmasakti had little appeal to the excited educated youth of Bengal, who felt drawn much more to the creed of a more political extremism. Journals like Bipin Pal's New India, Aurobindo Ghosh's Band Mataram, Brahma Bandhabhupathyaya Sandhya and the Yugantar from 1906 onwards were calling for a struggle for Swaraj. In practice, as later events showed, many of the extremist leaders would agree to settle for less tilak in January 1907. For instance, X pressed his willingness to take half a loaf rather than no bread, though with the intention of getting the whole loaf in good time. The more fundamental difference was really therefore over methods, and here the classic statement came from Aurobindo in a series of articles in Band Mataram in April 1907, later reprinted as Doctrine of Passive Resistance. Ridiculing the ideal of peaceful ashrams. 98. And Swadeshism and self-help as inadequate, he visualized a program of organized and relentless boycott of British goods, officialized education, justice and executive administration, and also look forward to civil disobedience of unjust laws, a social boycott of loyalists, and recourse to armed struggle if British repression went beyond the limits of endurance. The Sandhya of 21 November 1906 had chalked out a similar perspective: if the Chowkidar, the constable, the deputy, and the munsif and the clerk, not to speak of the sepoy, all resign their respective functions, Ferengi rule in the country may come to an end in a moment. Once again we have practically the entire future political program of Gandhism, minus the dogma of nonviolence, and significantly enough no tax or no rent calls, which Aurobindo explicitly ruled out in his April 1907 articles as going against a Zamindar community in Bengal which was assumed to be basically patriotic. In practice, Bengal extremism wasted a lot of energies in purely verbal or literary violence and in fighting over the Congress organization, though it did contribute, as we shall see, to building up an impressive chain of district organizations or samitis and in providing some novel political leadership to labor unrest. Already by 1907, however, the mass movement perspective was being challenged from within its own ranks by calls for elite action terrorism, and what is the number of English officials in each district? With a firm resolve you can bring English rule to an end in a single day. If we sit idle, and hesitate to rise till the whole population are goaded to desperation, then we shall continue idle till the end of time. Without blood, O patriots! Will the country awake? Cutting across the debate over political methods or goals was another controversy over cultural ideals, between modernistic and Hindu revivalist trends. The Swadeshi mood in general was closely associated with attempts to combine politics with religious revivalism, which was repeatedly used as a morale booster for activists and a principal instrument of mass contact. Thus Surendranath claimed to have been the first to use the method of Swadeshi vows in temples. National education plans often had a strong revivalist content. Boycott was sought to be enforced through traditional caste sanctions. Extremist leaders insisted in May 1906 on a Shivaji Utsava complete with image worship, and radical politics and aggressive Hinduism often got inextricably combined in the pages of Band Mataram, Sandhya, or Yugantar. Yet there were dissidents in every group. Brahmo-edited journals like Sanjeevani or Prabhasai were critical of obscurantism, and bluntly declared that the patriotism which glorifies our past as ideal and beyond. 99. Improvement and which rejects the needs for further progress is a disease. Krishnakumar Mitra's anti-circular society boycotted the Shivaji Utsava out of consideration for its numerous Mahomedan workers and sympathizers, and even some revolutionary terrorists like Hemchandra Kanungo later bitterly denounced the prevalent religiosity. Perhaps most interesting of all is the evolution of Rabindranath, considerably swayed by revivalism for some years, but then breaking away sharply in mid-1907 under the impact of communal riots and vividly expressing the tensions and ambiguities of the age through two of his finest novels, Gora and Gerber. The anticipations of Gandhian constructive work and mass satyagraha proved extremely short-lived, and by the end of 1908 Bengal politics was once again confined to the opposite, but not unrelated, poles of moderate mendicancy and individual terrorism. The central historical problem of the period is why this became so, since an explanation in terms of the external factor of British repression alone is hardly sufficient. Despite much talk in nationalist circles about police atrocities and Swadeshi martyrs, the total number of prosecutions directed against the open movement down to 1909 was only 10 in Bengal and 105 in the new province, the accused getting sentences from 2 weeks to a year. The only two cases of firing in this period had as their targets Jamalpur rail workers on strike and Muslim rioters in Shirpur, not Swadeshi demonstrators. What is needed therefore is a closer look at the strength and internal limitations of the principal components of the 1905-08 movement: boycott and Swadeshi, national education, labor unions, Samhitas and mass contact methods. Boycott and Swadeshi. The history of boycott and Swadeshi in Bengal vividly illustrate the limits of an intelligentsia movement with broadly bourgeois aspirations but without as yet real bourgeois support. Boycott did achieve some initial success, thus the Calcutta Collector of Customs in September 1906 noted a 22% fall in the quantity of imported cotton piece goods, 44% in cotton twist and yarn, 11% in salt, 55% in cigarettes and 68% in boots and shoes in the previous month as compared to August 1905. The decline in Manchester cloth sales had a lot to do with a quarrel over trade terms between Calcutta Marwari dealers and British manufacturers, resulting in a spectacular drop in lucky day contracts for the following year in October 1905 from 32,000 packages to only 2,500. Once this dispute was settled, however, the Marwaris went back to their compradori business. 100. While in the districts, merchants of the Shaha community often became the principal targets of social boycott due to their refusal to subordinate profits to patriotism. Bombay mill owners on their part seized the opportunity to hike up prices, despite numerous appeals from Bengal. Bombay could not yet manufacture the finer types of yarn and cloth being imported from Manchester, and therefore was not too enthusiastic about boycott. It is significant also that the sharpest decline was in commodities like shoes and cigarettes, where, as the Collector of Customs pointed out, the demand was mainly from Indian gentlemen of the middle class, such as clerks, pleaders etc. The Swadeshi mood did bring about a significant revival in handloom, silk weaving, and some other traditional artisan crafts, a point emphasized by two official industrial surveys in 1908. There was also a related, near-Gandhian, intellectual trend glorifying handicrafts as the Indian or Oriental way to avoid the evils of large-scale industry. Satishchandra Mukherjee in 1900, for instance, quoted Engels to prove the horrors of industrial revolution, and wanted big factories only where absolutely indispensable, preferring wherever possible small-scale individual family organization explicitly run on a caste basis. Such theoretical departures from moderate economics did not prevent, however, a number of attempts to promote modern industries. An association had been set up in March 1904 by Jogendrachandra Ghosh to raise funds for sending students abroad to get technical training. The Bangalakshmi cotton mills was launched with much fanfare in August 1906 with equipment bought from an existing Serampuri plant, and there were some fairly successful ventures in porcelain, chrome tanning, soap, matches and cigarettes. The patrons and entrepreneurs included a few big zamindars but otherwise came mainly from the professional intelligentsia. Lack of capital thus became the crucial limiting factor, as the established Indian business community, in the words of a leading Calcutta merchant as quoted in an official report, felt that it is much easier to make money by an agency in imported goods than by investment in industrial enterprise. One Swadeshi pamphleteer, Kali Sankar Sukul in 1906, did argue that efforts should be concentrated first on distribution channels rather than starting one or two mills slowly building up through trade, a new type of business class since the old was essentially unpatriotic, but his views found few takers. Swadeshi thus could never seriously threaten the British stranglehold over the crucial sectors of Bengal's economy. 101. National education. As in other fields, a considerable variety may be noticed within the national education efforts in Swadeshi Bengal, ranging from pleas for more technical training, through advocacy of the vernacular medium, to Tagore Santiniketan and Satis Mukherjee's somewhat eclectic Don Society plans to combine the traditional and the modern in a scheme for higher culture for selected youth. National education with its negligible job prospects failed to attract, however, the bulk of the student community. What survived after a couple of years was the Bengal National College, a Bengal technical institute set up by a breakaway group with closer moderate links, and perhaps potentially the most significant, about a dozen national schools in West Bengal and Bihar and a considerably larger number in East Bengal districts. It was the latter development which for a brief while alarmed the authorities. The attempt to extend these schools to the villages and get hold of primary education involving schools in Mymensingh, Faridpur and Bakarganj, which occasionally had large numbers of Muslim and low-caste Namasudra pupils. The Calcutta-based National Council, however, largely ignored such district or village schools, and they shared in IHE general decline of mass-oriented movements. What survived in the end in East Bengal were certain schools which became virtually recruiting centers for revolutionaries, of which Sonarang National School near Dhaka was the most famous. Labor unrest. An official survey entitled Administration of Bengal under Andrew Fraser 1903-08 described industrial unrest as a marked feature of the quinquennium, and noted the role of professional agitators as quite a novel phenomenon. Strikes in white control-led enterprises, sparked off by rising prices and also quite often by racial insults, now obtained from nationalist quarters considerable newspaper sympathy, occasional financial help, and even aid in setting up trade unions. Four men in particular deserve to be remembered as pioneer labor leaders: the barristers Aswinikumar Banerjee, Prabhatkusum Roy Chaudhuri, Athanasius Upurbakumar Ghosh, and Premtosh Bose, the proprietor of a small press in North Calcutta. In September 1905, the entire Swadeshi public hailed a 102 walkout of 247 Bengali clerks of Burn Company in Howrah in protest against a new work regulation felt to be derogatory. The next month saw a tram strike in Calcutta, settled through the efforts of Banerjee and Ghosh, and reports of October 16 convey a bond-like flavor, with most offices closed down, carters off the roads, and strikes in some jute mills and railway workshops. The first real labor union followed soon after, the Printers' Union, set up on October 21 in the midst of a bitter strike in government presses. In July 1906, a strike of clerks on the East Indian Railway led to the formation of a railwaymen's union and efforts to draw in the coolies through meetings at Asansol, Raniganj, and Jamalpur addressed by Swadeshi political leaders like Bipin Pal, Shyamsundar Chakrabarti and Liaquat Hussain. Apart from A.C. Banerjee, A.K. Ghosh and Premtosh Bose, there was one massive proletarian intervention, at the Jamalpur workshop on August 27 which led to firing. The strike, however, failed, and the union collapsed with it. Jute strikes were also frequent between 1905 and 1908, affecting at various times 18 out of 37 mills. The private papers of A.C. Banerjee show him organizing an Indian mill hands union at Bhuj in August 1906. They also reveal what was to be a recurrent problem for the Indian labor movement: contacts with workers were inevitably often through the Babus and Sardars, yet a memorial signed by 28 laborers of the Bhuj jute mills reveals such people as petty exploiters charging bribes and puja fees. The labor movement at its height appeared formidable enough for the Anglo-Indian journal Pioneer on August 27, 1906 to thunder that the politician might agitate about and against the partition to his heart's content, but when he threatens the welfare of the whole province by sowing discontent among the ignorant laborers, it is time that a government of law and order asserted itself. Some extremist journals occasionally speculated about the great potentialities of the Russian method of the political general strike. The workers of Russia today are teaching the world the methods of effective protest in times of repression. Will not Indian workers learn from them? As in so much else, however, all this remained no more than interesting anticipation. There were no really political strikes, plantation and mine labor remained unaffected. Swadeshi contacts were developed in the main only with clerks or at best Bengali jute workers, and nationalist interest in labor slumped suddenly and totally after the summer of 1908, and would not be renewed before 1919-22. 103. Samitis. The sudden emergence of the Samitis or National Volunteer Movement was one of the major achievements of the Swadeshi age. Hindsight has too often led to an equation of such organizations with incipient terrorist societies. Actually, down to the summer of 1908, most Samitis were quite open bodies engaged in a variety of activities, physical and moral training of members, social work during famines, epidemics, or religious festivals, preaching the Swadeshi message through multifarious forms, organizing crafts, schools, arbitration courts and village societies, and implementing the techniques of passive resistance. Apart from Calcutta, with 19 Samitis reported by the police in 1907, the main strength of the movement was in East Bengal. This included a central block consisting of Bakargunj, Faridpur, Dhaka, and Mymensingh districts, strong organizations in Rangpa, Tipura, Sylhet, and the part of the old province lying to the east of the Hooghly River, and some societies in all districts except Sibsagar, Golpara, and Garo Hills. A police report of June 1907 gave an estimate of 8,485 volunteers for East Bengal. Bakargunj and Dhaka topped the list with more than 2,600 each. As in other things, there was a lot of variety within the Samiti movement. Thus the Calcutta-based anti-circular society stood out due to its secularism. The Barisal Swadesh Bandhav did acquire something like a genuine mass base. 175 village branches were reported in 1909, and through sustained humanitarian work its leader Ashwini Kumar Dutt acquired remarkable popularity among the peasants of his district, Muslims as well as Hindus. The Dhaka Anishalan founded by Pulan Das in sharp contrast concentrated from the beginning on secret training of cadres through physical culture and a paraphernalia of initiation vows steeped in Hinduism, things conspicuously all but absent in the much looser but mass-oriented structure of Swadesh Bandhav. Still, down to 1908 efforts at mass contact formed the principal staple of the activities of the bulk of the Samitis, and this again took on a variety of, at times, extremely imaginative forms, not only a multitude of journals, pamphlets, and speeches but a flood of patriotic songs, plays and use of folk media like jatras, the organization of festivals, and the cultivation of a traditionalist religious idiom. Increasingly Hinduism was sought to be used as the principal bridge to the masses, appealing both to the imagination as well as to fear. 104. Yet during 1908-09, in face of the very first round of repression, the open Samiti either disappeared, or became a terroristic secret society, the Dhaka model driving out the Barisal. Even Ashwini Kumar Dutta's organization had not really developed a peasant membership. The village societies invariably consisted of the Bhadralok of the village, and it is significant that at Sarkar, for instance, nearly half the volunteers, persons with a tenure holding interest in the land. An ominously large number of Swadeshi cases involved disputes between zamindari officials and Muslim vendors. Landlord closing of village markets became a principal boycott method, and social boycott often took the form of pressurizing of tenants or sharecroppers by zamindars or tenure holders. Rabindranath Tagore would later vividly portray the oppressive zamindar turned Swadeshi hero in Harish Kundu, and that this was not sheer invention is indicated by a November 1907 case in Tangle where a Muslim sharecropper charged his Hindu landlord of having burnt his Manchester cloth in order to terrorize him into relinquishing his lease. Hindu-Muslim relations. The situation thus was almost tailor-made for British divide and rule methods. In October 1907, Swadeshi sympathizers in North Calcutta found themselves being beaten up by police backed up by some elements drawn from the urban poor, described repeatedly in the non-official inquiry report on the disturbances as ruffians and low-class people, such as dangers, murders, sweepers etc. But the really serious development was the rapid growth of Muslim separatism. Despite eloquent pleas for communal unity, some memorable scenes of fraternization, and the presence of an extremely active and sincere group of Swadeshi Muslim agitators, the British propaganda that the new province would mean more jobs for Muslims did achieve considerable success in swaying upper and middle class Muslims against the Swadeshi movement. The elite politics of the Salimullah group and the Muslim League will be considered later. Much more relevant in the present context is the rash of communal riots in East Bengal, Iswarganj in Mymensingh. 105. District in May 1906, Kumala, Jamalpur, Diwangunj and Bakshigunj, all again in Mymensingh, in April-May 1907. Ordinary Muhammadans of the lower class in the bazaar were prominent in the riot in Kumala town, while a strong agrarian note pervaded the Mymensingh disturbances. The targets were Hindu zamindars and Mahajans, some of whom had recently started levying an Isvar Bridi for maintaining Hindu images. Debt bonds were torn at many places, and at times the riots took on the color of a general plunder of the rich by the poor, with even Hindu cultivators joining in at places. Malvis are said to have spread rumors that the British were handing over charge to Nawab Salimullah of Dhaka, who was painted in the rather unlikely colors of a messiah in the communal leaflet Nawab Sahabar Subichar. Such religious leaders often had connections with emerging rich peasant elements made relatively prosperous by Jude and Muslim propaganda literature like the Red Pamphlet or the later Krishak Band, who visualized a kind of kulak or capitalist farmer development side by side with identifying the Zamindar Mahajan exploiter with the Hindu. In a series of remarkably perceptive articles written in 1907-08, as well as in his presidential address to the Pabna Provincial Conference, Rabindranath pointed out that simply blaming the British for the riots was quite an inadequate response. Satan cannot enter till he finds a flaw, and the crucial problem was that a great ocean separates us educated few from millions in our country. Till that gulf was bridged, no shortcuts like verbal extremism or terrorist action were likely to succeed. Tagore's alternative, however patient, unostentatious constructive work in villages in which he hoped zamindars would take the lead in a paternalistic fashion, had little appeal to militant youth increasingly provoked by British repression, nor did he really have any concrete social or economic program of mass mobilization. His, therefore, was increasingly a voice crying in the wilderness, as recognized implicitly in Gerber, whose noble but quite ineffective and isolated hero Nikhilesh stands in significant contrast to the optimistic ending of his earlier novel Gora. To the vast majority of nationalists, the Muslim rioters were no more than hired agents of the British, the equivalent, as the band Mataram put it, of the Russian counter-revolutionary Black Hundreds. Volunteer organization in fact was greatly stimulated by the 1907 riots, and extremist propaganda took on aggressive Hindu colors and simultaneously veered towards terrorism, an almost inevitable development, as revolution with the vast masses inert or hostile could mean in practice only action by an elite. 106. The shift to terrorism. The first revolutionary groups had been started round about 1902 in Midnapur and Calcutta, but their activities had been confined initially to physical and moral training of members and were not particularly significant till 1907 or 1908. An inner circle within the Calcutta Anishalan under Barendra Kumar Ghosh and Bhupendranath Dutta started the Agantar Weekly in April 1906 and attempted one or two abortive actions in the summer of the same year. Hemchandra Kanungo, probably the most remarkable figure among this first revolutionary generation, then went abroad to get military training, which he ultimately obtained from a Russian émigré in Paris. After Kanungo's return in January 1908, a combined religious school and bomb factory was set up at a garden house in the Maniktala suburb of Calcutta. Gross carelessness on the part of the leadership, however, led to the arrest of the whole group including Aurobindo within hours of the Kennedy murders, by K. Shudiram Basu and Prafull Lachaki. The target, a particularly sadistic white magistrate named Kingsford, escaping unscathed. Terrorism of a more efficient variety was meanwhile developing in East Bengal, spearheaded by the much more tightly organized Dhaka Anishalan of Poolan Das, with the Bara dacoity as its first major venture. Apart from a wealth of patriotic songs and other considerable cultural achievements, revolutionary terrorism was to constitute in the end the most substantial legacy of Swadeshi Bengal, casting a spell on the minds of radical educated youth for at least a generation or more. The revolutionary movement took the forms of assassinations of oppressive officials or traitors, Swadeshi dacoities to raise funds, or at best military conspiracies with expectations of help from foreign enemies of Britain. It never, despite occasional subjective aspirations, rose to the level of urban mass uprisings or guerrilla bases in the countryside. The term terrorism hence remains not inappropriate. Elite revolution did make substantial contributions to the national struggle. The British were often badly frightened, rare examples were set. 107. Of death-defying heroism in the cause of complete independence and worldwide contacts were sought in quests for shelter and arms, leading, as we shall see, to important ideological consequences. Hemchandra Kanungo, to cite the earliest example, came back from Paris as an atheist with some interest in Marxism. Terrorist heroism evoked tremendous admiration from very wide circles of educated Indians, and sometimes from others, too. A street beggar's lament for Keshudiram, for instance, could still be heard in Bengal decades after his execution. Yet British administration was never in serious danger of collapsing, and the admiration felt was usually no more than a vicarious satisfaction at the self-sacrifice of others. The intense religiosity of most of the early secret societies helped to keep Muslims aloof or hostile. The emphasis on religion had other negative aspects, too, as Hemchandra later pointed out. The much-quoted Gita doctrine of Nishkama Karma stimulated a rather quixotic heroism, a cult of martyrdom for its own sake in place of effective programs. The mother asks us for no schemes, no plans, no methods. She herself will provide the schemes, the plans, the methods. And religion could also become a royal road for an honorable retreat, as when Aurobindo departed for Pondicherry, or Jatindranath Bandopathyay ended his days as a Ramankrishna mission Swamiji. Above all, elite action postponed efforts to draw the masses into active political struggle, which in turn would have involved conscious efforts to link up national with socio-economic issues through more radical programs. The social limitations of Bengal revolutionary terrorism remain obvious. In a 1918 official list of 186 killed or convicted revolutionaries, no less than 165 came from the three upper castes, Brahmin, Kayastha, and Vatya. Extremism in other provinces, 1905 to 1908. So far we have been concentrating on Bengal alone. It is time now to broaden our focus, and consider to what extent similar trends were emerging in other provinces, and how extremists faced moderates at an all-India level. While Curzon's actions, and particularly the Bengal partition, aroused widespread resentment throughout educated India, the extent and nature of specific responses were naturally determined by regional or local factors. In Bihar, Orissa, and Assam, for instance, the educated Bengali was becoming 108. Increasingly unpopular due to his dominant position in the services and professions. Counter-elite movements developed with the spread of education, ultimately demanding separate provinces for Orissa and Bihar. Such trends tended to keep away from a radicalism primarily associated with Bengal and reaching these provinces mainly via the educated Bengali immigrants, though sympathy was often expressed for non-political Swadeshi enterprise. Extremism failed to make very much of an impact also on the United Provinces, where Congress political activity had died down after an initial spurt in the late 1880s. Leaders like Madan Mohan Malviya or Motilal Nehru, Bailey argues in his study of Allahabad, still felt that considerable local gains could be made through a policy of cooperation with the provincial government which under MacDonnell had begun to lean a little towards the Hindus. The Nagri resolution giving Hindi equal status with Urdu in courts, government grants to the Nagri Pracharani Sabha, and a fairly helpful official stance towards proposals for a Hindu university at Banaras, all these kept Malviya contented. The British also seemed quite sympathetic towards non-political Swadeshi and particularly to demands for protection of UP sugar, and Malviya and Chinthamani were invited to the OFFI Chaili-sponsored industrial conference at Nainital in 1907. Tilak's UP tour in January 1907 did cause a stir among the students, but most influential political leaders kept away. Malavaya had already annexed to his brand of politics the emotional forces of Hindi and Hindu revivalism which otherwise might have been used by radicals, and no serious attempt seems to have been made by any intelligentsia group to approach the peasantry till about 1917. Extremism in fact became a formidable force only in Banaras, with its big Marathi and particularly Bengali communities, and here a revolutionary group speedily emerged, maintaining contacts with Calcutta through Makadakaran Samadhi, and producing an outstanding leader in Suchendranath Sanyal. UP student recruits to extremism like Sundar Lal were also quickly drawn into terrorism, since prospects for mass politics were evidently poor, and the province because of its geographical position came to occupy an important place in revolutionary plans as the meeting place of Bengal and Punjab groups. Another region where extremism failed was in the Gujarati-speaking districts of Bombay Presidency. In 1907, Feroza Shah Mehta engineered the transfer of the Congress session from Nagpur to the safe moderate stronghold of Surat. Some of the complexities of the situation are indicated, however, by the interesting case of the brothers Kunvarji and Kalyanji. 109. Mehta, rich Gujarat peasants who attended the Surat session, came back enthused by the Lal Bal Pal trio, and started organizational work through the Patidar Yuvak Mandal which culminated in the 1920s in their becoming the real makers of the great Gandhian success story of Bardoli. Punjab. In the Punjab, with its well-established traditional business communities, constructive Swadeshi in the fields of banking, insurance, and education had roots going back to the 1890s, and there had also been some moves to organize a boycott of foreign cloth after the countervailing excise of 1895. Arya Samajists connected with the college faction had been prominent in such self-help efforts, along with the rival Brahmo-leaning group headed by Lala Harkishan Lal which ran the Tribune newspaper. Among the Aryas, constructive Swadeshi often got inextricably combined with militant Hindu consciousness. As his very revealing autobiography makes clear, it was the Hindi-Urdu controversy of the 1880s which made Lajpat Rai become wedded to the idea of Hindu nationality. The boyhood influence of a heavily Islamicized father was obliterated by government school textbooks full of stories of Muslim tyranny, and Lajpat began making pro-Hindi speeches even before learning the Devanagari alphabet. Connections of this Punjab group with the Congress often felt to be both too mendicant and too westernized or secular were in contrast much more sporadic, as we have already seen. Punjab's swing towards a rather short-lived extremism between 1904 and 1907 was determined partly, but as usual by no means solely, by factional considerations. The Arya group of Lajpat and Hans Raj had quarrelled bitterly with Lala Harkishan Lal over the management of the Punjab National Bank and Bharat Insurance, and they started the Punjabi in October 1904 as a radical challenge to the Tribune. Down to late 1906, however, the Punjab variety of extremism was much milder than that of Bengal, concentrating in practice on constructive work rather than boycott, and often seeking joint platforms with moderate congressmen as well as with a Muslim group headed by Muhammad Shafi and Fazal-i Hussain. What made the Punjab situation very different for a few months in 1907 were a series of provocations from the British. The Punjab intelligentsia was infuriated by the prosecution of the Punjabi for writing about racist. 110. Outrages at a time when violent abuse of Indians in the pages of the Civil and Military Gazette passed unnoticed by officials. The trial of the Punjabi editor led to demonstrations and stray attacks on whites in Lahore in February 1907 and again in May. Proposals to tighten up the Land Alienation Act irritated urban Hindu commercial and professional groups. What really frightened the British, however, were signs of discontent and militancy among the peasantry in certain areas, Sikh and Muslim as well as Hindu, and particularly ominous since Punjab supplied one-third of the manpower for the British Indian Army. In the Chenab Canal colony centred around Lyallpur, which British irrigation measures had made fertile, land had been granted in large blocks to peasant immigrants, ex-soldiers and sometimes to urban investors. The whole area was controlled in a rigidly bureaucratic and dictatorial manner by white colonization officers, and the system was sought to be tightened up further by the Chenab Colonies Bill introduced in October 1906. A protest movement began to be organized from 1903 by Siraj-ud-Din Ahmed with his journal Zamindar, and by early 1907 the Chenab colonists were eagerly looking for a broader political leadership. Meanwhile the British added to their own troubles by sharply enhancing in November 1906 the canal water rate in the Bari-Dub region by 25% or sometimes even 50%, and there was a land revenue hike in the Rawalpindi district too. The ravages of the plague and the general price rise contributed to widespread discontent, and labor was also becoming restive. There were several strikes among revenue clerks, and the sympathy aroused by the Northwestern State Railway strike in early 1907 evoked particular alarm in the mind of the Punjab Lieutenant Governor Denzil Ibbetson. Though Lajpat was to be deported in May 1907 on charges of instigating the peasants, his personal role as described in his autobiography seems to have been rather limited. He went to Lyallpur to address meetings of Chenab colonists twice, in February 1907 and again in March during a big cattle fair, but only with considerable hesitation he tells us, and tried to play there a clearly restraining role. Much more important really were the activities of Ajit Singh, who organized the extremist Anjuman-i Mohabban in Lahore with its journal Bharat Mata, a combination of Muhammadan and Hindu names which alarmed Ibbetson. Like many Bengal Samites, Ajit Singh's group would 111 later turn to terrorism, but in 1907 it was extremely active in urging non-payment of revenue and water rates among Chenab Coloradonists and Bari-Dub peasants. Ibbetson in his minute of April 30, 1907 urging drastic action described moves towards a combination to withhold the payment of government revenue, water rates and other rates as an inconceivably dangerous suggestion. There were reports of sepoys attending seditious meetings at Ferozepur, and a government move to debar 5 leading Rawalpindi lawyers from the courts for having sponsored an Ajit Singh meeting led to massive protests in the latter city. Punjab extremism died down quickly, however, after the government struck in May 1907 with a ban on political meetings and the deportation of Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh, repressive measures which were soon intelligently balanced by some concessions, a viceregal veto of the Chenab Colonies Bill, reductions in water rates, and the release of the deportees in September 1907. Arya Samajist leaders hastened to protest their loyalty, and as the radical movement collapsed and swung back sharply towards communal politics. Hindu Sabhas had largely replaced defunct Congress bodies in most districts by 1908-09. Ajit Singh and a few close associates in sharp contrast developed into full-scale revolutionary terrorists, along with a few Aryas like Bhai Paramanand and the brilliant Delhi student Hardale. Madras. In Madras Presidency, extremist ideas acquired considerable influence in 2 widely separated areas, the Andhra Delta region, and Tirunelveli district in the extreme south. Washbrook relates this entirely to factional conflicts. The dominant Mylapore clique headed at this time by V. Krishnaswamy Iyer was being challenged by a combination of some Egmar politicians and Mufassal outgroups. Egmar was now controlling the influential newspaper Hindu of Madras and Prakasam, and Krishna Rao had started the radical Kisna Patrika from Maisulapatam in 1904. The factional conflict was no doubt real enough, but an account which dismisses in a couple of lines what is described as the work of student and workers' mobs in some Andhra towns in 1907 and Tuticorin and Tirunelveli in March 1908 can hardly be considered adequate. 112. Meetings were being held in sympathy with Bengal in Andhra Delta towns like Rajamundry, Kakinada and Maisulapatam from onwards, and what had come to be called the Vandemataram movement received a major fillip from Bipin Pal's tour in April at the invitation of M. Krishna Rao. Repressive measures against Rajamundry students for wearing Vandemataram badges and attending Pal's meetings led to a student strike followed by a movement to start national schools in Andhra. There was also a crowd attack on the Kakinada European Club on May 31, 1907, after a sahib had boxed the ears of a boy for shouting Band Mataram. The Swadeshi atmosphere also contributed heavily to a new interest in Telugu language, literature, and history, and after the decline of extremism leaders like Prakasam, Konda Venkatapaya and Pattabi Sitaramaya, all future Gandhian stalwarts began organizing the Andhra Mahasabha to demand a separate linguistic state for the Telugu-speaking people. Much more alarming immediately from the government point of view were developments in Tirunelveli district centered around Tuticorin port. An official report in December 1906 singled out Tirunelveli as the only district in Madras from where significant anti-British feelings were being reported. G. Subramaniya Iyer toured the district several times in 1906 and 1907, the Tuticorin Vakil V.O. Chidambaram Pillai developed into a major extremist leader, and in October 1906 a Swadeshi steam navigation company was started in Tuticorin to run steamers up to Colombo. The bitter hostility towards the Swadeshi venture shown by the British India Steam Navigation Company sharpened anti-foreign feelings in Tuticorin. A sharp lurch towards radicalism became apparent from January 1908 with the arrival of Subramaniya Shiva, a plebeian agitator from Madura who began addressing almost daily meetings on Tuticorin beach together with Chidambaran Pillai, preaching the message of Swaraj, extended boycott, and occasionally urging more violent methods. By late February they were striking a new note of direct appeal to workers: if the coolies stood out for extra wages, European mills in India would cease to exist, and there was even a statement that the Russian Revolution had benefited the people and that revolutions always brought good to the world. Allegedly as a direct result of such speeches, the workers went on strike at the foreign-owned Coral cotton mills, and a 50% rise in wages was obtained in the first week of March. British efforts in mid-March to stop meetings and prosecute Shiva and Pillai led to closing of shops, protest strikes by municipal and private sweepers and carriage drivers in 113. Tuticorin, attacks on municipal offices, law courts, and police stations at Tirunelveli, and firing in both towns on 11–13 March 1908. The Calcutta Band Mataram on March 13 hailed the Tuticorin events as forging a bond between the educated class and the masses, which is the first great step towards Swaraj. Every victory for Indian labour is a victory for the nation. As in Bengal, however, this first great step remained beyond the reach of extremism, and after the removal of Shiva and Pillai, Tirunelveli radicals either became inactive or formed a small terrorist group which was responsible for the murder of District Magistrate Ash in June 1911. The small group of Tamilian revolutionaries incidentally included a major poet, Subramaniya Bharati, a Tirunelveli Brahmin critical of caste who contributed heavily to emerging Tamil nationalism. A political exile in Pondicherry from 1910, he followed a path sharply different from his fellow émigré VVS Iyer, who became a disciple of the Hindu revivalist Sarkar. Bharati, before his untimely death in 1921, had started writing poems hailing the Russian Revolution of 1917. Maharashtra. Despite a considerable biographical literature on Tilak, generally recognized as the most outstanding extremist leader, no really detailed account seems to be available as yet on the movement in Maharashtra between 1905 and 1908. The Swadeshi mood naturally led to a rapid development of radical journalism, with the Kesari reaching a circulation of 20,000 by 1907, and the creed of Swaraj and extended boycott or passive resistance was energetically preached by Tilak and his close associates both in Maharashtra and in other provinces. Speeches like Tilak's tenets of the new party remain extremist classics, together with Pal's Madras lectures and Aurobindo's Band Mataram articles. There was a revival of the religio-political festivals already pioneered by Tilak in the 1890s. Bonfires of foreign cloth were organized, and a Swadeshi Vastu Pracharani Sabha was set up in Bombay city to carry the new message to what was still a moderate citadel so far as the established political leadership was concerned. Bombay industrialists, as we have already seen, were at best only lukewarm supporters of Swadeshi, and in September 1906, a later police history sheet of Tilak tells us, the extremist leaders bid through Dinshaw Wacha to persuade mill owners to sell dodias at more moderate prices was met by the blunt reply that they could not be supplied except at market rates. Swadeshi enthusiasm for 114. Indigenous cloth, however, contributed, first to the super profits made by Bombay and Ahmedabad during 1905-06, and second, in staving off a major slump in 1906-07 when Japanese competition began sharply curtailing the Chinese yarn market. The major breakthrough represented by the floating of the Tata Iron and Steel project in August 1907 probably also had some connections with the new mood of self-confidence and patriotism generated by political developments. Two major new initiatives are associated with Tilakite activity in Maharashtra and Bombay city in late 1907 and early 1908: mass picketing of liquor shops, and efforts to develop contacts with the predominantly Marathi working class of Bombay. The first, which anticipated a major Gandhian technique, had the twin advantages of reducing government excise revenue, and appealing at times to trends towards a Sanskritizing imitation of Brahmanical norms by lower castes. The second was easier in Bombay than in Calcutta, as a big part of the factory workers at the latter place were non-Bengalis, while in Bombay 49.16% of mill workers in 1911 came from Tilak's home district of Ratnagiri. Some philanthropic work had been started already among Bombay workers in the 1880s, though the initiative had come at first not from the predominantly Brahmin nationalist intelligentsia but from men like N.M. Lokhand, associated with Phule's anti-Brahmin Satyashodhak Samaj movement. More important probably was an emerging tradition of militancy, for if Bombay workers had at times plunged into fratricidal communal strife, they had also mounted spontaneous but powerful strikes in 1892-93 and 1901 against wage cuts, and again in September-October 1905 against a fantastic 15 to 16 hour working day which mill owners were trying to enforce through of electric lights. Nationalist opinion had generally refused to concern itself with labor conditions in Indian-owned as sharply distinct from foreign enterprises, and in 1881 the first Factory Act had been opposed by Ranada's Quarterly Journal and Tilak's Maratha with equal vehemence. Tilak's activities in 1907-08 do not represent as much of a break here as sometimes imagined, as the speeches he made at labor meetings in December 1907 and June 1908 in the Chinchpugla industrial area of Bombay were remarkably free of class war tones. The emphasis throughout was on boycott of foreign goods and liquor. Swadeshi was advocated, as through it the work in mills would increase and the employees would be benefited, and the plight of 115 workers was related to deindustrialization, forcing people to leave villages. Tilak is reported also to have advised the mill hands, specially the job bears and head jobbers, to form committees of mill hands. The jobbers in fact had enormous influence, since they were the main agents in hiring workers, and tended to belong to the same caste and region as the men they engaged. Themselves petty exploiters, the Marathi jobbers often had their own grievances about the predominantly Parsi or white managers and senior foremen. Police reports also pointed out that every mill has its Brahmin clerks, who possess more or less influence amongst the jobbers, and that such clerical groups were very much under the sway of extremism. Jobbers in fact were to play a crucial role in later Bombay labor organization too, till the communist-led Gurney Kamgar attempted a sharp break in 1928. Yet if the extremist leadership had obvious limitations, the massive outburst of proletarian anger in Bombay when Tilak was put on trial in July 1908 and given 6 years transportation remains a major landmark in our history. Nationalist speeches and leaflets and clerical jobber manipulation apart, the workers must have come to realize from their own experiences that officials and policemen were their natural enemies, as purely economic strikes sparked off by truly intolerable living and working conditions were crushed time and again through police intervention. The police commissioner had personally led a force to smash the Phoenix Mill strike, for example, in October 1905. Sporadic strikes, stone throwing, and clashes with the police began with the opening of Tilak's trial on July 13, and soon the army was also called out. When Tilak was convicted on July 22, cloth shop employees of the Mulji Jetha market called for a 6-day hartal avow, which the Bombay working class kept to the letter by staging a massive walkout till July 28, which at its height affected 76 out of 85 textile mills as well American Samoa, the railway workshop of Parel. The police and the army fired repeatedly, and official reports speak of 16 killed and 43 wounded. Tilak's imprisonment was followed by one major Mufusal riot, at the pilgrimage center of Pendharpa on July 29. Both participants and organizers are described in the official report as lower caste people, a fact which, like the Bombay strike, consorts oddly with the oft-repeated theory of extremism in Maharashtra being no more than a Chitpavan conspiracy. But as in other provinces, mass contact and participation proved very short-lived. What survived of Maharashtra extremism after the removal of Tilak largely took to the path of individual terror, with the Nasik-based Ubunva Bharat group as the most important. This had 116 emerged in 1907 from out of the Mitra Mela founded in 1899 by the Savarkar brothers, and pistols sent secretly from London by V.D. Savarkar were used to kill the Nasik district magistrate in December 1909. There was also a similar Nava Bharat group in Gwalior, where the experience of working under Scindia's autocracy led to a complete break with illusions still often cherished in this period by other Indian revolutionaries and nationalists. The Nava Bharat society proclaimed its goal to be a republic, since all native princes are mere puppets. Terrorism in Maharashtra, however, never became anywhere near as formidable as in Bengal, and we hear little more about it after the Nasik and Gwalior conspiracy cases of 1909–10. The Congress split. From 1905 to 1907, the struggle between various trends within the national movement was fought out also at the annual sessions of the Congress, culminating in the Surat split of December 1907. To describe this as the most conspicuous form of extremism, and to define the latter as an all-India coalition of dissidents, who tried to reverse at the top the defeats they had suffered in the localities, is, however, not particularly convincing. The Congress, we must remember, was as yet not a proper political organization worth capturing, but no more than an annual forum whose deliberations have been given perhaps somewhat exaggerated significance, and the extremists down to 1907-08 had certainly not been defeated in their regional bases of Bengal, Punjab, parts of Madras and Maharashtra. A few efforts were made in this period to give to the Congress a more substantial form, most notably through a resolution at the Calcutta Congress recommending the formation of district associations, for sustained and continuous political work. Numerous district conferences were organized in 1907 and early 1908 in a number of provinces, mainly though by no means entirely at extremist initiative. Some of the moderate leaders also tried to adjust themselves to the new atmosphere. Industrial conferences began to be held from December 1905 onwards, along with the Congress sessions, to promote a kind of non-militant Swadeshi. Gokhale in June 1905 launched his Servants of India Society, combining strictly moderate goals with an insistence on self-sacrifice, moral purity, and full-time national work on a salary of no more than 65 per month. The society had managed to recruit no more than 20 members, however, by 1909. For the rest, the Congress remained what it had been previously. Persuading it to adopt extremist resolutions would mean good publicity and added prestige, but not much more. 117. At Benares in December 1905, the extremist challenge was still rather weak. Gokhale's presidential address and a separate resolution condemned partition and repressive measures in Bengal, but the only reference to boycott described it in noticeably half-hearted language, perhaps the only constitutional and effective means left to them of drawing the attention of the public. Tilak, Lajpat, and Motilal Ghosh opposed in the Subjects Committee a resolution which most humbly and respectfully welcomed the coming visit of the Prince of Wales, but eventually by a compromise arrangement they and their followers kept away from the open session which passed this resolution unanimously. By December 1906, extremism had advanced considerably, and forged a certain degree of intra-provincial contacts. Moves to elect Tilak or Lajpat as president for the coming Calcutta session could be scotched by the dominant Bombay caucus only by inviting the universally respected father figure, Dadabhai Naoroji. Calcutta in a way marked the height of extremist influence over the Congress with its resolutions on boycott, Swadeshi, national education, and self-government, though an element of equivocation was frequently present. Naoroji redefined the goal of the Congress in deliberately ambiguous terms: self-government or Swaraj like that of the United Kingdom or the Coloradonese. There would remain considerable difference between the political systems of Britain and the colonies or dominions till at least the Statute of Westminster of 1926. Bipin Pal's effort to extend the resolution on boycott to cover other provinces and boycott of honorary offices as well as of foreign goods was promptly repudiated by Malviya and Gokhale, and differing interpretations were given of all four major resolutions throughout 1907. Mehta managed to shift the venue of the next session from Nagpur to Surat, and as by convention the local reception committee chose the president, ensured in this way the election of the very moderate Rash Bihari Ghosh. Both sides came prepared for a confrontation. There were uproarious scenes on the opening day as rumors spread that the four Calcutta resolutions would be dropped, and on December 27 Tilak's abortive move for an adjournment was followed by the famous throwing of the Marathi chapel and the dissolution of the session into total chaos. Prisi's responsibility for the actual clash has remained controversial, but on a broader view the major provocation seems to have come from the moderates. Certainly not only Lajpat but also Tilak and most 118 of his Bengal friends repeatedly tried for a reunion of the Congress in the months following Surat. But the Bombay moderate group remained inflexible, and the Allahabad Convention made the split definitive by drawing up a constitution which fixed the Congress methods as strictly constitutional and limited to bringing about steady reform of the existing system of administration and most important of all restricted delegate election to recognized bodies of over 3 years standing. Every effort was thus made to deliberately exclude extremists from future sessions. The most important factor responsible for the sudden rigidity of the moderate leadership was an expectation of reforms, as the Liberals were in power in England and the famous liberal political thinker John Morley was Secretary of State. It is to the evolution of British policies, therefore, that we must turn now. Repression, conciliation, and divide and rule. 1909 to 1914 Morley and Minto discussions of British Indian government policy have often become debates over who originated a particular measure, the Viceroy or the Secretary of State. This has been markedly evident with Morley and Minto, due to the early publication of extracts from their correspondence by the ex-Secretary of State and the Viceroy's wife. A massive literature exists on this subject, but the question is really a rather trivial one, for the differences between the liberal scholar Morley and the Viceroy were, as we shall see, seldom over fundamentals. The really important theme is the way in which both contributed, together with many other officials, to the formulation of a set of policies for tackling political unrest which was to remain more or less standard for the remaining years of British rule in India. Three major components may be distinguished here: outright repression, concessions to rally the moderates, and divide and rule, best typified by the device of separate electorates. After 1906, repressive measures were adopted at first with considerable hesitation and uncertainty, since their target would have to be educated Indians for whom civil liberties and the rule of law had been on the whole both a reality and an important ideological instrument for keeping them contented. They were first tried out by the Lt. Governor of the new 119 province of East Bengal and Assam, Bampfield Fuller, who unleashed Gurkhas on Barisal, banned the Band Mataram slogan, and tried to get schools disaffiliated for participation in politics. Minto, and much more so, Morley, were rather embarrassed and readily accepted Fuller's resignation in August 1906 over a clash on the disaffiliation issue. More systematic repression began in 1907-08, after the Punjab events and, above all, the Bengal bombs. The major instruments forged included banning of seditious meetings in specific areas, newspaper acts enabling seizure of presses, the Criminal Law Amendment Act of December 1908 which permitted a ban on the principal Samitis in Bengal, and deportations. Morley frequently made the appropriate liberal noises, expressed the feeling that he was becoming an accomplice in Cossack rule, but did or could do little except getting deportation terms somewhat reduc ed. After 1910, the tough line was continued under Hardinge's home member Reginald Craddock, to reach its culmination in the Wartime Defence of India Act of 1915. After a series of fairly fruitful meetings with Gokhale, Morley did initially prod Minto into balancing a maintenance of the unpopular partition with some reforms. Cast iron bureaucracy won't go on forever, some more Indians should be allowed into legislative and, perhaps, even executive councils. More time should be given for budget debates and amendments permitted, though of course officials would remain a majority, and there was no question of introducing English political institutions into India, assuredly not in your day or mine. Minto and other officials in India were quite determined, however, that reform proposals should be seen as coming from Calcutta, and firmly scotched Morley's proposal for a parliamentary commission of inquiry. They took their own time over preparing a reform scheme, and the final Government of India dispatch on reform was sent only on October 1, 1908. Morley and Minto also differed on the kind of moderates who could be rallied. While Morley would have liked adjustments with Congress moderates of the Gokhale brand, the Viceroy seems to have usually meant by the term loyalists outside the Congress. He suggested at first something like a council of princes, and then eagerly accepted upper-class Muslims as the necessary counterweight. Minto and his political secretary Harcourt Butler in fact inaugurated a significant departure in British policy towards the princely states, when the Viceroy in his Udaipur speech of 1909 emphasized the principle of non-interference. 120. In the internal affairs of native states. It is easy to overestimate the value of administrative efficiency. Minto made an explicit reference also to joint action against sedition as a further proof of the prince's devotion and loyalty to the crown. Thus the post-mutiny policy of alliance with feudal chiefs was being extended in face of the nationalist danger, and Curzonian interference for the sake of efficiency being given up. The Indian Councils Act of 1909 did allow somewhat greater powers of budget discussion, putting questions and sponsoring resolutions to members of legislative councils, and for the first time formally introduced the principle of elections. Details of seat allocation and electoral qualifications were left to be made by regulations in India, to be settled in accordance with the specific recommendations of the local governments, leaving ample scope for bureaucratic whittling down of reforms by themselves hardly very generous. There was to be special provision in addition for representation of professional classes, the landholders, the Mahomedans, European commerce and Indian commerce. An official majority was retained in the Imperial Legislative Council. Electoral rules were also made markedly invidious, the income qualification for Muslim voters being considerably lower, for instance, than for Hindus. It must be added that though officials and Muslim leaders always talked in terms of entire communities, in practice only particular elite groups among Muslims were being preferred throughout by government policy. Thus when separate electorates were extended to UP local bodies in 1916, government servants, pensioners and landlords heavily outnumbered less reliable groups, like professional men, traders, or ulama in the Muslim franchise. Simla Deputation and Muslim League. Thus a remarkable success had attended the efforts of the predominantly UP and Aligarh-based Muslim elite group which had organized the Simla Deputation to Minto on October 1, 1906, pleading for separate electorates and representation in excess of numerical strength in view of the value of the contribution Muslims were making to the defense of the empire. The 121. Same group quickly took over the Muslim League, initially floated by Salimullah at Dhaka in December 1906. Admirers of the Muslim League have indignantly sought to refute the nationalist charge that this entire movement had been stage-managed by the British, and was no more than a command performance. The Sayyid Ahmed group had been pleading for special Muslim representation by nomination from the 1880s, and as elections became unavoidable, a demand for separate electorates was bound to emerge. Very significant also were signs of internal differences among politically conscious Muslims. Sayyid Ahmed's political heir, Mohsin ul-Mulk, informed Principal Archbold on August 4, 1906 that a more active political line was necessary, as young educated Mohammedans seemed to have sympathy for the Congresses, referring probably to Aligarh young gentlemen like Hazrat Mahani or Muhammad Ali or the Zamindar editor Zafar Ali Khan of Lahore. The Aligarh Students' Union had in fact passed a resolution advocating Hindu-Muslim political cooperation in May 1906. Mohsin ul-Mulk insisted on removing from Archbold's initial draft a sentence pledging aloofness from political agitation, since the radicals he wanted to counter were already saying that the policy of Sir Syed and that of mine has done no good to Mohammedans. Yet British responsibility for the encouragement of communal separatism remains an undeniable fact. Fuller had been playing off the two sections of the population against each other in the new province, admitted Minto to Morley on August 15, 1906, and his successor had continued the policy of favoring Muslims in new appointments. He also pressed Minto to sanction a 14-lakh loan to Nawab Salimullah of Dhaka as a political matter of great importance. There is ample evidence that through Principal Archbold, Mohsin ul-Mulk and other Muslim leaders kept in close touch with the Viceroy's private secretary Dunlop Smith, as well as with officials like the Lucknow Commissioner Harcourt Butler. While organizing the Muslim League, the Aga Khan assured Dunlop Smith on October 29, 1906 that he had instructed Mohsin ul-Mulk not to move in any matter before first finding out if the step to be taken has the full approval of government privately. More important than direct inspiration, however, was an objective similarity of interests, which would repeatedly manifest itself in succeeding decades between officialdom and both Muslim and Hindu upper-class communalists. It may be mentioned in parenthesis that at a meeting of the Bharat Dharma Mahamandal in December 1906, the Maharaja of Darbhanga had declared that with the Hindus loyalty or 122. Rajbhakti is an element of religion. Nothing else can explain how an infant and really quite weak organization like the Muslim League, pursuing mendicant techniques identical with those of the early Congress, could still be so successful within 3 years of its foundation. A deputation under Amir Ali in early 1909 was able to quickly scotch a move by Morley to replace separate electorates by a mixed electoral college, since the contacts it had established with Tories were alarming for a Liberal administration engaged in a bitter fight over internal reforms. I cannot see that they are in the least entitled to the number of seats that will now be allotted to them, Minto confessed to Morley in private on November 11, 1909, but neither felt it at all incumbent to do anything about it. The basic weakness of the Muslim League was to be revealed soon enough, when, ignoring its loud protests, the new province of Eastern Bengal and Assam, which had undoubtedly helped the Muslim elite, was suddenly wound up in December 1911. The Indian Councils Act of 1909 proved to be the most short-lived of all of Britain's constitutional experiments in India, being totally revised within 9 years by the Montagu-Chelmsford Report of 1918. It quickly revealed itself to be a failure, both in rallying moderates and in keeping politically active Hindus and Muslim apart. The moderates at their Madras Congress had welcomed the proposed reforms as large and liberal. By 1909, however, a closer look had made men like Malviya extremely critical of the excessive concessions to Muslims. As Bailey has shown in detail in his micro-study of Allahabad, developments like the uneasiness caused by violations of civil liberties in the suppression of radicals and further extension of separate electorates into local bodies were making an important section of the old moderate leadership think in terms of somewhat greater militancy by about 1915-16. For the moment, however, Congress politics remained very dull in the immediate pre-war years. Attendance at Congress sessions fell off sharply, and moderates without extremists to prod them on seemed capable of only making eloquent speeches. Gokhale did that with some effect on the floor of the Reformed Imperial Council, pleading for universal primary education, attacking repressive policies, and drawing public attention to the plight of indentured laborers and the condition of Indians in South Africa. The Muslim political elite got a rude shock in December 1911, when George V announced the revocation of the partition at the Delhi Durbar. The king had personally suggested this as a suitable boon. He had seen 123. Something of the Bengal agitation at first hand, having visited India as Prince of Wales in 1905-06. After some initial hesitation, Viceroy Hardinge and Secretary of State Crewe found the idea quite attractive as it involved little extra expenditure unlike other possible boons. The suggestion was strongly endorsed by Home Member Jenkins, who was deeply worried by the continuing revolutionary terrorism in Bengal, and felt that until we get rid of the partition ulcer, we shall have no peace. The Government of India dispatch of August 25, 1911 linked the reunion of Bengal under a governor-in-council with the transfer of the capital to Delhi, both as a sop to Muslim sentiments and, much more important, on the rather far-sighted argument that viceregal authority should be insulated from provincial pressures as ultimately a larger measure of self-government was inevitable in the provinces. Muslim opinion was not mollified by the bid to recall Delhi-based Mughal glory, and was in fact further alienated by Britain's refusal to help Turkey in her Italian and Balkan wars, Hardinge's rejection of proposals for a Muslim university at Aligarh in August 1912, and the August 1913 riot in Kanpur over demolition of a platform adjoining a mosque. The so-called Young Party captured the Muslim League in 1912, and began steering it towards greater militancy, some kind of accommodation with nationalist Hindus, and increasing pan-Islamism. Its leaders included Wazir Hassan, Tak. Sherwani and the more radical Ali brothers and Hazrat Mahani in UP, the extremist veteran Zafar Ali Khan in Punjab, and Fazlul Huq in Bengal. Unlike old party veterans like Salimullah, Nawab Ali Chaudhuri and Chansul Huda in Bengal or Mohsin ul Mulk in UP, these were seldom titled zamindars. Francis Robinson has shown that in UP the Young Party tended to belong to the class which occasionally had a small pittance in rents from land but generally, had to find employment in service or the professions very similar in social composition, it may be noted, to radical Hindu nationalists. Journals like Muhammad Ali's Comrade, Abul Kalam Azad's Al-Hilal or Zafar Ali Khan's Zamindar were soon attracting police attention by their pan-Islamist and anti-British tone. The Ali brothers, backed by Abdul Bari's Lucknow-based Firungi Mahal School of Ulama, organized the Anjuman-i Kaaba in 1913 to raise funds to protect the Muslim holy places, and in 1912-13 Ansari and Zafar Ali Khan led a medical mission to help Turkey in the Balkan Wars. Wazir Hassan, as the new secretary of the Muslim League, pushed through in March 1913, a resolution stating colonial self-government. 124. Through constitutional means to be the League's aim, bringing it in tune with the Congress. The stage was being set for the Caliphate movement and a period of general Hindu-Muslim political cooperation. Revolutionary terrorism. Meanwhile, revolutionary terrorism had shown no signs of abatement in Bengal, being quite unmoved by the royal boon of December 1911 abrogating the partition. The tightly organized Dhaka-Aina-Shalan, which now had branches throughout the province and even beyond it, concentrated on Swadeshi dacoities to raise funds and assassinations of officials and traitors. The Agantar party led by Jatindranath Mukherjee represented a much looser confederation of groups, which on the whole tried more to conserve their resources and build international contacts so as to organize a real military conspiracy at an appropriate time. Rashbihari Bose and Sachindranath Sanyal knit together a far-flung secret organization spanning centers in Punjab, Delhi, and UP, and staged a spectacular bomb attack on Hardinge while he was making his official entry into the new capital on December 23, 1912. Increasingly, however, the need for shelter, the possibility of bringing out revolutionary literature immune from press acts, and the quest for arms took Indian revolutionaries abroad. In London, Shyamji Krishnavarma had started in 1905 a Centre for Indian Students, a journal, an Indian Home Rule Society, and a little later a scholarship scheme to bring radical youth from India. Krishnavarma's own militancy remained a bit theoretical, and was confined largely to a theory of passive resistance, but from 1907 his India House was taken over by a revolutionary group led by V.D. Savarkar from Nashik. Madan Lal Dhingra of this circle assassinated the India Office bureaucrat Curzon Wiley in July 1909, and went to the scaffold with a memorable declaration of patriotic fervour: "Neither rich nor able, a poor son like myself can offer nothing but his blood on the altar of mother's deliverance. May I be reborn of the same mother, and may I ready in the same sacred cause, till my mission is done and she stands free for the good of humanity and to the glory of God." London became too hot for Indian revolutionists now, particularly after Savarkar had been extradited in 1910 to be given life transportation in the Nashik conspiracy case. New centres emerged on the continent: Paris and Geneva, from where Madame Kama, a Parsi revolutionary who developed close contacts with French socialists like Jean Longuet, brought out the Band Mataram, and, increasingly important as Anglo-German relations worsened, Berlin, which Virendranath Chattopadhyay chose as his base from 1909 onwards. 125. Indians in Britain and Europe could be no more than fairly isolated émigré groups. In British Columbia and the Pacific Coast states of USA, however, the revolutionary movement for the first time acquired something like a mass base. A colony of about 15,000 Indians, mostly Sikhs, had come into existence here by 1914, consisting of fairly prosperous traders and workers, yet suffering acutely from various forms of racial discrimination about which the British Indian government did nothing. The famous Gadra movement began in 1913 in San Francisco, founded by Sohan Singh Bucknell and including among its early leaders the brilliant though somewhat mercurial intellectual Hardale from St. Stephen's College, Delhi. It took its name from the weekly Gadra, brought out from November 1, 1913 in Urdu, Gurmukhi, and later several other Indian languages, which began its first issue with the following dramatic passage: "What is our name? The Gadra. In what does our work consist? In bringing about a rising. Where will this rising break out? In India. When will it break out? In a few years." The Gadra movement represented one of the two main contributions made by Indian colonies abroad to the cause of India's freedom struggle in this period. The other, the experience of Satyagraha in South Africa, will be discussed a little later in connection with the emergence of Mahatma Gandhi. Apart from the real threat they came to represent to British rule for a few years during the First World War, the wanderings of Indian revolutionaries abroad helped to end the intense Hindu religiosity, relative parochialism, and rather limited social outlook of early militant nationalism. The aggressively Hindu Bhavani Mandir pamphlet of Aurobindo Ghosh spoke of a need to Aryanize the world, wanted to unite all classes through the link of a single and living religious spirit, and had even explicitly desired to promote sympathy between the zamindars and the peasants and to heal all discords. The pamphlet O Martyrs brought out by the London group evoked, however, the memory of the joint Hindu-Muslim upsurge of 1857, how the Firangi rule was shattered to pieces and the Swadeshi thrones were set up by the common consent of Hindus and Mohammedans. A vision of international anti-imperialist struggle was emerging. Dhingra's pistol shot has been heard by the Irish cottier in his forlorn hut, by the Egyptian fellah in the field, by the Zulu laborer in the dark mine. Contacts with Irish radicals were particularly close. The New York Gaelic American of G.F. Freeman, for instance, was being constantly seized by Indian customs along with journals like Indian Sociologist, Band Mataram, Chattopadhyay's Talvar, Tarkanath Das Free Hindustan, and the Gadra. And links were being developed with the international socialist movement too. Hindman of the British Marxist Social Democratic Federation addressed 126 meetings at Krishnavarma's India House. Madame Kama unfurled the flag of Free India at the Stuttgart Congress of the Second International in August 1907, and Hardale served as secretary of the San Francisco branch of the anarcho-syndicalist Industrial Workers of the World. He also wrote perhaps the earliest Indian article on Karl Marx in the Modern Review of March 1912. It is not accidental that the first Indian communes would emerge from this milieu after the October Revolution in Russia. Men like the Yugantar leader Narav Bhattacharjee, Virendranath Chattopadhyay, Abani Mukherjee, and some Gujjar veterans. War and Indian politics. The First World War brought about really crucial changes in the political life and socio-economic conditions of India. Leaving the more profound consequences for later discussion, we may concentrate first on the varying reactions to the war among already active Indian political groups. Revolutionary activities. For revolutionaries striving for immediate complete independence, the war seemed a heaven-sent opportunity, draining India of troops and bringing the possibility of financial and military help from German and Turkish enemies of Britain. It was the one point of time when a successful coup d'état appeared not impossible. Britain's war with Turkey brought about close cooperation between Hindu nationalists and militant Muslim pan-Islamists, and important Muslim revolutionary leaders emerged, men like Barkatullah in Gujarat and the Deoband mullahs Mahmud Hassan and Ubaidullah Sindhi. In Bengal, the revolutionaries achieved a major success in August 1914, when a large consignment of 50 Mauser pistols and 46,000 rounds of ammunition was appropriated by them from the Rada firm in Calcutta through a sympathetic employee. The curve of political dacoities and murder reached its highest point, now 12 and 7 in 1914-15, and no less than 23 and 9 in 1915-16. Most Bengal groups united under Jatin Mukherjee, and planned the disruption of rail communications, seizure of Fort William in Calcutta, and landing of German arms. The grandiose plans were ruined, however, by poor coordination, and Bhagat died a hero's death near Balasore on the Orissa coast, where he had been tracked down by the police through the help of local villagers, a tragic reminder of the essential social isolation of the Bengal revolutionaries. The Bengal plans were part of a far-flung conspiracy organized by Rash Bihari Bose and Sachin Sanyal in cooperation with returned Gujarites in Punjab. The latter had started coming back in their thousands after the outbreak of the war to fight for the country's freedom. Passions were inflamed further by the Komagata Maru incident. A shipload of would-be Sikh and Punjabi Muslims immigrants, turned back from Vancouver by Canadian immigration authorities, clashed with the police on their return at Bhuj Bhuj near Calcutta, and 22 were killed. Many of the Punjabis who returned after 1914 were quickly rounded up by the British, and the plan for a coordinated revolt on February 21, 1915 based on mutinies by Ferozepur, Lahore, and Rawalpindi garrisons was foiled at the last moment by treachery. Rash Bihari Bose had to flee to Japan, and Sachin Sanyal was transported for life for having tried to subvert garrisons at Banaras and Danapur. Though the plan for an all-India revolt misfired badly, its organizers and particularly the Gujarites were still pioneers in taking revolutionary ideas to the army and to the peasants. There were some scattered mutinies, most notably at Singapore on February 15, 1915, of the Punjabi Muslim 5th Light Infantry and the 36th Sikh Battalion under Jamadar Kisti Khan, Jamadar Abdul Ghani and Subedar Dud Khan. 37 were executed after its suppression, and 41 transported for life. The Punjab political dacoities of January-February 1915 also had a somewhat new social content. In at least 3 out of the 5 main cases, the targets were village money lenders and the raiders burnt debt bonds before decamping with the cash. The lowly Gujar peasant and sepoy heroes have been much less remembered than the Bhadralok Bengal terrorists who remain household names at least in their own province, yet surely they deserve a better fate. They included men like Kardar Singh Saraba, 19-year-old organizer of mutiny among Punjab garrisons, who died with the words, "If I had to live more lives than one, I would sacrifice each of them for my country's sake." Memorable too are the parting words of Abdullah, solitary Muslim in a group of rebel sepoys executed at Umballa, who spurned offers to betray his Kafir comrades. "It is with these men alone that the gates of heaven shall open to me." Efforts to send help to revolutionaries from abroad were centered during the war years in Berlin, where the Indian Independence Committee was set up in 1915 under Virendranath Chattopadhyay, Bhupen Dutta, Hardale 128, and some others in collaboration with the German Foreign Office under the so-called Zimmermann Plan. An Indo-German-Turkish mission tried to stir up anti-British feelings among tribes near the Indo-Iranian border, and in December 1915 Mahendrapratap, Barkatullah and Ubaidullah Sindhi set up a provisional government of Free India at Kabul, with some backing from Crown Prince Amanullah but not from Amir Habibullah. The USA was a third center, where the remaining Gujjar leaders like Ramchandra and New York agents of the Berlin Committee headed by Chandra Chakrabarti received considerable German funds but squabbled among themselves. The Hindu conspiracy case after U.S. entry into the war ended such activities. Funds were channeled also through German embassies in the Far East, and from Japan Rashbihari Bose and Abani Mukherjee made several efforts to send arms after 1915. The gun-running attempts all failed with depressing regularity, however, and in any case came too late, for in India the flashpoint of possible armed revolt had come and gone in early 1915. The British met the wartime threat by a formidable battery of repressive measures, the most intensive since 1857, and above all by the Defence of India Act passed in March 1915 primarily to smash the Gujjar movement. Large numbers of suspects were held without trial for years in Bengal and Punjab, and special courts handed down extremely severe sentences. One estimate of the Gujjar trials lists 46 executions and 64 life sentences, excluding numerous court-martials of army men. Apart from Bengal terrorists and Punjab Gujarites, radical pan-Islamists also aroused considerable British alarm, and the Ali brothers Azad and Hazrat Mahani were interned for years during the war and in some cases even afterwards. Unity at Lucknow. Indian politicians who were not revolutionaries supported the war effort in 1918. Tilak and Gandhi would even go to the extent of trying to raise money and men for the British through village tours, but with the hope that the rulers would grant major political reforms in return for such loyalty. Purchase war debentures, but look to them as the title deeds of home rule, was Tilak's plea in 1918. An objective basis thus emerged during the war years for a kind of joint platform of moderates, extremists, and the Young Party-controlled Muslim League around a program for putting constitutional but still quite intense pressure on the beleaguered British government in return for war support. The ever-pragmatic Tilak seemed eager to make up with his old Congress enemies after returning from his Mandalay exile in 1914, and while Firoza Shah Mehta proved obdurate till his death in 1915, other moderates like Bhupendranath Bose of Calcutta expressed their willingness. 129. To accept any means to lift the Congress out of the present bog. A major new element which helped the reunification process was the sudden rise to political prominence of the Theosophist leader Annie Besant from 1914. Besant, as subsequent events were to reveal, was far from being a consistent anti-imperialist, but she had come to feel that a substantial measure of self-government was necessary for Indo-British friendship, and that the only way of achieving this goal was through effective and nationwide agitation and organization modelled on the British Radical and Irish Home Rule movements. In December 1915, the Tilak Group was allowed to re-enter the Congress, and both the Congress and Muslim League, meeting simultaneously at Bombay, set up committees to draft a platform of minimum constitutional demands through mutual consultation. 19 non-official members of the Imperial Council jointly petitioned the Viceroy in October 1916, calling for representative government and dominion status for India. At Lucknow in December 1916, a common demand was raised again for elected majorities in councils, while Hindu-Muslim political differences were sought to be resolved through the famous Lucknow Pact, by which Congress accepted separate electorates and a bargain was struck over distribution of seats. The Muslim leaders accepted underrepresentation in Muslim-majority areas, in return for over-representation in provinces like Bombay or United Provinces. The pact clearly reflected on the Muslim side the interests of the UDP-based Young Party led by Wazir Hassan and Mahmudabad, and aroused some resentment in Bengal despite the support given to it by the Fazlul Huq group. Home rule agitation. The Congress, however, remained a purely deliberative body not geared to any sustained agitation, and Tilak's proposal at Lucknow to set up a compact working committee as a first step towards converting it into a real party was ruled out of order by the president. Agitational work had therefore to be organized through the two Home Rule Leagues of Tilak and Annie Besant. Besant had announced plans for such a league in September 1915, and worked to that end through her Madras newspapers New India and Commonweal, followed by the Bombay Young India started in early 1916. Tilak forestalled her, partly in order to maintain his old Maharashtra base, by starting his Home Rule League in April 1916. This remained confined to Maharashtra and Karnataka, but claimed a membership of 14,000 in April 1917 and 32,000 by early 1918. Besant's League, which had more of an 130 All India character but relied heavily at first on its founders' old theosophical contacts, was set up in September 1916. While Tilak and Kelkar tried to run a fairly centralized organization from Pune, the Udyar headquarters of Besant's League maintained only loose supervision over its 200-odd local branches. At its height in mid-1917 the Besant Home Rule League had 27,000 members. The activities of the Home Rule Leagues consisted in organizing discussion groups and reading rooms in cities, mass sale of pamphlets, and lecture tours no different in form from older moderate politics, but significantly new so far as intensity and extent were concerned. Tilak's League in its first year sold 47,000 copies of 6 Marathi and 2 English pamphlets, and Besant's organization had already brought out 300,000 copies of 26 English tracts by September 1916. There was some talk too, of passive resistance when Besant and her two principal theosophist colleagues, Arundale and Wadia, were interned in June 1917. While the bulk of the propaganda was centered around the somewhat abstract and intellectual concept of home rule, a few speeches of Tilak which have survived do reveal interesting efforts repeatedly pointing towards later Gandhian themes to relate this ideal to more specific and concrete popular grievances. Zulm has been exercised upon us in connection with the Forest Department, liquor has spread more in connection with the Abkari Department, and references were made also to revenue pressures and the salt tax. Nor was Tilak's movement a purely Chitpavan Brahmin affair. Membership lists of his Home Rule League show considerable participation of non-Brahmin traders in Pune and Gujars and Marathas outnumbered Brahmans in districts like Khandesh. Home Rule Leaguers like B.P. Wadia also started some trade union activity, though of quite a moderate kind, among the Madras city working class. The real importance of the Home Rule agitation, and particularly of Besant's League, lay, however, in the extension to new areas, groups, and something like a new generation, a point emphasized by H.F. Owen in the only substantial account of the movement available so far. Apart from Maharashtra, the other two old extremist bases were relatively quiet. Punjab and Bengal had been the main targets of British repression during the war years, making any kind of open militant agitation difficult, though in Bengal the Bhavanipur Provincial Conference marked the entry into active politics of a major new leader, Chittaranjan Das. The Besant League found its main support from Tamil Brahmans of Madras city and Mufassal towns, urban professional groups in the United Provinces, the Hindu Amil minority in Sindh, and younger Gujarati industrialists, traders, and lawyers in Bombay city and Gujarat. 131. Theosophy, with its combination of a modicum of social reform, theories of ancient Hindu wisdom and glory, and mystic claims that all the achievements of the modern West had been anticipated by the rishis, had won recruits mainly from such groups, perhaps because other reform or revivalist movements like Brahmoism or the Arya Samaj had not reached them very much. There was also something like a political vacuum, for with the exception of the cities of Bombay and Madras, these were areas without strongly established political traditions, whether extremist or moderate. Besant herself soon broke sharply with radical politics, along with many of her closest associates in Madras. But among the young men activized by the Home Rule movement were numerous future leaders of Indian politics from the 1920s onwards, Satyamurthy in Madras, Jitendralal Banerjee in Calcutta, Jawaharlal Nehru and Kalikuzaman in Allahabad and Lucknow, and in Bombay and Gujarat men like the wealthy dye importer Jamidas Dwarkadas, the industrialist Umar Sobhani, the rich man's son Shankar Lal Bankar, and Indu Lalyajanik. Besant's League had 2,600 members in Bombay city, and held meetings of up to 10 to 12,000 at Chantaram's Chawl in an area inhabited by government employees and industrial workers. Gujarat and many parts of UP were also being activized for the first time portents of the future, when these areas would constitute the backbone of Gandhian nationalism. Besant performed a somersault in late 1917, when Montagu's promise of responsible government converted her almost overnight into a near loyalist. Tilak, too, became increasingly involved in a libel suit against Valentine Khairol, and left for England to fight his case in September 1918. Meanwhile, Gandhi was winning his first political spurs in India, at Champaran, Kheda, and Ahmedabad during 1917-18. Before turning to the interrelated processes of constitutional reform, the beginnings of Gandhism, and the broader impact of the war on Indian life, however, it is necessary to consider briefly certain developments during 1905 to 1917 below the level of all India politics, which also contributed greatly in the end to the transformation of the Indian scene after 1919, tribal and peasant unrest, lower-class communalism, caste associations, and the development of regional sentiments. Tribal revolts. As in the 19th century, tribal outbreaks remained an endemic feature of many parts of India. In the Nalamala hills of Cuttapah and Nellore. 132. For instance, the very primitive food-gathering Chencha tribe found its traditional rights to forest product being increasingly restricted by the government from 1898 onwards, though the latter was somewhat inhibited by the fear that pure repression might lead to the total destruction by fire of the Nalamala forests. The tightening up of restrictions for conservancy and revenue purposes by a forest committee in 1913 directly contributed to a powerful forest satyagraha in Cuttapah during the non-cooperation movement. The old Rampa country of the Godavari Hills also remained restive, with a Fichuri or revolt in 1916 serving as a prelude to the major rebellion under Alluri Sitramarayu in 1922-24, which will be described in the next chapter. In 1910, British troops suppressed a rising in the Jagdalpur region against the Raja of Bastar, though partly provoked by a succession dispute. The main cause was again the recent imposition of forest regulations banning shifting cultivation and free use of forest produce. The rebels disrupted communications, attacked police stations and forest outposts, burned schools, and even tried to besiege Jagdalpur town. In the Orissa feudatory state of Daspala in October 1914, a Khand rebellion which began over a disputed succession quickly took on a different color, as rumors spread that a war had started and soon there would be no Sahebs left in the country and the Khans would live under their own rule. The British feared a general Khand rising which could set ablaze the whole of the vast inaccessible mountain tracts stretching along the eastern Ghats so far as Kalahandi and Bastar, and so went about burning Khand villages. News of the war produced interestingly similar results among the Orions of Chot Nagpur, the neighbors of the Mundas. Here a movement started by Jatra Bhagat in 1914 calling for monotheism, abstention from meat, liquor, and tribal dances, and a return to shifting cultivation briefly took on a more radical millenarian color in the following year as rumors spread of the imminent coming of a savior variously identified with Birsa or a German or Kaiser Baba. Quick repressive action stamped out this militant strand, but a more pacific Tana Bhagat movement survived among the Orions and developed important links with Gandhian nationalism from the 1920s. British efforts to recruit tribal labour for menial work on the Western Front led to a Santal rising in Mayurbhanj and a rebellion in Manipur among the Thado Kukis in 1917. Guerrilla war went on here for 2 years, fueled also by other grievances like Pothang, and government efforts to stop them. Meanwhile in southern Rajasthan more. 133. Then 1,000 miles away, the hills of Banswara, Sant, and Dungarpur states had been stirred to action by a reform movement under Govind Guru. This began as a temperance and purification movement, but in late 1913 developed into a bid to set up a Bhil Raj. 4,000 Bhils assembled on Mangad Hill, and the British were able to disperse them only after considerable resistance, in which 12 tribals were killed and 900 taken prisoner. Peasant movements. Mewar was also the scene of a number of important peasant movements. By a curious coincidence, these began in 1905, at a time when in far-off Bengal patriotic intellectuals like R.C. Dude, D.L. Roy, Abanindranath Tagore, and Rabindranath were writing novels, plays, stories and poems extolling the chivalry and heroism of the medieval Ranas of Chittor. The latter's modern descendants combined abject servility towards the British with the grossest forms of feudal exploitation of the peasantry. At Bijolia, a big Mewar Jagir held by a Parmar Rajput, there were 86 different types of cesses on Kisans, and in 1905 and again in 1913 the latter collectively refused to cultivate lands and tried to emigrate to neighboring areas. The 1913 protest was led by a sadhu, Sitaram Das, while in 1915 a new element was introduced by the externment in this region of an ex-revolutionary connect with Sachin Sanyal's group named Bhoop Singh, alias Vijay Singh Puthak. Puthak in exile developed into a peasant leader, and persuaded a state official, Manik Lal Varma, to jointly lead a no-tax movement against the Udaipur Maharana in 1916. Peasant refusal to contribute to war loans was another element in the Bijolia movement, which later developed Gandhian contacts and continued into the 1920s. Both Puthak and Varma later became important Congress leaders in Rajasthan. Peasant movements contributed directly and very substantially to the birth of Gandhian nationalism in two areas, Champaran in northwest Bihar and Kheda in Gujarat. While Gandhi's intervention was indispensable in raising the local issues here to the level of all India politics, there is ample evidence in both cases of discontent and protest long before the coming of the Mahatma, and of the existence of what Jacques Paukpadas in his study of Champaran has called upward pressure from the rural masses themselves. There had been sporadic resistance in Champaran since the 1860s to the Tinkathia system, by which European planters holding thikatari leases from the big zamindars of Ramnagar, Bettiah, and Madhubun made peasants cultivate indigo on part of their land at unremunerative prices. As indigo declined from about 1900 in face of competition from synthetic 134 dyes, the planters tried to pass the burden on the peasants by charging sharabashi or tawan in return for releasing them from the obligation to grow indigo. Widespread resistance developed in the Motihari Bettiahi region between 1905-08, affecting an area of 400 square miles and involving some violence, 57 criminal cases, and 277 sentences. The better-off section of the peasantry continued the struggle over the next decade through petitions, cases, and contacts with some Bihar Congress leaders and journalists, and it was as a part of this ongoing confrontation that Rajkumar Shukla, a prosperous peasant cum petty money lender, contacted Gandhi at the Lucknow Congress of 1916. At Kheda, too, collective refusals to pay revenue had become increasingly common well before the entry of Gandhi. An emerging rich peasant stratum, which had benefited in the late 19th century from expanding markets for tobacco and dairy produce and had started calling themselves patidars instead of canbis, had been struck by plague and famine between 1898 and 1906, and government revenue enhancements added to their burdens. At Bardoli in Surat district, the other main center of Gandhian activity in Gujarat, a certain amount of organization had started developing from 1908, initially on caste lines, the Patidar Yuvak Mandal, founded by Kunvarji Mehta. Communalism. As already noted in a previous chapter, lower-class discontent often took on the much less clear-cut, sectional form of different types of communal, caste or regional consciousness. At Kamari Archer in the Jamalpur subdivision of Mymensingh, for instance, a Praja conference in 1914 formulated a charter of Rayat demands, rent reduction, an end to cesses, relief for indebtedness, the right to plant trees and dig tanks without paying nazar to zamindars, as well as honorable treatment of Muslim tenants at the Hindu zamindars' court. The conference was organized by an affluent Muslim Rayat, Chaudhry Khoz Mohammad Sarkar. It remained significantly silent about possible grievances of sharecroppers, and was attended by a number of Bengal political leaders, all of them Muslim: Fazlul Huq, Akram Khan, Abul Qasim, and others. Here was the beginning of a Praja movement which was to play an important part in the Bengal politics of the 1920s and 30s, reflecting agrarian discontent, but also contributing in the end to Muslim separatism. This happened mainly as a result of the mistakes and limitations of the predominantly Hindu Bengal Congress. Very little study has been made so far of the roots of such relatively 135 popular, as distinct from elite, communalism, whether Muslim or Hindu. One would have liked to know much more, for example, about the possible social dimensions of the massive Bihar riots of October, where crowds of up to 50,000 Hindus attacked Muslims in 124 villages in Shahabad, 28 in Gaya and 2 in Putna. Though the immediate and ostensible issue was cow protection, there were widespread rumors that British rule was collapsing. Rioting crowds shouted Angrez ka Raj uth Gaya and German ki jai, and the area affected in Shahabad coincided very closely with what had been Kunwar Singh's base in 1857-58. It has also been suggested that upper caste landholders were utilizing communalism to regain a local leadership threatened by emerging class tensions. Cow protection propaganda by Sanatan Dharma Sabha and Arya Samajist agitators certainly played an important role in provoking such riots, and it is another interesting index to the volatile nature of early peasant mobilization that a prominent Sanatan Dharma activist in the Allahabad region of UP, Malviya's protege Indranaran Dwivedi, combined religious lectures and the propagation of Hindi with home rule politics and the starting of Kisan Sabhas in 1917. In the Calcutta riots of September, studied in some detail by J.H. Broomfield, Marwari businessmen of Bazar were attacked by their poorer Muslim neighbors. The latter had been aroused in part by the pan-Islamic propaganda of some non-Bengali Muslim agitators and up-country ulama. Both Hindu revivalism and pan-Islamism could thus oscillate between expression of lower-class discontent, communal frenzy, and anti-imperialist politics. Caste movements. An important feature of the early decades of the 20th century was the proliferation of caste conferences, associations, and movements. Such bodies were organized mainly by fairly small groups of educated men belonging to intermediate or lower castes. Latecomers in the race for professional or service jobs, they found caste a useful rallying points to attack the lead established by Brahmin or other upper caste elements, which usually had also been the first beneficiaries of English education. While Cambridge historians not unexpectedly emphasize this factional aspect, sociologists tend to relate caste movements to the upward mobility through Sanskritization of particular jatis as a whole, and have sometimes hailed caste associations as a valuable link between tradition and modernity. A third kind of approach is that developed by Gail Umvit in a very interesting recent study of the non-Brahmin movement in Maharashtra. This seeks to explain caste conflicts as a distorted but important expression of 136. Socio-economic and class tensions, and finds the Sanskritization concept too narrow, since it cannot explain emergence of some radical and popular anti-caste movements like the Satyashodak Samaj in Maharashtra or the self-respect agitation in Tamil Nadu. While caste associations were by no means uncommon in provinces like Bengal, they acquired much greater social and political importance in South India and Maharashtra. These were regions marked by a more clear-cut Brahmin predominance and greater caste rigidity. Among the untouchable Nadars of South Tamil Nadu, a prosperous group of traders had emerged by the late 19th century in the towns of Ramad district, which raised community funds for educational and social welfare activities, claimed Kshatriya status, imitated upper caste customs and manners, and organized a Nadar Mahajan Sangam in 1910. The Sanskritization model seems fairly appropriate here, provided we remember that such upward mobility hardly affected the lowly toddy tappers of Tirunelveli, who still went on being called by the old caste name of Shanar at a time when their successful brethren in Ramad had appropriated the more prestigious title of Nadar. Politically far more significant was the justice movement launched in Madras around 1915-16, by C.N. Mudaliar, T.M. Nair and P. Tyagaraja Chetty on behalf of intermediate castes which included numerous prosperous landlords and merchants and therefore felt jealous of Brahmin predominance in education, the services, and politics. Only 3.2% of the population, Brahmans in the Madras Presidency held 55% of deputy collector and 72.6% of district munsif posts in 1912. Brahmans at times were also big landowners, particularly in Tanjavur, and upper caste taboos on agricultural work and professional activities in towns made them usually absentees. The predominantly Brahmin Home Rule League agitation of Annie Besant aroused fears which British officials, journalists, and businessmen in Madras were quick to exploit. T. Earl Welby, editor of the Madras Mail and spokesman of British business interests in Madras City, violently attacked Montagu's promise of responsible government and cultivated the emerging Justice Party. The latter paraded its loyalism in the hope of getting more service jobs and special representation in the new legislatures, and the Non-Brahmin Manifesto of December 20, 1916 expressed opposition to any moves to undermine the influence and authority of the British rulers, who alone are able to hold the scales even. 137. Between creed and class. The alliance was facilitated by the fact that the justice leaders were an extremely elitist group heavily dependent on landlord finance. But non-Brahmin grievances were real enough, as shown by the organization in September 1917 of a pro-nationalist Madras Presidency Association which too demanded separate representation, and in the late 1920s a radical and populist anti-Brahmin and anti-caste movement would develop in Tamil Nadu under E.V. Ramaswamy Nayakar. In the princely state of Mysore, a mainly urban Brahmin community held 65% of gazetted posts in 1918, while Phakaligas and Lingaya constituted the dominant rural groups. A Lingnayat Education and Association and a Phakaliga Sangha emerged in 1905-06, and in 1917 Cr. Reddy, a Madras non-Brahmin Polit icon teaching in the Mysore Maharajas College, founded the state's first political organization, the Praja Mitra Mandali, on an anti-Brahmin platform. These bodies remained urban professional lobbies, however, trying to influence court politics through personal contacts alone. In Travancore state, the tiny elite of Nambudiri Brahmans living off big tax-free Genmai estates largely kept away from the race for education and jobs. Non-Malayala Brahmans, however, enjoyed a privileged position in the state administration, holding in 1891 about the same number of posts as the local dominant caste of Nairs, though they were only 28,000 as against the latter's strength of 500,000. An unusual feature of Travancore life was the high degree of literacy, brought about by intense missionary activity among Ezava and other lower castes in this old center of Christianity, as well as by the efforts to promote education among upper castes under Dewan Madhav Rao. Urban literacy in Travancore in 1901 stood at 36%, a figure higher than Calcutta. The Nairs felt excluded by the non-Malayala Brahmans and threatened at the same time by Syrian Christians and the beginning of an upthrust among the Ezavas. They had numerous internal problems, too. The traditional unwieldy Theravada of the Nairs was increasingly felt to be unsuited to modern economic conditions, and many Theravads held relatively small blocks of land and were hard hit by rising prices. Western education also made many Nair social customs appear embarrassing and retrograde, particularly the rule of Nair women having to appear bare-breasted before Nambudiri visitors and to enter into temporary liaisons with them. 138. The cumulative result was the early and almost simultaneous emergence of trends towards social reform, anti-Brahmin sentiments, patriotism, and even elements of radicalism. Thus Kerala's first modern novel, Chundar Menon's Indulekha, attacked Nambudiri social domination and Theravada constraints on romantic love, while C.V. Raman Pillai's historical novel Murthandavarma attempted an evocation of lost Nair military glory through its hero Ananda Padmanabhan. Raman Pillai was the principal organizer of the Malayala Memorial of 1891, attacking Brahmin predominance in state jobs, primarily a Nair move, though there were also some Christian and Ezava signatories. While Raman Pillai's group was fairly easily accommodated within the official elite by the late 1890s, A more energetic Nair leadership emerged after 1900 under K. Ramankrishna Pillai and Manath Padmanabha Pillai. The latter founded the Nair Service Society in 1914, which still exists, combining caste aspirations with a measure of internal social reform. The former edited the Swadeshabhimani from 1906 till 1910, when its attacks on the court and demands for political rights led to Ramankrishna Pillai's expulsion from Travankari. Ramankrishna Pillai had some connections with T.M. Nair's justice movement, but 2 years before his untimely death in 1916 he had also published the first biography of Karl Marx in Malayalam. Nor were such multifarious activities a Nair monopoly. The awakening of the Ezhavas, traditionally lowly tappers and tenders of the coconut palm, but developing a relatively prosperous segment as the market for coconut products expanded, was centered around the religious leader Sri Narayan Guru and his Aruvipuram temple. The Sri Narayana Dharma Paripalana Yogam was founded in 1902-03 by Sri Narayan Guru, Dr. Palpu, the first Ezhava graduate, and the great Malayala poet N. Kumaranasan. The successful industrial exhibition organized by it at Quilon was followed by a spate of Nair Ezhava riots. The SNDP Yogam under T.K. Madhavan would establish important links with Gandhian nationalism in the 1920s, while the next generation of Ezhavas would swing decisively over to the communists. A quick transition from social reform, initially sought often through caste associations, to thoroughgoing radicalism was to be in fact a recurrent feature of Kerala life. EMS Nambudiripad, too, began in the 1920s as a Nambudiri Welfare Association activist. But the most interesting of the caste movements was that of the Satyashodak Samaj in Maharashtra, which Gail Umved's research has revealed to have had two distinct strands. The first trend, very similar to the justice movement in Madras, relied largely on the patronage of the Kolhapur ruler Shahu, and concentrated on getting more jobs and political favors for an elite. But there was also a 139. Much more populist and radical trend, claiming to speak in the name of the Bahujan Samaj against the Shetjis and Bajis. Under leaders like Mukundra Upadhyay, who from 1910 brought out the most important Satyashodak paper, Din Mitra, from his home village of Tarabdi, the Samaj acquired a unique rural base in the Maharashtra Deccan and the Vidarbha Nagpur region. Its populist character is well indicated by the fact that practically the entire Satyashodak literature is in Marathi and not in English. The 1917 annual conference of the Samaj received reports from 49 branches spread over 14 districts, and no less than 30 of these local units were in villages of less than 2,000 inhabitants. The predominant note at this level was a rejection of caste oppression and hierarchy, and not a Sanskritizing demand for a higher status within the existing structure. No doubt the social base was primarily rich peasant, but in this period there were certain common interests of the entire peasantry against largely upper caste Mahajans and landlords. The Satyashodak message was spread over the countryside through a refashioning of the traditional folk drama or tamasha, and in Satara, where such tamasha groups were most active, a peasant rising would break out in 1919 under local Satyashodak leaders. Regional sentiments and languages. A final significant feature of our period was the development of regional sentiments along linguistic lines. While associated at times with the demand for more jobs for relatively underprivileged groups of educated youth, such feelings often struck much deeper roots, bound up as it was with the emergence of powerful literary and cultural trends in the different regional languages. A movement for a separate province began developing in the Andhra districts of Madras from about 1911, fueled by complaints about Telugu underrepresentation in the services voiced through journals like the Desabhamani of Guntur, and inspired also by works like Andrula Charitramu. Annual Andhra conferences were held from 1913 onwards, whose resolutions demanded also the use of the mother tongue as medium of instruction. The main support came from the Krishna-Godavari Delta region, where prosperous urban elements had fairly close connections with a broad middle peasant stratum, creating a wider base for political agitation than anywhere else in Madras Presidency. Nationalist leaders like Konda Venkatapaya and Pattabi Sitaramaya were active in the Andhra movement, and in 1918 Congress conceded the demand for a separate Andhra circle, within its own organization. 140. While a clear-cut demand for a linguistic state had as yet emerged only in Andhra, the development of regional languages everywhere fostered a variety of sometimes contradictory political trends. Malayalam, as we have seen, had become a powerful vehicle for social reform and patriotism. Thy slavery is thy destiny, O mother. Thy sons, blinded by caste, clash among themselves and get killed. What for is freedom then, wrote the Ezhava poet Kumaranassan in 1908, and in the 1920s Voluthol's poetry would become a major force in the propagation of Gandhian ideas in Kerala. Anti-Brahmin movements in Tamil Nadu were closely associated with the formation of Tamil Sangams in Madura, Madras, and other towns, which stimulated interest in ancient Tamil classics and began emphasizing the pre-Sanskrit and non-Aryan Dravidian heritage of the south. The Ramayana was turned on its head to glorify Ravana against Rama, and it is interesting that in Maharashtra, too, Satyashodak propaganda sometimes included songs mourning the murder of Shambhuk the untouchable boy by Rama, and revived an old Maratha peasant cult of Baliraj slain by Sugriv and Rama. From Phule onwards, who in 1869 had written a ballad hailing Shivaji as Shudra King, non-Brahmins also developed an image of Shivaji quite distinct to that propagated by Tilak or Ranade, not the orthodox anti-Muslim hero inspired by Ramdas to protect cows and Brahmans, nor the liberal unifier of high and low castes through Bhakti, but a rebel against caste tyranny whose work was ruined by the later Brahminical Peshwa usurpation. Bengal in 1905 had given the first clear proof of the strength of regional sentiments, and Cr. Das in his 1917 Bhawanipur address tried to strike that same chord. The Bengali might be a Hindu or Musulman or Christian, but he confined to be a Bengali all the same. More than ever before, Tagore admonited the cultural world of the educated Bengali, though there was one important innovation which he took up but did not directly initiate: the use of the colloquial form in literature, pioneered by the Sabujaiputra literary group in 1915. Politically, however, Rabindranath was out on a limb after 1908, having broken with a nationalism he considered to be over-narrow and revivalist. He was preaching a universal humanism which his critics considered somewhat unrealistic. The educated Bengali with his lead in jobs and professions was very unpopular among his neighbors, and in Bihar an agitation by Kayastha professionals under Satchidananda Sinha for a separate province, complete with university and high court, accompanied and followed the formation of the new province of Bihar and Orissa in 1911. Over much of northern India, Urdu remained the prime literary language, with a rich tradition best represented in this period by Muhammad Iqbal. Hindu revivalist pressures. 141. Were gradually leading, however, to its decline in the face of Hindi gain for populism, to some extent, but a major blow to communal unity. Even Prem Chand began his literary career in Urdu, switching over to Hindi after 1915 as he found publication difficult. His early writings already struck a distinctive political note. Sazivatan, a collection of short stories, referred in its preface to the partition of Bengal as having awakened ideas of revolt in the hearts of the people, and the novel Jalva-i-Isar modelled its hero on Vivekananda. Indian society and politics were thus full of complexities and contradictions. From 1919 onwards, all India nationalism under Gandhi would begin to plumb with varying success some of these lower depths. Chapter 5. War, Reforms, and Society. The Montfort Reforms. The war and the immediate post-war years witnessed truly dramatic changes in Indian life, the three universally accepted crucial landmarks being constitutional reforms, the emergence of Gandhi as leader of a qualitatively new all-India mass nationalism, and important shifts in India's colonial economy. Considerable differences exist, however, as regards the precise nature and significance of these new features and their mutual interaction. Liberal imperialist scholars have at times been ecstatic about the Montfort reforms as positive proof of basic British good intentions. Montagu's 20 August Commons declaration that British policy in India would henceforth have as its overall objective the gradual development of self-governing institutions, with a view to the progressive realization of responsible government in India as an integral part of the British Empire, certainly seems a clear break with the old line of British Indian development towards at best representative government. The problems of realizing responsible government progressively was tackled in 1919 by provincial autonomy and the peculiar device of diarchy, transferring certain functions of provincial governments to ministers responsible to legislative assemblies while keeping other subjects reserved. As with the Morley-Minto reforms, there has been some controversy about the respective contributions of London or Delhi, the Secretary of State or the Viceroy, in making the reforms. Montagu on the whole has enjoyed a much better press, thanks in large part to his own Indian diary where he portrayed himself as a crusading reformer. Chelmsford has recently found his advocate, however, in P.G. Robb. A closer look at the reform process reveals it to have been considerably less novel or far-reaching. Devolution for financial motives, shifting local. 144. Expenditure on locally raised and managed revenues, goes back, as we have already seen, to Mayo and Ripon, and in 1907 a decentralization commission had been appointed to go into the whole question. Hardinge's dispatch of August 25, 1911 had implicitly argued that the next dose of political concessions should take the form of some kind of provincial autonomy and self-government, since this would keep the central authority safely with the British. Though Secretary of State Crewe had then rejected the whole idea of any kind of Indian self-government as something as remote as any Atlantis or Erewhon, war pressures and weaknesses soon caused considerable rethinking. Chelmsford's administration made a number of concessions to Indian public opinion lubricants, as Montagu was to later describe them. War finance demanded a hike in cotton import duties, and these were raised from 3.5% to 7.5% in March 1917 without increasing the countervailing excise on Indian textiles. Indian opinion had always been critical of the export of coolies through the indentured labor system, and now that the army, too, wanted a ban on emigration to help military recruitment, Chelmsford readily accepted the demand in 1917. The Viceroy also urged a hesitant Secretary of State to come forward with a general statement of objectives. His telegram of May 18, 1917 made interesting references, not only to the Home Rule agitation, but to the possible impact on India of the overthrow of Tsarist autocracy in Russia in March 1917. Chamberlain's replacement by Montagu in July 1917 only hastened an already well-advanced process. Robb has acclaimed Chelmsford's foresight and liberalism in advocating a statement of goals. More cynical historians might feel that such a declaration was preferable from the British point of view precisely because it dangled a vague and general promise without involving any definite immediate action. At the level of specific reforms, the Government of India's dispatch of November 24, 1916 had visualized elected majorities in the provinces but not any kind of executive responsibility. It was being increasingly felt, however, that such an extension of the Morley-Minto line of development would only create a powerful permanent opposition in councils, without adding to the number of Indian collaborators. Here an important role was played by an influential group around the London Journal Round Table, which felt that it would be disastrous to give elected non-officials more power without some amount of executive responsibility, and came forward with the idea of diarchy in provinces. 145. The Government of India Act of 1919 set up a bicameral system at the centre and considerably enlarged electorates to 5.5 million in provinces and 1.5 million for the imperial legislature. The basic innovation diarchy transferred only departments with less political weight and little funds to ministers responsible to provincial legislatures, skillfully drawing Indian politicians into a patronage rat race which would probably also discredit them, as real improvements in education, health, agriculture, and local bodies required far more money than the British would be willing to assign to these branches. Officials remained in control of more vital departments like law and order or finance, and provincial governors too had veto and certificate powers. Revenue resources were divided between the centre and the provinces, with land revenue for instance going to the latter while income tax remained with the government of India. Despite some theoretical criticism made of separate electorates in the Montagu-Chelmsford report, communal representation and reservations were in practice not only retained but considerably extended, the British conceding with suspicious ease Justice Party demands for reservations for non-Brahmins in Madras. Recent Cambridge historiography has contributed considerably to the development of this less starry-eyed view of the 1919 reforms, relating them rather to the twin imperial requirements of financial devolution and need for a wider circle of Indian collaborators. Much more controversial, however, is the direct cause-effect relationship which it sometimes seeks to establish between the reforms and the emergence of mass politics. The Act of 1919 broadened electorates, it is argued, and therefore politicians were forced to cultivate a more democratic style. As elsewhere, the Cambridge interpretation is not incorrect, but seriously incomplete. It may well explain certain types of politics and politicians, but hardly the basic fact of the tremendous post-war mass awakening. The Justice Party in Madras or non-Brahmin and depressed classes movements in Maharashtra were no doubt greatly stimulated by the reality or possibility of special reservations. Even among nationalists, Malviya's protege Indra Narayan Dwivedi started a United Provinces Kisan Sabha with Allahabad Home Rule League funds in February 1918 with a fairly obvious electoral purpose, and Jawaharlal's wanderings among the Kisans were welcomed by his father as late as June 1920 as improving the former's election chances. Yet UP itself gives us a convincing counter-example, in the emergence of an initially quite autonomous grassroots Kisan Sabha in Pratapgarh and Raebareli under Baburam Chandra in 1920. The most substantial section of Indian 146 politicians did after all boycott elections under Gandhian leadership for some years, and the massive anti-imperialist upsurge of 1919-22 is surely much too big a thing to be explained by a paltry extension of voting rights to at most between 1 and 3% of the adult population. Impact of the war. Far more significant were the economic and social consequences of the First World War, bringing to the surface and sharpening the numerous contradictions between Indian and British interests already discussed in a previous chapter: drain of wealth, the decline of handicrafts, revenue pressures, and obstacles to indigenous capitalist growth. In more specific terms, the war affected Indian life through massive recruitments, heavy taxes and war loans, and a very sharp rise in prices, and may be directly related to the twofold extension of the national movement towards considerable sections of the peasantry and towards business groups which manifested itself immediately afterwards under Gandhi. In both cases, as well as with industrial labor, which also made a spectacular entry onto the national stage in the immediate post-war years, what is repeatedly evident is a combination of multiplying grievances with new moods of strength or hope, the classic historical formula for a potentially revolutionary situation. It must be added that the war affected different sections of the Indian people in varied and sometimes even opposite ways, and so simultaneously sharpened tensions within Indian society, too. The drain of wealth took on during the war years the character of a massive plunder of Indian human and material resources. The Indian army was expanded to 1.2 million, and thousands of Indians were sent off to die in a totally alien cause in campaigns which were often grossly mismanaged. Theoretically, voluntary recruitment often became near compulsory, most notably in the Punjab under Lieutenant Governor Michael O'Dwyer, where the Congress inquiry after the 1919 disturbances found numerous instances of coercion through lambardars. No less than 355,000 were recruited from the Punjab, and O'Dwyer in August 1918 boasted that the proportion of soldiers to the adult male population had been forced up from 1:150 to 1:44 in a single year in Gujranwala, a district which was to be noticeably militant during the Rowlatt Act disturbances. As for the pumping out of grain and raw materials for army needs, the following private comment of Bombay Governor Lloyd to Montagu on January 10, 1919 is illuminating: large quantities of valuable fodder are 147 being exported from here to Mesopotamia by the army. Luckily the Horniman press have not tumbled to the fact that fodder is being exported while the Deccan starves. The 300% increase in defense expenditure inevitably meant not only war loans but a sharp rise in taxes and in fact significant changes in the entire financial structure. Though land revenue remained a major burden, in general the land tax was by now governed by regulations permitting enhancements in temporarily settled areas only at 30-year intervals, and the British also could not afford to further alienate the class which was supplying the bulk of recruits. The axe had to fall heavily for the first time on trade and industry. Between 1913-14 and 1920-21, the share of customs in the total revenue of the Government of India went up from 8.9% to 14.8%, and in 1917, as we have seen, Lancashire protests had to be disregarded while imposing an import duty on cotton textiles of 7.5%. Even more significant was the new importance of income tax, yielding only 2% of gross revenues in 1911-12, but 11.75% in 1919-20. Individual returns were demanded for the first time from 1917 to 18, and this helped to draw into the net large numbers of Indian merchants following traditional business practices. In the same year a super tax was imposed on both companies and undivided Hindu business families, followed in 1919 by a temporary excess profits duty. War expenditure and transport bottlenecks and disruption led to a big increase in prices. An official statistical abstract on prices gave the following All India Index numbers: 1913, 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922, 1923, 143, 147, 152, 184, 196, 225, 276, 281, 236, 232, 215. Even more significant than the absolute increase was its differential character. Prices of industrial goods were inflated by war demand, those of imported manufactures also went up sharply as supply declined due to lack of cargo space and diversion of European industries to military needs. Export prices of Indian agricultural goods did not go up in the same proportion due to the dislocation in world economic relations. Thus a peasant in Champaran in 1917, for instance, would find himself 148. Paying considerably more for cloth, salt, or kerosene, while the prices of the agricultural exports of his district like indigo or rice were not increasing to anything like the same extent. The shift in the terms of trade against agriculture thus adversely affected better-off peasant groups producing for the market. Poorer peasants or landless laborers who had to buy the bulk of their food were hit hard by yet another differential which seems to have been a long-term tendency. Prices of coarse food grains which constituted the staple of the poor tended to go up faster than that of higher quality crops like rice or wheat, though the latter of course remained more expensive. This was clearly a trend connected with commercialization which encouraged a shift in acreage to higher-priced crops. To take an example again from another early Gandhian base, in Ahmedabad district, taking 1873 equals 100, the price of wheat was 166 and 259 in 1914 and 1918, that of bajra 220 and 410. Price statistics in United Provinces reveal a similar picture, thus wheat went up by 250% between 1861 to 65 and 1917 to 21, but barley by 300% and arhar by 400%. While the war meant misery and a fall in living standards for the majority of the Indian people, it also contributed to fabulous profits by business groups taking advantage of the war demand, the decline in foreign competition, the price differential between agricultural raw materials and industrial goods, and the stagnation or decline in real wages. The super profits were partly dissipated by excessive dividends, but still enabled substantial industrial expansion during a short but intense post-war boom. The benefits in eastern India went mainly to British jute mill magnates. Raw jute prices collapsed during the war years due to the cutting off of European demand. War needs boosted the prices of jute manufactures and the ratio of net profits to paid-up capital in jute mills was as high as 75 in 1916. A rising group of Calcutta-based Marwari businessmen, however, also accumulated considerable wealth during these years through speculation in the jute trade, and soon after the war, G.D. Birla and Swarupchand Hukamchand would start the first Indian-owned jute mills around Calcutta. But the really decisive change was in the cotton textile industry of Bombay and Ahmedabad, where the slackening of Lancashire competition enabled a real breakthrough by Indian capitalism. The war brought about an element of fiscal protection due to government financial needs, a sharp decline in import of piece goods and yarn, a rise in Indian textile mills production, a decline in 149 handlooms, and a portent of future problems, the beginning of an invasion of Indian markets by Japanese cotton goods. Amiya Bugji gives us the following figures illustrating these tendencies. Thus Indian mill production had surpassed Lancashire imports, a decisive change which proved irreversible. The war years also led to certain shifts in British Indian government policy towards Indian industrial development out of a combination of financial demands and the realization that a certain minimum of economic self-sufficiency was a strategic necessity. An Indian Industrial Commission was set up in 1916 under Thomas Holland, and the Montford Report was accompanied by the Fiscal Autonomy Convention, a joint parliamentary committee recommendation that London should not override Indian fiscal decisions so long as the Government of India and the new legislature were in agreement. Such things did represent some modification of earlier British policies. In 1910, Morley had halted the efforts being made by Alfred Chatterton through a note bluntly asserting the principles of laissez-faire. It would be unhistorical, however, to overemphasize the significance of this shift. As his later career as head of the Department of Industries in Mysore state revealed, Chatterton wanted at best to develop certain light industries, which 150 would not have affected in any basic way the total structure of dependence. Mysore's remarkable Dewan Visvesvarya, in sharp contrast, did attempt something like a total change, through his very ambitious projects of the Krishnarajasagar Dam and the Bhadravati Iron Works, and in 1918 the British played a notable part in forcing his resignation. As for the much-lauded Fiscal Autonomy Convention, the proviso requiring agreement between Viceroy and legislature robbed it of much of its value, for the Viceroy after all was a British official. The new strength of Indian capitalism was accompanied by the development of country-wide connections and a sense of accumulating grievances over issues like war taxation and post-war uncertainties in the rupee-sterling exchange ratio. The rising Bombay nationalist lawyer Vallabhbhai Desai organized a petition in September 1918 against compulsory income tax returns, which small traders following traditional business methods were finding particularly irksome. The exchange ratio fluctuated wildly, going up to 2s/4d in December 1919 and then down to 1s in early 1921 before the Hilton-Young Commission of 1926 pegged it to 1/6d. The British made repeated efforts to maintain a high ratio, since this would minimize the government's sterling expenditure on home charges, benefit Englishmen interested in repatriating pensions or profits, and stimulate import of Lancashire goods by lowering prices. Indian business groups in contrast persistently demanded a lower, 1/4d ratio throughout the 1920s and 30s to make imports more expensive and boost exports of Indian cotton manufactures and agricultural raw materials by reducing their prices. In the short-run context of 1919 to 21, the fluctuation in the exchange ratio were resented also by Indian importers of Lancashire goods, since it made keeping of contracts with British exporting firms difficult, a point on which the Nagpur Congress of December 1920 was to pass a special resolution. Greater business interest and involvement in nationalism were thus in the logic of things. As we shall see, this was to be an important feature of Gandhian movements from the beginning. Thus the Sabarmati Ashrama received substantial financial support from the Ahmedabad mill owner Ambalal Sarabhai. 74% of the 680 signatories in Bombay city to Gandhi's March 1919 Satyagraha pledge were merchants. Bombay contributed no less than 37.5 lakhs out of the 1 crore raised for the Tilak Swaraj Fund in 1921, and collective pledges by Indian merchants not to indent British goods became a principal form of the boycott. Yet business support was to remain always equivocal and very far from uniform. For the moment we need only note that small and middling traders tended to 151. Be more pro-nationalist than big industrialists. Thus A.D. Gordon's recent micro-study of the Bombay business world between 1918 and 1933 reveals a complex pattern of mill owners and cotton exporters utilizing government contacts to regulate and reduce raw cotton prices in the immediate post-war years. The marketeers or traditional merchants who brought raw cotton into Bombay City expressed their resentment partly through support to nationalism at a time when the business magnate Purushottam Das Thakurdash with considerable cotton exporting interests was organizing an anti-non-cooperation association. The loyalism of most big industrialists can be related also to their need for state support against labor unrest. A significant increase had taken place in the number of the working class. Employment in organized industries and plantations went up from 2,105,824 in 1911 to 2,681,125 in 1921. Wages remained low in a period of high prices and super profits for employers, and a relative labor shortage in the immediate post-war years created for a brief while a somewhat stronger bargaining position. The result was what Chelmsford was to describe in December 1920 as a sort of epidemic strike fever. While the really big strike wave began in late 1919 and will be discussed in a later section, its precursors included the Ahmedabad strike of March 1918 led by Gandhi, and the Great Bombay Textile Strike of January 1919. Ravinder Kumar's detailed study of the latter emphasizes its basically spontaneous nature, though jobbers did play some part in organizing it as in 1908. Workers of C.N. Wadia's Century Mills went on strike from December 31 for a 25% increase in wages and a month's salary as bonus. An 100% rise in food grain prices had been counterbalanced by only a 15% increase in wages in Bombay City between 1914 to 18. Even though the Wadia enterprises had made a fantastic profit of 22.5 lakhs in 1918 on a capital investment of 20 lakhs. The Century Mills workers began persuading other laborers of the Parel industrial area to join them from January 9. Soon the entire textile working class of more than 100,000 were on the streets, closing down all 83 mills, and the strike spread to clerks of mercantile houses, dock laborers of the Royal Indian Marine, and Parel railway engineering workers. Leadership was sought to be provided by a few radical lawyers and Home Rule League politicians who addressed labor meetings, as well as by S.K. Bose Kamgar Hitvart Hak Sabha, which had been trying to mobilize workers through their jobbers on non-Brahmin lines since 1909. But it is interesting that labor rallies repeatedly rejected the counsels of moderation offered by such would-be leaders, and the mediation efforts of Police Commissioner 152. C.A. Vincent could succeed in ending the strike only after he had persuaded the Mill Owners Association to grant a 20% increase in wages and a special bonus. The war and immediate post-war years marked the real beginning of the Indian trade union movement. The first organization with regular membership lists and subscriptions, the Madras Labour Union of April 1918, was started by two young men connected with Annie Besant's New India and presided over by Besant's colleague B.P. Wadia. An important part was also played by T.V. Kalyanazundar Mudaliar, leading Madras City Congress and non-Brahmin nationalist leader and Tamil literary figure. Home Rule Leaguers like Baptista and the Bombay Chronicle of B.G. Horniman also made some contributions to the beginning of trade unions in Bombay. Unions came in a flood in 1920, some 125 of them being recorded by November of that year when the first All India Trade Union Congress met at Bombay. In general, however, as in Bombay in January 1919, the pressures for militancy came from below rather than from these early unions, which usually played a restraining role. The early middle-class union leaders were at best inspired by nationalism, but often were quite loyalist in their politics, like N.M. Joshi in Bombay or K.C. Roy Chaudhuri in Calcutta. The restraining role was most unequivocal, as we shall see, in the Gandhian Textile Labour Association of Ahmedabad, but Wadia, too, opposed a strike in Benice in July 1918 on the ground that soldiers needed uniforms. Strikes were only one form of expression of acute popular distress and discontent caused by factors like rising prices, a poor harvest and scarcity conditions over much of the country in 1918 to 1919, the influenza epidemic of 1918 to 19, and artisan unemployment. A more elemental form was that of food riots, the looting of small town markets and city grain shops, and the seizure of debt bonds. 115 grain shops were looted in the Bombay Mill area in the food riots of early 1918, while the account books of Marwaris were seized by railwaymen. There were food riots in the Krishna-Godavari Delta region in May 1918, followed by 3 days of intensive riots in Madras city in September in which textile and railway workers played an important part. In Bengal 38 hat looting cases with 859 convictions were reported from Noakhali, Chittagong, Rangpa, Dinajpur, Khulna, 24 Parganas and Jessore districts in 1919-20. Such outbursts could take on varying significance depending on local political conditions, contributing to anti-Marwari rioting by Muslims in Central. 153. Calcutta in September 1918, but also playing a significant part in the very widespread Anti-Rowlatt Act upsurge in many Indian cities in April 1919. It would be quite inaccurate, however, to relate the post-war mass awakening to specific economic factors, alone. We cannot afford to forget that what was happening in India was in the broadest sense a part of a worldwide upsurge, anti-capitalist in the developed countries and anti-imperialist in the colonies and semi-colonies. In ways almost impossible to document but nonetheless important, Indian soldiers coming home from distant lands must have carried back with them something of the new worldwide revolutionary mood. Military service certainly made Qazi Nazrul Islam of Bengal into a poet with definite socialist leanings, while in an agrarian riot at Karhia in March 1921 police reports spoke of the local leader Brijpal Singh as an ex-sepoy who obviously had great control over the crowd, which was not lacking in a certain degree of military discipline. Most far-reaching of all ultimately was the impact of the Bolshevik Revolution of November 1917. British fears on this score were certainly grossly exaggerated. In a panic reminiscent of that caused by the French Revolution, official reports from 1919 to 20 onwards discovered Bolshevik ideas and Soviet agents everywhere, with even people like Gandhi or C.R. Das at times not above suspicion. To give only 2 examples, a CID report on the UP Kisan agitation in February 1921 discovered notions that distinctly smack of Bolshevism, while Wilkinson's account of a peasant movement in far-off Mewar in the same year alleged that the Maharana was said to have been threatened to be meted the fate of Tsar. Wildly inaccurate so far as specific connections are concerned, this imperialist panic still had an objective basis in the rumors about 1917 that were spreading among wide sections of the Indian people. Revolutionary nationalists quickly saw in Bolshevik Russia a potentially replacing defeated Germany, and early visitors to Moscow, as we shall see, included Mahendra Pratap, M.N. Roy, Abani Mukherjee, Virendranath Chattopadhyay and Bhupendud. For the nationalist-minded educated Indian public, the very fact that the British rulers so obviously hated and feared revolutionary Russia was a factor contributing to a sympathetic interest and response. The soaring idealism and internationalism of early Soviet foreign policy under Lenin and Trotsky had a major impact. The call for an immediate peace without annexations and indemnities, the proclamation of the right of nations to self-determination, and the publication of secret treaties which had promised Russia enormous territorial gains. 154. And privileges, and which were all torn to pieces and repudiated within days of the Bolshevik seizure of power. And while definite news about Russian internal developments was extremely difficult to obtain, vague rumors were spreading about a total change, a world being turned upside down with the dispossessed coming into their own. It is in this total context that we have to place the rise of Mahatma Gandhi, a relative outsider in Indian politics when he returned from South Africa in 1915, who attained a position of supreme leadership by the end of 1920. Mahatma Gandhi. The appeal of Gandhi. The South African experience contributed in a number of different ways to the foundations of Gandhi's ideology and methods, as well as to his later achievements in India. Down to 1906, Gandhi as a rising lawyer-politician had followed the usual moderate techniques of prayers and petitions in the struggle against racial discrimination affecting Indians in Natal, and his movement had essentially been one of merchants and lawyers alone. A totally new departure began with the three campaigns of passive resistance of 1907, 08, 1908-11, and 1913-14. The issues involved were the 1906 Transvaal Ordinance on compulsory registration and passes for Indians, the 1913 immigration restrictions, the derecognition of non-Christian Indian marriages while deciding the cases of new entrants, and the £3 tax on ex-indentured labourers. The peculiar conditions of South Africa allowed the amalgamation into a successful movement of people of disparate religions, communities, and classes, Hindus, Muslims, Parsis, and Christians, Gujaratis and South Indians, upper-class merchants and lawyers, as well as Newcastle mine workers whom Gandhi led in a memorable strike and cross-country march in October 1913. It needs to be emphasized that this experience made Gandhi into potentially much more of an all-India figure from the beginning of his work in India than any other politician, all of whom had essentially regional bases. Gandhi's lifelong recognition of the necessity and possibility of Hindu-Muslim unity certainly goes back to his South African movements in which Muslim merchants had been extremely active. South Africa also made him something of an international celebrity, while the connections which many South African Indians still had with their 155 original homes in parts of the country helped to spread the name of Gandhi throughout India. 13 out of the first 25 inmates of the Sabarmati Ashram came from Tamil Nadu, something which would have been inconceivable then for any other Indian leader. The basic Gandhian style was worked out in South Africa after 1906. This involved careful training of disciplined cadres, nonviolent satyagraha involving peaceful violation of specific laws, mass courting of arrests, and occasional hurdles and spectacular marches. It included a combination of apparently quixotic methods together with meticulous attention to organizational and particularly financial details, a readiness for negotiations and compromise, at times leading to abrupt unilateral withdrawals which were by no means popular, and the cultivation of what non-disciples usually considered to be the Gandhian fads. The net impact had a clear twofold character, drawing in the masses, while at the same time keeping mass activity strictly pegged down to certain forms predetermined by the leader, and above all to the methods of nonviolence. Nonviolence or ahimsa and satyagraha to Gandhi personally constituted a deeply felt and worked out philosophy owing something to Emerson, Thoreau, and Tolstoy, but also revealing considerable originality. The search for truth was the goal of human life, and as no one could ever be sure of having attained the ultimate truth, use of violence to enforce one's own necessarily partial understanding of it was sinful. As a politician and not just a saint, Gandhi in practice sometimes settled for less than complete nonviolence, and his repeated insistence that even violence was preferable to cowardly surrender to injustice sometimes created delicate problems of interpretation. But historically much more significant than this personal philosophy was the way in which the resultant perspective of controlled mass participation objectively fitted in with the interests and sentiments of socially decisive sections of the Indian people. Indian politicians before Gandhi, as we have seen, had tended to oscillate between moderate mendicancy and individual terrorism basically because of their social inhibitions about uncontrolled mass movements. The Gandhian model would prove acceptable also to business groups, as well as to relatively better off or locally dominant sections of the peasantry, all of whom 156 stood to lose something if political struggle turned into uninhibited and violent social revolution. In more general terms, as we shall see, the doctrine of ahimsa lay at the heart of the essentially unifying, umbrella-type role assumed by Gandhi and the Gandhian Congress, mediating internal social conflicts, contributing greatly to joint national struggle against foreign rule, but also leading to periodic retreats and some major reverses. A third, crucial, aspect of the Gandhian appeal lay in his social ideals, put forward most unambiguously in Hind Swaraj. The basic point made in this pamphlet is that the real enemy was not British political domination, but the whole of modern industrial civilization. Taking over and extending the romantic critique of industrialism developed by mid-19th century English writers like Carlyle and Ruskin, Gandhi argued that mere political Swaraj would mean English rule without the Englishman, while it would be folly to assume that an Indian Rockefeller would be better than the American Rockefeller. Railways, lawyers, and doctors have impoverished the country. Railways have spread plague and produced famines by encouraging the export of food grams. Lawyers have stimulated disputes in their greed for briefs and helped to maintain British rule by manning the law courts. Western medicine is expensive and ruins natural health measures. The central passage reads, India's salvation consists in unlearning what she has learned during the past 50 years or so. The railways, telegraphs, hospitals, lawyers, doctors and such like have all to go, and the so-called upper class have to learn to live consciously and religiously and deliberately the simple life of a peasant. The Gandhian social utopia as outlined in Hind Swaraj is undoubtedly unrealistic and indeed obscurantist if considered as a final remedy for the ills of India or of the world, and it never had much appeal for sophisticated urban groups which by the 1930s and 40s would turn increasingly to either capitalist or socialist solutions based on industrialization. But it did represent a response to the deeply alienating effects of modernization, particularly under colonial conditions. For the artisan ruined by factory industries, the peasant to whom law courts were a disastrous trap and going to a city hospital usually an expensive death sentence, as well as to the rural or small-town intelligentsia for whom education had brought few material benefits, the anti-industrial theme had a real attraction, at least for some time. After his return to India, Gandhi concretized his message through programs of khadi, village reconstruction, and Harijan welfare. Once again, none of these really solved problems in the sense of changing social or economic relations, but, when tried out with sincerity and patience by devoted Gandhian constructive workers, they could improve. 157. To some limited extent the lot of the rural people. The message of self-reliance and self-help of the Swadeshi period thus acquired wider dimensions. It must be added that the peasant appeal of Gandhi was greatly helped also by his political style, traveling third class, speaking in simple Hindustani, wearing a loincloth only from 1921 onwards, using the imagery of Tulsidas's Ramayana so deep-rooted in the popular religion of the North Indian Hindu rural masses. The role of rumour. Yet the tremendous breadth of Gandhian movements cannot be explained purely by what Gandhi as a personality thought, stood for, or actually did. What we have to understand also is the role of rumour in a predominantly illiterate society going through a period of acute strain and tensions. From out of their misery and hope, varied sections of the Indian people seem to have fashioned their own images of Gandhi, particularly in the earlier days when he was still to most people a distant, vaguely glimpsed or heard of tale of a holy man with miracle-working powers. Thus peasants could imagine that Gandhi would end zamindari exploitation, agricultural labourers of UP believed that he would provide holdings for them, and Assam tea coolies left the plantations en masse in May 1921 saying that they were obeying Gandhi's orders. A CID report on the Kisan movement in Allahabad district in January 1921 makes the same point in vivid detail. The currency which Mr. Gandhi's name has acquired even in the remotest villages is astonishing. No one seems to know quite who or what he is, but it is an accepted fact that what he says is so, and what he orders must be done. He is a Mahatma or Sadhu, a Pundit, a Brahmin who lives at Allahabad, even at Deoda. The real power of his name is perhaps to be traced back to the idea that it was he who got Badakli stopped in Pratapgarh. As a general rule, Gandhi is not thought of as being antagonistic to government, but only to the zamindars. We are for Gandhiji and the Sarkar. That a Gandhi-type leadership with strong religious overtones was something like a historical necessity in this period is indicated, as we shall see, by the emergence of a number of somewhat similar regional or local leaders in the early 1920s, Swami Viswananda and Swami Darshanananda among Bengal and Bihar miners, Swami Vidyananda in North Bihar, Baba Ramchandra in Pratapgarh, Swami Kumarananda in Rajasthan, Ananda Swami in Maharashtra, Alurai Sitra Marayu among the Rampa tribals of Andhra. The dual nature of 158. This process of image building needs to be emphasized. As the Allahabad CID report indicates, peasants were giving the vague rumors about Gandhi a radical, anti-Zamindar twist. But at the same time they were attributing their own achievements to him, for, if Badakli had been restricted in Pratapgarh, it was due to peasant struggle under local leaders like Baburam Chandra. Gandhi or the Congress leadership, as we shall see, had little or nothing to do with it directly. If, as would happen repeatedly from 1922 onwards, the Mahatma categorically ordered a retreat, the bulk of the masses would obey. The peasants still needed to be represented by a savior from above, a crucial limitation which is perhaps at times underestimated by some recent scholars who, reacting against elite historiography, tend to somewhat romanticize the spontaneous revolutionary potential of the rural misses. The millenarian vision faded in course of time, and was in fact curbed by the very growth of Gandhian Congress organization and discipline. Thus a recurrent pattern in Gandhian movements would be a kind of inverse relationship between organizational power and the strength of elemental, often violent and radical, popular outbursts. Champaran, Quetta, Ahmedabad. Gandhi returned from South Africa in 1915, having won a partial victory there. Smuts Indian Relief Act of June 1914 abolished the £3 tax and recognized Indian marriages, though discrimination certainly did not end, and the broader question of white racist exploitation of Africans and Indian alike had hardly been touched upon as yet. During the next 3 years, Gandhi acquired the reputation of a man who would take up local wrongs and usually manage to do something concrete about them, a political style in sharp contrast to the established Congress pattern of starting with somewhat abstract all India issues or programs and proceeding from top downwards. Judith Brown has argued that the main importance of these early movements lay in the recruitment of subcontractors who would serve as his lifelong lieutenants like Rajendra Prasad, Anugraha Narayan Sinha and J.B. Kripalani in Champaran, or Vallabhbhai Patel, Mahadev Desai, Indulal Yajanik and Shankar Lal Bankar in the two Gujarat movements. But her own and other available accounts reveal other important dimensions, too: the existence in every case of pressures from below, a note of millenarian appeal at times, and the first indications also of a restraining role. 159. Champaran, as we have seen, had a long history of anti-planter discontent and agitation. Jacques Paukpadas's detailed analysis makes clear that the crucial mediating role in peasant mobilization was played not so much by Gandhian converts from the small-town intelligentsia but by a somewhat lower stratum of rich and middle peasants, local mahajans, and traders who resented planter competition in money lending and trade, and a few village muktars and school teachers. Gandhi's own role was at first sight confined to instituting an open inquiry in July 1917, and giving all India publicity to the grievances of the Champaran indigo cultivators, an inquiry and a publicity which led to the abolition of Tinkathia. Yet the psychological impact far surpassed the concrete activities. Gandhi is daily transfiguring the imaginations of masses of ignorant men with visions of an early millennium, reported the Betiya SDO on April 29, 1917. A Rayat compared Gandhi to Ramchandra, and declared before the inquiry committee that tenants would not fear the Rakshasa planters now that Gandhi was there. Rumors were current that Gandhi had been sent by the viceroy or the king to overrule all local officials and planters, and even that the British would leave Champaran in a few months. There were some signs of militancy going beyond Gandhian limits, a few attacks on indigo factories and cases of incendiarism, for instance. By late 1917, peasants were at times refusing to pay even the reduced cherubishi which had been accepted by the Gandhian settlement. Gandhi left behind him a group of 15 volunteers who tried to start constructive village work, and told Rajendra Prasad that the only real solution was the education of Rayats and a constant process of mediation between them and the planters, but such efforts do not seem to have been particularly successful at Champaran, where only 3 village-level workers were still active by May 1918. The Gandhian intervention proved much more of a permanent success at Quetta district of Gujarat, a land of relatively prosperous Kanbai Patidar peasant proprietors producing food grains, cotton, and tobacco for nearby Ahmedabad. Many Patidars had gone to South Africa as traders, and primary education was fairly widespread among them. As David Hardiman has pointed out in a recent micro-study of Kedah, a late 19th century golden age here was succeeded by repeated famine and plague after 1899, making revenue payments very difficult. The lesser Patidars, living in villages occupying a lower position in the marriage network within the caste, were the worst affected, for the superior Patidars could accumulate extra wealth through dowries and often got employment also in the civil service of nearby Baroda state, and it was the former group which was to provide the most permanent support to Gandhian nationalism. In 1917-18, a poor harvest coincided with high prices of kerosene, ironware, cloth, and salt, while the low-caste Bharatiyas whom the Kedah Patidars employed as farm labor had successfully forced up wages. "We have to pay 6 annas for labor which we used to get for 3, a Patidar complained in April 1918. The initiative for no revenue really came not from Gandhi or Ahmedabad politicians, but from local village leaders like Mohanlal Pandya of Kuptavanj Taluka in Kedah in November 1917. It was taken up by Gandhi after a lot of hesitation only on March 22, 1918. The delay proved unwise, as by that time the poorer peasants had already been coerced to pay up revenue, and a good Rabi crop had weakened the case for remissions. Kedah, the first real Gandhian peasant satyagraha in India, consequently proved a rather patchy affair, affecting only 70 villages out of 559, and having to be called off in June after no more than a token concession. But sustained village work would build up over the years a solid Gandhian base in Gujarat, particularly in the Anand and Borsad talukas of the rich tobacco and dairy farming Karotar tract of Kedah, and Bardoli taluka of Surat. The deep Patidar faith in Gandhian nonviolence followed not just from traditional Vaishnava Bhakti influences, but from the fact that as property owners they did not want violent revolution. The Kedah Satyagraha has been followed in fact by a spate of dacoities in Patidar houses by Bharatiyas who apparently felt that British law and order was collapsing. That the Gujarat peasants had a mind of their own, and were not simply responding to strings pulled by Gandhi's subcontractors as Judith Brown likes to assume, is proved by the extremely poor response that Gandhi and his followers obtained in Kedah for their war recruitment campaign in the summer of 1918. Villagers who had met them previously with garlands, now refused them food. Unlike the Champaran and Kedah movements against white planters and revenue authorities, Gandhi's intervention in Ahmedabad in February-March 1918 was in a situation of purely internal conflict between Gujarat mill owners and their workers. The textile magnate Ambalal Sarabhai had 161 been an early contributor to the Sabarmati Ashrama finances, while his sister Ansuya Ben had become a Gandhian disciple, visiting Kedah during the Satyagraha and starting night schools among mill workers. The mill owners' attempt to end the plague bonus of 1917 in a period of rising prices led to a confrontation despite Gandhi's mediation attempts, with the workers demanding a 50% wage hike in lieu of the plague bonus and the owners offering only 20%. The Ahmedabad strike of March 1918 under Gandhi's leadership was notable for the Mahatma's first use of the weapon of the hunger strike. Conventionally this is described as a successful attempt to rally the flagging spirit of the workers, an alternative to militant picketing which Gandhi strictly forbade. The district magistrate's report quoted by Judith Brown gives an interestingly different version. The workers, we are told, had assailed him bitterly for being a friend of the mill owners, riding in their motor cars and eating sumptuously with them, while the weavers were starving, and Gandhi allegedly began his fast stung by these taunts. Whatever its motives, the hunger strike successfully won for the workers a 35% wage increase. The Gandhian hold on the Ahmedabad workers was consolidated through the Textile Labour Association of 1920, grounded on the philosophy of peaceful arbitration of disputes, interdependence of capital and labour, and the concept of owners being trustees for the workers. Gandhi's excellent personal contacts with Ahmedabad mill owners and workers alike made such methods a success here. It is significant, however, that this Gandhian model, which rejected not only politicization along class war line but also militant economic struggles, never spread beyond Ahmedabad. Gandhi himself, unlike many other nationalist leaders, kept strictly aloof from the Atuk right from the beginning, long before the communists became important within it. The message of class peace and mutual adjustment had much greater success among the peasantry than with the proletariat, for in the countryside exploitation at times took on a paternalistic color and issues like land revenue or the salt tax provided unifying grievances. Down to early 1919, Gandhi's interventions in matters of all India politics had been relatively minimal, being mainly confined to protests against the internment of Annie Besant and repeated pleas for the release of the Ali brothers. He showed little interest in the reform proposals, which were engrossing the attention of most other politicians. The provocative enactment of the Rowlatt Act in February 1919 made him turn to an All India Satyagraha campaign for the first time. 162. The so-called Rowlatt Act was rushed through the Imperial Legislative Council between February 6 and March 18, 1919, against the unanimous opposition of all non-official Indian members. Representing an attempt to make wartime restrictions on civil rights permanent through a system of special courts and detention without trial for a maximum of 2 years, the act was probably a bid to conciliate the considerable segment of official and non-official white opinion which had resented Montagu's liberal promises and the grant of diarchy. It was accompanied by viceregal assurances that the civil service and British commercial interests would not suffer from the coming reforms. From the Indian point of view, the Rowlatt Act directly affected only active politicians, but any move to give further powers to the police was bound to evoke much more widespread alarm, considering the latter's notoriety everywhere as petty oppressors. While all sections of Indian political opinion deeply resented the Rowlatt Act, it was left to Gandhi to suggest a practicable form of all India mass protest, going beyond petitioning but not intended to be unrestrained or violent. The plan initially was a rather modest one of volunteers courting arrest by public sale of prohibited works. It was extended by Gandhi on March 23 to include the novel and far more radical idea of an All India Hartal on March 30. The breaks were there from the beginning, however. The Hartal was deliberately fixed for a Sunday, and Gandhi explicitly declared that employees who are required to work even on Sunday may only suspend work after obtaining previous leave from their employers. He also rejected the Arya-Samajist leader Swami Shraddhanand's suggestion for a no-revenue call, and urged the old moderate leader Dinshaw Wacha to accept his program with the argument that the growing generation will not be satisfied with petitions, etc. Satyagraha is the only way, it seems to me, to stop terrorism. In organizing his Satyagraha, Gandhi tried to utilize 3 types of political networks: the Home Rule Leagues, certain pan-Islamist groups, and a Satyagraha Sabha which he himself started at Bombay on February 24. Younger, radical members of the 2 Home Rule Leagues were in need of a leader, as Besant had suddenly turned into a moderate, while Tilak had left for England in September 1918. Besant Home Rule. 163. League enthusiasts in Bombay city like Jamidas Dwarkadas, Shankar Lal Bankar, Umar Sobhani, and B.G. Horniman supplied most of the men and finances for the Satyagraha Sabha. Some of Tilak's younger followers also joined Gandhi, though the former's principal lieutenants like N.C. Kelkar or G.S. Kaparde remained aloof. Gandhi had already developed excellent relations with some Muslim leaders, and particularly with Abdul Bari of the Firungi Mahal Ulama group at Lucknow, the religious preceptor of the Ali brothers who were still interned. With the defeat of Ottoman Turkey and the spread of rumors regarding very harsh peace terms being prepared by the victorious Allies, concern about the future of the Sultan Khalifa was spreading among Indian Muslims. The Delhi session of the Muslim League was marked by an important change in leadership, for the more moderate section of the young party who wanted to accept the Montford reforms were ousted by an alliance of somewhat more radical politicians like Ansari and a large group of ulama brought by Abdul Bari. Ansari had hailed Gandhi at this session as the intrepid leader of India, who has endeared himself as much to the Musulmans as to the Hindus, and Bari came out in favor of Satyagraha against the Rowlatt Act after a meeting with Gandhi in mid-March 1919. The specific organization started for the movement, the Satyagraha Sabha, concentrated on publishing propaganda literature and collecting signatures to a Satyagraha pledge, while Gandhi himself embarked on a whirlwind tour visiting Bombay, Delhi, Allahabad, Lucknow and a number of South Indian cities between March and early April. The Congress as such was not in the picture at all. It had no machinery as yet for real agitational politics in most parts of the country, where something of that sort did exist, as with the old extremist networks in Bengal and Maharashtra, resistance to Gandhi would in fact be the strongest. What emerges from all this is that the organizational preparation was extremely limited and patchy, and quite remarkably disproportionate to the storm which arose in April 1919, the biggest and most violent anti-British upsurge which India had seen since 1857. Signatories to the Satyagraha pledge numbered only 982 in mid-March, 397 in Bombay City, 400 in Gujarat, 101 in Sindh, and only 84 outside Bombay Presidency. In the province that was to be most affected, Punjab, the Home Rule League network had been weakest, nor did Gandhi have time to visit it before the explosion. The Hunter Commission and the Congress Punjab Inquiry Committee reports, and the recent valuable collection of research papers edited by Ravinder Kumar, together give us a picture of an elemental upheaval, sparked off by a combination of post-war economic 164 grievances, rumors about Gandhi that were potent precisely in their vagueness and inaccuracy, and brutal provocation and repression particularly in the Punjab. The movement seems to have been almost entirely urban, with lower middle class groups and artisans on the whole more important than industrial workers. While there were hurdles in most Indian towns on March 30 and April 6, the places most affected by the ensuing disturbances were Amritsar, Lahore, Gujranwala and a number of smaller towns in the Punjab, Ahmedabad, Virangam, and Nadayat in Gujarat, and Delhi, Bombay and Calcutta. Lieutenant Governor O'Dwyer's Punjab administration had become thoroughly unpopular already before 1919 due to ruthless recruitment and war exactions, severe repression following the Gadar outbreaks of 1915, and tactless speeches abusing educated groups. Ravinder Kumar's micro-study of Lahore pinpoints some more specific factors: a food grains price rise of 100% between 1917 and 1919 while artisan wages went up by only 20 to 25%, O'Dwyer's active connivance in 1913 in the collapse of the People's Bank of Punjab's top Swadeshi entrepreneur Harkishan Lal, causing a major setback to the economic ambitions of the predominantly Hindu trading community of Lahore, the spread of anti-British political ideas by Arya Samajist barristers with business connections like Mukund Lal Puri and Gokul Chand Narang, and a Muslim awakening, inspired by the journalist Zafar Ali Khan and above all by the poetry of Iqbal in his first, nationalist, phase. What seems to have frightened O'Dwyer and other British officials most was the remarkable Hindu-Muslim-Sikh unity of early 1919 in a province noted both before and afterwards for its communal divisions. The hurdles of March 30 and April 6 at Amritsar were peaceful but massive affairs, and the April 9 Ramnavmi procession here was later described by the Hunter Commission as very largely participated in by Mohammedans, a striking demonstration in furtherance of Hindu-Muslim unity, people of the different creeds drinking out of the same cups publicly. The local leaders of Amritsar, Kichlug, and Satyapal, were deported the same evening, and orders were issued restraining Gandhi from entering Delhi and the Punjab. Firing on a peaceful demonstration near Hall Bridge in Amritsar on April 10 was followed by attacks on the symbols of British authority banks. 165. Post offices, the railway station and the town hall. Martial law was clamped down on the town on April 11, with General Dyer in command. On April 13, a peaceful unarmed crowd, consisting in large part of villagers who had come for a fair and had not been told of the ban on meetings, was attacked without the slightest warning by Dyer in an enclosed ground, Jallianwala Bagh. Official estimates later spoke of 379 killed, unofficial accounts gave much higher figures. Dyer's only regrets before the Hunter Commission were that his ammunition ran out, and that the narrow lanes had prevented his bringing in an armored car, for it was no longer a question of merely dispersing the crowd, but one of producing a moral effect. During the following weeks, Dyer, with the full backing of the lieutenant governor, went on with his job of producing a moral effect through indiscriminate arrests, torture, special tribunals, public flogging, recruiting lawyers to work on menial jobs as special constables, insisting on native salaaming all sahibs, and making Indians crawl down Kukakachanwala Lane where a white woman had been insulted. At Lahore, peaceful hardals and demonstrations marked once again by remarkable communal unity on 6 and April 9 were followed by violent clashes with the police on the 10th as rumours about Gandhi's externment and the Amritsar events reached the city. Muslim artisans and workers were particularly militant, while established leaders like Ram Hajatut made desperate efforts to control the crowds. On April 11, there were strikes at the Mogulpara railway workshop and many factories, and the situation became so serious that the British withdrew from the city into the cantonment area. An enormous rally at the Badshahi Mosque endorsed the formation of a People's Committee, which virtually controlled the city from 11 to April 14. This committee, however, consisted of middle-class politicians who did not know what to do with the power so suddenly thrust into their hands by the people. Accustomed to pressure politics, and certainly not prepared for revolution, they did little apart from organizing some kitchens to provide food during the Hartal, and their effort on April 13 to call off the Hartal itself at a town hall meeting was blocked only by mass resentment. There were a few, very short-lived, signs of an alternative, more militant leadership. A 40-member Danda Fauj under Chamandin paraded the streets with lathis and toy guns, and put up inflammatory posters, "O Hindu, Muhammadan and Sikh brethren, enlist at once in the Danda army and fight with bravery against the English monkeys. Leave off dealings with the Englishmen, close offices and workshops. Fight on." This is the command of Mahatma Gandhi. The British returned in force on April 14, deported the People's Committee leaders, and smashed the popular movement by martial law. 166. 5 districts in the Punjab were seriously affected by the Rolat disturbances, Gujranwala, Gujarat, and Lyalpur, apart from Amritsar and Lahore. The British were seriously worried by the threat of a general strike on the northwestern railway line linking Gujarat, Gujranwala, Lahore, and Amritsar with Delhi, and though this did not take place, the Hunter Commission found railway staff to have been specially infected, along with the lower orders of the town populations. The Hunter Commission agreed with the Congress Committee report that the vast masses of peasantry were unaffected. The pattern everywhere was of sporadic attacks on government buildings, communications, and occasionally on individual whites, followed by far more violent, brutal and ruthless repression. The latter included aerial bombing of Gujranwala and surrounding villages on April 14, 258 sentences of flogging by martial law tribunals, and fancy punishments like rubbing noses on the ground and making the entire population stand the whole day under the scorching Punjab sun. The total disproportion between popular and government violence is indicated by the fact, brought out by the Congress report, that in the whole of the Punjab only 4 whites were killed, while Indian casualties were at least 1,200 dead and 3,600 wounded. At Delhi, the transfer of capital in 1912 had been followed by something like a political awakening. A Home Rule League branch had been active since February 1917 under Ansari. The city had become a center of pan-Islamic activity. Shraddhanand enjoyed a unique influence over the Hindu lower middle class, and 5 radical vernacular newspapers had been started between November 1918 and February 1919, whose editors were to play a more prominent and radical part in April 1919 than established leaders like Ansari or Hakim Ajmal Khan. D.W. Farrell's study also notes importance of economic factors. The influenza epidemic had killed 7,000 in the city, salt was selling at 4 times the 1914 price, while kerosene had become unobtainable. The Hindu traders were irritated by war taxation, and the big artisan community had been hard hit by the decline in handicrafts. The number employed by the lace and embroidery trade, for instance, went down from 18,000 to 4,000 between 1911 and 1921. The Rolat movement went through 3 phases in Delhi city. The Hartal of March 30, marked by 2 cases of police firing near the railway station and on Chandani Chowk, was followed by a relative lull, during which took place the memorable rally at the Jama Masjid where Muslims and Hindus alike kissed the feet. 167. Of Swami Shraddhanand. News of the externment of Gandhi set off a continuous hartal from 10 to April 18, accompanied by a strike of bank clerks and an attempted rail strike on April 13. As at Lahore, lower-class militancy soon frightened the established leaders and even the more radical journalists. The informal alliance between the middle classes and the lower classes began to dissolve as unobtrusively as it had formed. After another round of firing on Chandani Chowk on April 17, the city quickly returned to normal. The news of the action taken against Gandhi provoked a massive and really violent upsurge in Ahmedabad on April 11, when 51 government buildings were burnt down by rioters consisting mainly of textile workers. Official estimates speak of 28 being killed and 123 injured in the action subsequently taken under martial law. On April 12, crowds of mill hands went on the rampage also in the nearby town of Virangam. While there was a spontaneous 2-day hartal in Bombay city on 10 to 11 April, things remained more or less peaceful, and here Gujarati merchants and professional groups were far more prominent than industrial workers, the main center of demonstrations being south-central Bombay, not proletarian Parel. Gandhi's presence definitely acted here as a restraining factor, and at Nadayat in Quetta district, mass violence was averted by the teaching of one of Mr. Gandhi's followers who came from Ahmedabad on April 11 and exhorted the people to remain quiet. The Bombay government's reactions were also much more restrained than in the Punjab, which was a frontier province supplying the major part of soldiers for the Indian Army. Calcutta witnessed hartals on 6 and April 11, a joint Hindu-Muslim rally at Nakota Mosque on the 11th, and clashes with the police and army in the cosmopolitan Harrison Road Chitpurba Bazaar area on the 12th, with the British using machine guns to kill 9 people. A significant feature of the Calcutta demonstrations was the prominence of upcountry Hindus, Marwaris, and Muslims, and the relative unimportance of the Bengali student element in very sharp contrast to the Swadeshi days. The Madras city protest remained non-violent, but included a number of big labor meetings on the beach, addressed by TV. Kalyanasundara Mudaliar, congressman and one of the chief organizers of the pioneer Madras Labor Union of 1918, and Subramaniya Shiva, the extremist veteran of the Tuticorin strike of 1908. The response elsewhere in the country was not very remarkable. In the central provinces, for instance, the only places affected by hartals, complete or partial, were Chindwana, Akola and Amravati. The unprecedented scale of British repression seems to have frightened most Indian politicians for some time. At Calcutta, for instance, it proved 168. Impossible to organize a public protest meeting, and it was left to Rabindranath Tagore to voice the agony and anger of a nation through a famous letter renouncing his knighthood. The official Congress reaction to the Punjab horrors remained confined in 1919 to the well-worn device of a non-official inquiry committee. As for Gandhi himself, the widespread violence particularly on his home ground of Ahmedabad led him to confess to a Himalayan blunder and quickly call off the Satyagraha. Henceforward Gandhi would be extremely wary about starting movements without adequate organizational and ideological preparations and controls. Together with the short-lived hopes aroused by the royal amnesty for prisoners not accused of violence which accompanied the formal assent to the reforms in December 1919, this caution probably explains the rather surprising alignments at the Amritsar Congress in the same month. The Congress had already taken up a stand critical of the Montford reforms at Delhi the previous year, leading to a breakaway by the old moderate remnants who formed the National Liberal Association under Supru, Jaikar, and Chinthamani. At Amritsar, however, Gandhi gave his full support to a resolution thanking Montagu and promising cooperation in working the new councils. A compromise clause describing the act as disappointing was added at the insistence of Cr. Das, Tilak, Ramhajatu Chaudhary and Hazrat Mahani, despite Gandhi's opposition. The alignments were to be totally reversed by September 1920, with Gandhi pressing hard for council boycott and non-cooperation and Das and Tilak's followers holding back, but by then Gandhi, through his use of the Caliphate issue, had acquired a commanding position over both Congress and overall national politics. 1919 to 1920, Leaders and Masses: Gandhi, Caliphate, and the Congress. The recent writings of Richard Gordon, Judith Brown, and Francis Robinson have described in great detail the process of Gandhi's rise to power or capture of national leadership in the course of 1919 to 20, with the accent always on the whole thing being no more than a very skillful top-level political game. With rumors about a harsh peace treaty to be imposed on the defeated Ottoman Empire fast becoming a certainty, the Caliphate movement was rapidly gaining momentum in 1919 to 20. Its three central demands, presented by Mohammed Agha to diplomats in Paris in March 1920, were that the 169 Turkish Sultan Khalifa must retain control over the Muslim sacred places, must be left with sufficient territory to enable him to defend the Islamic faith, and that the Jazirat al-Arab must remain under Muslim sovereignty. As was to be expected, the movement developed a moderate and a radical strand. The first had its focus in the Central Caliphate Committee, organized by prosperous Bombay merchants like Shotani. The second consisted of lower middle-class journalists and ulama with considerable influence over small towns and villages, particularly in the United Provinces, Bengal, Sindh and Malabar. The Bombay leaders would have liked to confine the agitation to sober meetings, memorials, and deputations to London and Paris. The radicals, led by the Ali brothers after their release from internment in early 1920, pressed for country-wide hurdles, and it was from this group that the call for non-cooperation first came, at the Delhi All India Caliphate Conference on 22 to 23 November 1919. Gandhi, Judith Brown tells us, made himself vital to both groups by initially playing a mediating role. He was also the indispensable link with Hindu politicians, and Caliphate leaders were extremely eager for Hindu-Muslim unity, without which any non-cooperation movement involving boycott of services or councils was evidently impossible. Their eagerness was reflected by the December 1919 Muslim League resolution calling for the giving up of the Bakr-Eid slaughter of cows. It is noteworthy that Hindu leaders then or later on never offered the obvious quid pro quo of abandoning music before mosques, even though the latter was hardly an indispensable part of Hinduism while Bakr-Eid was a central religious function. Till May 1920, Gandhi on the whole sided with the Bombay group, opposing for instance Hazrat Mahani's call for boycott of British goods at the Caliphate Conference of November 1919. The turning point came with the publication of the very harsh terms of the Treaty of Sèvres with Turkey on May 14, 1920, followed on May 28 by the Hunter Commission Majority Report on the Punjab disturbances, bitterly described by Gandhi as page after page of thinly disguised official whitewash. The Government of India had already protected its officers by an Indemnity Act, and now O'Dwyer was acquitted of blame. The House of Lords rejected the censure passed on Dyer, and the Morning Post raised a purse of £26,000 for the butcher of Jallianwala Bagh. The Allahabad meeting of the Central Caliphate Committee, which was attended by a number of nationalist Hindu leaders, saw 170. The victory of the radicals, now backed by Gandhi. A program of four-stage non-cooperation was announced, and Gandhi began pressing the Congress to adopt a similar plan of campaign around the three issues of the Punjab wrong, the Caliphate wrong and Swaraj, the last being left, quite deliberately, undefined. Full support initially came only from Gujarat and Bihar. Motilal Nehru was at first hesitant about the crucial issue of boycott of council elections, and Cr. Das and the Tilakites bitterly opposed it. The dramatic conversion of the established leaders to Gandhi's program between September and December 1920 has been explained by Gordon and Brown largely in terms of political calculation of election prospects. Thus Lajpat Rai, we are told, supported election boycott on June 25, as the Punjab election rules announced in mid-June offered little chance for the urban Hindu-based Congress of that province. The opposition to council boycott was, conversely, strongest in Bengal and Maharashtra, old extremist strongholds where electoral chances were relatively bright. Motilal allegedly realized that the UP Congress was organizationally unprepared for elections, and his support proved decisive at the Calcutta Special Congress, which approved a program of surrender of titles, the triple boycott, boycott of foreign goods, and encouragement of national schools, arbitration courts, and Kadi by a 144 to 132 vote at the Subjects Committee and a much wider margin at the open session. No mention was made here, however, of resignations from services, police, or the army, or of no tax. The Nagpur Congress saw the dramatic switchover of Cr. Das, who spent 36,000 on financing a big opposition delegation from Bengal, but eventually moved the central resolution accepting the entire or any part of the nonviolent non-cooperation scheme, with the renunciation of voluntary association with the government at one end, and the refusal to pay taxes at the other, put in force at a time to be determined by either the Indian National Congress or the AICC. Council elections were over in any case, and Gandhi's promise of Swaraj within 1 year possibly implied a tacit understanding that the whole issue could be reopened if Swaraj did not come through non-cooperation within the stipulated period. For the time being, at least, the whole Congress lay at Gandhi's feet. Its creed was modified to read the attainment of Swaraj by all legitimate and peaceful means, Swaraj being again left deliberately vague. Crucial changes were made at Gandhi's insistence in Congress organization, in an effort to make it into a real mass political party for the first time, a regular Forana membership, a hierarchy of village taluka district or town committees. 171. Reorganization of PCCs on a linguistic basis, with the number of delegates to be fixed in proportion to population, and a small 15-member working committee as the real executive head. Pressures from below. Electoral calculations may have played some part in the conversions of individual leaders to non-cooperation, though even here we must not underestimate the element of real emotion and anger aroused by the Caliphate and Punjab issues. My blood is boiling over since I read the summaries you have sent. We must hold a special Congress now and raise a veritable hell for the rascals. Judith Brown herself has given ample evidence of a kind of populist groundswell virtually forcing more radical courses on both Caliphate and Congress leaders, the 180 peasant delegates whose support ensured victory for the non-cooperation resolution at the Bihar Provincial Conference at Bhagalpur in August 1920, the enormous gap between voting figures at the Subjects Committee and the open session at Calcutta, the 14,582 delegates at Nagpur. At Calcutta and Nagpur, crucial support for Gandhi came from the countrywide network of Marwari businessmen and traders, from Muslim Khilafatists, and from relatively submerged regions like Andhra whose demands for linguistic reorganization had been taken up by Gandhi from April 1920 onwards and given a place in the revised Congress constitution at Nagpur. The apparently distant and unreal Caliphate issue was fast acquiring new dimensions through the diverse interpretations given to it at local levels. Lower-class Muslims in UP are said to have related Caliphate to the Urdu word khilaf, and used it as a symbol of general revolt against authority, while in Malabar the ever-restive Moplas would soon convert it into a banner of anti-landlord revolt. An additional factor arousing Muslim sentiments and hopes was the anti-British stance of the new Amir Amanullah of Afghanistan, who fought a brief war with British India in May-June 1919 and developed some contacts with Bolshevik Russia. In June 1920, no less than 20,000 Muslim Muhajirin trekked from Sindh and northwest frontier province into Afghanistan in a massive hijrat away from the government which had disinherited the Khalifa. In August 1920, the Zamindar editor Zafar Ali Khan was sentenced to 5 years transportation for a speech proclaiming that it was time for the advent of the Mahdi, the Islamic savior. Soaring millenarian hopes were aroused also by the very vagueness and lack of realism of Gandhi's promise of Swaraj within a year. Above all, 1919 and 1920 were also years of 172. Widespread labor unrest, organization, and peasant awakening, aspects entirely ignored by Cambridge scholars. A near-contemporary account gives the following list of the highlights of the strike wave of late 1919–early 1920, November 4 to December 2, 1919, woolen mills, Kanpuri, 17,000 men out, December 7, 1919 to January 9, 1920, railway workers, Jamalpur, 16,000 men out, January 9 to 18, 1920, jute mills, Calcutta, 35,000 men out, January 2 to February 3, general strike, Bombay, 200,000 men out, January 20 to 31, mill workers, Rangoon, 20,000 men out, January 31, British India Navigation Company, Bombay, 10,000 men out, January 26 to February 16, mill workers, Sholapur, 16,000 men out, February 24 to March 29, Tata Iron and Steel Workers, 40,000 men out, March 9, mill workers, Bombay, 60,000 men out, March 20 to 26, mill workers, Madras, 17,000 men out, May 1920, mill workers, Ahmedabad, 25,000 men out. There were 110 strikes in Bengal during the second half of 1920 alone. Trade unions tended to follow rather than precede strikes, and were often little more than short-lived strike committees. Their numbers still heralded a new age in labor organization. A Bengal government confidential report listed 40 relatively stable labor unions and associations in 1920, 55 in 1921, and 75 in 1922, while of the 53 unions active in Bombay in 1926, only 7 dated from before 1920, while no less than 29 had been formed between 1920 and 1923. Union leadership, necessarily in the main middle class, came from a variety of political trends: moderate near-loyalists like N.M. Joshi of Bombay, followers of Besant like Wadia in Madras and Baptista in Bombay, B.G. Horniman's Bombay Chronicle Group, together with some of the younger followers of Tilak, Thiru Ka, the Madras Congress leader, Khilafadist agitators and nationalists with old extremist connections in Bengal, together with younger radicals who were to become very important in the 1920s like Jitendralal Banerjee, Hemantakumar Sarkar, and Mrinal Kanthi Basu. There were also some political sannyas, like Swami Darshananand in Ranagunj and Swami Visvanand, the leader of the Jariya mine workers. The predominantly nationalist middle-class leadership often acted as a brake on labor militancy, particularly in Indian-owned enterprises, thus the Jamshedpur Labour Association founded by S.N. Huldar and Byomkesh Chakrabarti in the course of the February 1920 strike could provide only a very compromising and inept guidance to the Tata workers. Baptista perhaps spoke for most of these early labour leaders when, at the inaugural session of the ATUC in Bombay on October 31, 1920, he deplored the Via Dolorosa of workers but held out to them the higher idea of partnership. They are partners and co-workers, and not buyers and sellers of labor. Already, however, a few individuals and groups on the fringes of the labor movement were beginning to lean towards Marxism. The radical young student S.A. Dange in Bombay, who talks of his rapid transition from being a Kila of Tilak to that of Lenin in the course of 1920-21, or the elderly lawyer Singh Aravelli Chettiar in Madras. It is interesting that though Lajput Rai presided over the first ATUC session and quite a galaxy of leading Indian politicians attended it, Gandhi kept sternly aloof, not even sending a message, and his Ahmedabad Majo or Mahajan never sought affiliation to the ATUC even when it was controlled by entirely moderate groups. The very effective and non-violent, but socially far-reaching, weapon of the political general strike would never be allowed to enter the armory of non-cooperation. In the political backwater of Rajasthan, the anti-feudal peasant unrest, endemic, as we have seen, from the early years of the century, touched a new peak in the 1920s. Wilkinson's Rajputana Agency report of 1921 described Mewar as becoming a hotbed of lawlessness. Seditionist emissaries are teaching the people that all men are equal. The land belongs to the peasants and not to the state or landlords. It is significant that the people are being urged to use the vernacular equivalent of the word comrade, The movement is mainly anti-Maharana, but it might soon become anti-British and spread to the adjoining British area. We might legitimately suspect some alarmist exaggeration here, but certainly Vijay Singh Pathak and Manik Lal Verma had built up a powerful Kisan movement around the old centre of Bijolia, and some concessions in the shape of reduced cesses and Bigar were wrested from the Jagirdar in 1922. Meanwhile Motilal Tejawat, an Udaipur spice merchant who adopted tribal dress and claimed to be Gandhi's emissary, started organizing the Bhil tribals of Mewar, while a no-revenue campaign began under Jainarayan Vyas in Marwar. Pathak developed close contacts with the UP Congress leader Ganesh Sankar Vidyarthi, who gave some publicity to the Bijolia movement in the Kanpur Pratap. A move at the 1921 Congress to censure the Mewar government was blocked, however, by Madan Mohan Malviya, who claimed that the Udaipur Maharana was his friend and that he would be able to persuade him to give concessions to the peasants. Stephen Henningham in a recent article has analyzed the powerful peasant movement which developed in 1919-20 on the estates of the enormous Darbhanga Raj, spread over the districts of Darbhanga, Muzaffarpur, Bhagalpur, Purnia and Munger in North Bihar. High prices adversely. 174. Affected all those who had to buy part or all of their food, while population pressure led to conflicts over land, grazing areas, and timber, with the Darbhanga estate renting out old pastures and asserting new claims over trees. The amlas or agents employed by the estate were often petty zamindars made more oppressive by financial pressures. Peasant meetings voicing grievances began to be held from the summer of 1919, starting with a rally at Narar village on 26–30 June in the Madhubni subdivision of North Darbhanga district. The inspiration came from Bishabaran Prasad, son of a prosperous occupancy tenant with 30 bighas in Saran, who had taken the name of Swami Vidyanand, had been inspired by Gandhi's Champaran movement, and who often claimed to be a disciple of Gandhi. The demands raised concerned mainly extortion by amlas and threats to customary rights of better-off tenants, though we do hear of sharecroppers in SE. Darbhanga being inspired by Vidyanand to demand a change to cash rents, and the original Narar petition had also complained of extortion of ghee and oil from lower caste Yadavs and Telis. The movement remained peaceful and restrained, except for some forcible cutting down of trees and a clash at Kothia Dume when Lathiels of the nearby Bawara indigo factory broke up a meeting of Vidyanand. The efficiently organized Darbhanga Raj bureaucracy defused the situation by giving some concessions to the better-off tenants in January 1920. Vidyanand himself got diverted to electoral politics in late 1920, and the movement had died down by the end of the year. The Darbhanga Raj was helped considerably by the attitude of the Bihar Congress leadership, which repeatedly turned down Vidyanand's appeals for support. In April 1920, the Bihar Provincial Conference at Rajendra Prasad's insistence shelved the plea for an inquiry into Darbhanga tenant grievances, and after the Bawara incident, Congress leaders Hassan Imam, Mazhar ul Haq, and Rajendra Prasad were easily persuaded not to attend meetings of Vidyanand. According to a secret Bihar government report, alarm was widespread amongst the Indian zamindars of the Tirhut division. They were prepared to make common cause with the indigo planters against what they regarded as a most dangerous attack on zamindars as a class. A deputation of zamindars came to Patna to interview Mr. Hassan Imam. 175. The best known of the early Kisan movements, studied in detail recently by Majid Siddiqui and Kapil Kumar, was the one that developed in 1920–21 in the Pratapgarh, Raebareli, Sultanpur and Faizabad districts of the Awadh region of the United Provinces. The British had done their best to win over the Awadh talukdars through what Harcourt Butler called the policy of sympathy. This in effect meant giving talukdars a free hand with regard to theatre tenants, so that rent could outstrip the steadily increasing revenue demand. The Audit Rent Act of 1886 gave in practice little or no protection, as the 7-year fixity of rent and ceiling of 6.14% on enhancement given to the new category of statutory tenants were evaded by landlords through Nazrana, extorted under threat of Bidakli. The peasants also suffered from a variety of cesses and the extortion of unpaid labor, while the congruence of caste with class domination made the Jajmani system an effective instrument of exploitation, the lower castes being obliged to supply ghee, cloth, or hides free or at below market rates to higher caste landlords or better off kisans. Rising prices made such customary levies much more oppressive, while enforced recruitment and Larai Chanda collected by talukdars added to peasant grievances during the war years. AUP Kisan Sabha had been started in February 1918, as we have seen, by Malviya's protege Indra Narayan Dwivedi, with some 450 branches set up at the initiative of Allahabad Home Rule League and Congress leaders mainly in Agra province. This rather superficial movement from the top split in late 1920 on the council boycott issue, with Dwivedi trying to rally Kisan votes for liberal candidates and his colleague Gauri Shankar Misra joining non-cooperation and establishing links with the grassroots peasant movement which had emerged by then in the Raebareli Pratapgarh region. The latter was founded by Yanguri Singh, a disgruntled under-proprietor of Pratapgarh, and Baba Ramchandra, a sannyasi who had come to that district after a spell as an indentured labourer in Fiji. Baba Ramchandra's movement characteristically combined appeals for Kisan solidarity with considerable use of the Ramayana and caste slogans. Thus Ruar village in Pratapgarh was selected as a base for the first Kisan Sabha, apparently because of an alleged mention of it in Tulsidas, and the recently discovered private papers of Baba Ramchandra contain references to a Kurmi Kshatriya Sabha later founded by him. The demands and 176 methods were fairly moderate: abolition of cesses and bigar, refusal to cultivate Badakli land, social boycott of oppressive landlords organized through panchayats. But the strength of the Kisan movement was vividly revealed in September 1920, when a peaceful but massive peasant demonstration at Pratapgarh obtained the release of Baba Ramchandra, who had been arrested on a trumped-up theft charge a few days before. Meanwhile, contacts had been established with Gauri Shankar Misra and Jawaharlal Nehru following a trip to Allahabad in June 1920 by Ramchandra accompanied by several hundred peasants, and Jawaharlal began his wanderings among the Kisans which he was to describe so vividly later on in his autobiography. By October 1920, with the foundation of the Audit Kisan Sabha headed by Nehru, Misra, and Ramchandra, the Gandhian Congress was well on the way towards establishing its hegemony over the peasant movement in UP. The results, as we shall see, were to be by no means uniformly fortunate from the peasant point of view. 1921 to 1922, non-cooperation and khilafat. An adequate understanding of the non-cooperation upsurge of 1921 to 22 requires an analysis at three levels: the phases of the All India movement as sought to be determined by the Gandhian Congress leadership, the role of distinct social groups and classes, and most interesting and important of all, perhaps the regional and local variations. The All India movement. Four phases may be distinguished in what may be termed the official movement, specifically responding to successive calls from the Working Committee or AICC. From January to March 1921, the central emphasis was on students leaving government-controlled schools and colleges and lawyers giving up practice. Even the Charka program initially had a strong intelligentsia orientation, with students and educated urban people in general being urged to take up spinewing on a voluntary basis, as a symbol of identification with the rural masses and as a quick road to Swadeshi. After a spectacular beginning, with massive student strikes at Calcutta and Lahore and top lawyers like C.R. Das and Motilal Nehru giving up their practice, this exclusively intelligentsia movement soon began showing signs of decline. In April, the Vijayawada session of the AICC found the country 177 not yet sufficiently disciplined, organized, and ripe for civil disobedience, and decided to concentrate on raising 1 crore for the Tilak Swaraj Fund, enrolling 1 crore Congress members, and installing 20 lakh charkas, by June 30. In face of mounting pressures from below, the Bombay AICC meeting of 28 to 30 July adopted a somewhat more militant stance, concentrating on boycott of foreign cloth and boycott of the coming visit of the Prince of Wales in November, though full-scale civil disobedience through non-payment of taxes was again postponed. Gandhi here gave a call for flooding the prisons with volunteers. Our triumph consists in thousands being led to prisons like lambs to the slaughterhouse, and organization of volunteer bands was now given top priority. Viceroy Reading quickly grasped the significance of the new mass orientation involved in the strategy of large-scale enrollment of volunteers, militant picketing, and courting of arrest by tens of thousands. The change from Gandhi's appeal to intellectuals to his appeal to ignorant masses has altered situation, but it has the advantage of bringing intellectuals and persons of property more closely to us. The Prince of Wales was greeted with an extremely successful countrywide hartal on November 17, and there were violent clashes in Bombay, which made Gandhi declare that Swaraj has stunk in my nostrils and postpone once again plans for civil disobedience in the selected single taluka of Bardoli. Despite the breaks, however, developments in the fourth phase, between November 1921 and February 1922, very nearly brought the government to its knees. Caliphate leaders like Hazrat Mahani, angered by the jailing of the Ali brothers in November, were demanding complete independence and giving up of the nonviolence dogma. The new government policy of large-scale arrests and ban on meetings and volunteer groups threatened to alienate the liberals, while much of the country seemed, as we shall see, on the brink of immensely variegated, disorganized, but formidable revolt. In December 1921, Reading in secret telegrams to Montagu suggested not only release of prisoners, but a round-table conference and an early revision of the just implemented reform scheme, an interesting anticipation of the 1930s which was scotched by Gandhi's refusal of any compromise at this point, combined with reluctance of the British cabinet to go anywhere near so far. Gandhi finally decided on a no-revenue campaign at Bardoli, on the issue of infringed liberties of speech, press, and association, to begin from the second week of February 1922. As is well known, this, together with virtually the entire 178 movement, was abruptly called off on February 11 at Gandhi's insistence, following the news of the burning alive of 22 policemen by angry peasants at Shrishra, in Gorakhpur district of UP, on February 5, 1922. Social composition. Available data concerning the impact of non-cooperation give some indication of the varying response of different social groups. The initial appeal for self-sacrifice by the upper and middle classes was hardly very successful. Only 24 titles were surrendered out of 5,186, and the number of lawyers giving up practice stood at 180 in March 1921. Polling was low in many places in the November 1920 elections, falling to only 8% in Bombay City and 5% in Lahore, but candidates offered themselves in all but 6 out of 637 seats, and council functioning could not be disrupted. The educational boycott was more effective, particularly in Bengal, where about 20 headmasters or teachers were resigning per month till April 1921, and where there was an exodus of 11,157 out of 103,107 students attending government or aided institutions. All India figures collected in intelligence official Bamford's confidential history of the non-cooperation and Caliphate movements reveal the impact to have been considerable in colleges but non-existent at the primary level. Number of students. Arts colleges, secondary schools, primary schools 1919 to 20 52,482, 1,281,810, 6,133,521, 1921 to 22 45,933, 1,239,524, 6,310,451. A considerable number of national schools and colleges were also founded, with 442 institutions started in Bihar and Orissa, 190 in Bengal, 189 in Bombay, and 137 in UP. Many of these proved short-lived, as the pull of conventional degrees and jobs naturally reasserted itself when Swaraj failed to come in a year, but quite a few survived, to serve as valuable seminaries of nationalism. The economic boycott was far more intense and successful than in 1905-08, with the value of imports of foreign cloth falling from 102 crores in 1920 to 21 to 57 crores in 1921 to 22. Import of British cotton piece goods was 1,292 million yards and 955 million yards respectively in the same years. While picketing remained important, a new feature was the taking 179 of collective pledges by merchants not to indent foreign cloth for specific periods, and we hear also of interesting forms of business pressure, as when a Delhi trader's threat not to honor Hundis of Rohtak led the latter town into joining a hartal in February 1920. For importers of Lancashire cloth, nationalism in 1921 neatly coincided with short-term business interests, as with the fall in the rupee-sterling exchange ratio from 2s to 1s 4d by late 1921, Indian merchants were being asked to pay much more for British goods than previously contracted for. Possible industrialist hostility to the charkha was sought to be reduced by numerous articles by Gandhi in his Young India, which argued that what his movement wanted to do at the present moment is to supplement the production of yarn and cloth through mills. The same article declared that Gandhi had no design upon machinery as such, at least for the present. Business support was decisive in bringing about a qualitative change in the Congress funds situation. The AICC had only 43,000 in its coffers in 1920, but was able to collect more than 30 lakhs between 1921 and 1923, while no less than 37.5 lakhs out of the Tilak Swaraj fund of 1 crore came from the city of Bombay alone. British alarm at business backing of non-cooperation probably contributed to the decision in October 1921 to set up a fiscal commission with Indian representatives to go into the question of tariff protection for Indian industries. A significant section of big business, however, still remained hostile, and an anti-non-cooperation association was started in 1920 by Purushottamdas Thakurdas, Jamidas Dwarkadas, Kausji Jahangir, Ferozthna, and Setlavad. While the textile industry was certainly helped by the nationalist Swadeshi upsurge, fear of labor unrest was probably crucial in keeping industrialist as distinct from merchant attitudes ambivalent. Capital, the organ of British business in Calcutta, made the point neatly on July 13, 1922. Nationalist politics, it declared, had promoted the influence of mill owners and enhanced the sale of their goods. The only fly in the ointment is the liability of labor to run amok. Labor did seem to be running amok throughout 1921, with 396 strikes involving 600,351 workers and a loss of 6,994,426 workdays. By the middle of 1920, the post-war boom had been succeeded by a recession, particularly in the Calcutta jute industry, with the mill owners trying to cut back production with a 4-day week. The workers fought back, and there were 137 strikes in Bengal jute mills in 1921, involving 186,479 laborers. Swami 180. Visvanand and Swami Darsananand tried to organize the coal miners of the Raniganj Jariya belt, initially with some help from Indian mine owners fighting European hegemony. The Jariya session of the Atuk in December 1921 was marked by considerable participation of actual workers, something which would become conspicuously absent for some years from 1922 onwards. Regional Congress leaders were active in some strikes, most notably, as we shall see, in Bengal and Madras. But Gandhi's own stand was unequivocal: strikes do not fall within the plan of nonviolent non-cooperation. In India we want no political strikes. We must gain control over all the unruly and disturbing elements. We seek not to destroy capital or capitalists, but to regulate the relations between capital and labor. We want to harness capital to our side. It would be folly to encourage sympathetic strikes. For the peasant, always given theoretical primacy by the Mahatma, the Gandhian program of village reconstruction through self-help envisaged an economic revival through the spinning wheel and hand-woven cloth, panchayats or arbitration courts, national schools, and campaigns for Hindu-Muslim unity and against the evils of liquor and untouchability. Panchayats proved very popular in Bihar and Orissa, while in Bengal 866 arbitration courts in all were set up between February 1921 and April 1922. At their height in August 1921, they considerably outnumbered the government courts. The anti-liquor campaign became quite formidable, perhaps partly because lower castes found in it an opportunity for Sanskritizing social upliftment. Excise revenues went down in 1921-22 by 33 lakhs in the Punjab, and the decline caused a 65 lakh deficit in the Madras budget. No definite statistics seem available about the impact of the Charkha drive, but handloom cloth production did go up fairly sharply between 1920 and 1923. The Caliphate alliance made Hindu-Muslim unity a powerful, though temporary, fact. Progress regarding untouchability was much less marked, though Gandhi deserves all credit for bringing the issue to the forefront of national politics for the very first time. Even in his own Gujarat, a decision not to recognize as national schools institutions debarring the anti-IIs caused a near crisis in late 1920, while at a Bardoli village a year later, untouchables waiting for Gandhi were kept at a distance by upper caste villagers till the latter were rebuked by Kalyanji Mehta. Thus the emphasis was always on unifying issues and on trying to cut across or reconcile class divisions. Hence no revenue was planned and 181. That after enormous hesitation for a Rayatwari taluka like Bardoli, and not in any Zamindari region where it would inevitably involve no rent. After the UP agrarian riots of early 1921, Gandhi in a speech at Faizabad deprecated all attempts to create discord between landlords and tenants and advised the tenants to suffer rather than fight, for they had to join all forces for fighting against the most powerful Zamindar, namely the government. A month later, the instructions to UP peasants warned against disturbances if Kisan leaders were arrested, and categorically ordered, "We may not withhold taxes from the government or rent from the landlord. It should be borne in mind that we want to turn zamindars into friends." Regional variations. The varied dimensions and contradictions of non-cooperation can best be appreciated, however, through regional and local studies, and for that recent research is rapidly accumulating data, though many gaps still remain. Non-cooperation began in the Punjab with a fairly successful Lahore student walkout inspired by Lajpat Rai in January 1921, but the movement in the cities here seems to have remained relatively weak, unlike in April 1919, perhaps precisely because memories of ruthless British reprisals at that time were still very fresh. The Sikh-dominated central Punjab countryside was stirred to its depths, however, by the powerful Akali upsurge, initially quite an independent religious reform movement which for a time got closely identified with non-cooperation. The Akalis were fighting to wrest control over the Sikh shrines from corrupt Mohants, who had established a mutually profitable alliance with British officials. Arur Singh, the government-appointed manager of the Amritsar Golden Temple, had even gone to the extent of inviting General Dyer to become an honorary Sikh, even as Nikolsian Sahib became a Sikh. Tensions mounted after the Nankana tragedy of February 20, 1921, where about 100 Akalis were massacred by the Mohant, and the Sikhs suspected, with some reason, a certain amount of complicity and instigation on the part of the Lahore Divisional Commissioner. In November 1921, the British refusal to hand over the keys of the Golden Temple treasury led to a direct confrontation, with mass courting of arrest by Akalis. The coincidence in time with the peak of the non-cooperation movement led to a British retreat, the keys being handed over and the prisoners released by mid-January 1922. The bulk of the 15,506 Akali volunteers listed in a government report of January 1922 came from 182. The Jat Sikh peasantry, particularly of the Jalandhar, Hoshiarpur, Amritsar, Sheikhupura, and Lyalpur districts. While the official Akali movement led by the Shromani Gurdwara Prabandhak Committee firmly adhered to nonviolent methods, a dissident, Babbar Akali group emerged in March 1921 in Jalandhar and Hoshiarpur under Kishan Singh and Mota Singh, calling for no revenue movements and eventually adopting terroristic methods against loyalists and money lenders. The Akalai struggle continued till the Sikh Gurdwaras and Shrines Act of November 1925 established SGPC control over the Gurdwaras. What was gradually lost after 1922, however, was the link with the broader national movement and the remarkable communal unity of 1921 in a province otherwise noted for its religious divisions. What an alarmed viceroy described as the closest possible connection between Caliphate and Congress committees and various Sikh organizations. The deeply feudal princely states of Rajasthan reveal an interesting deviant pattern of powerful peasant movements preceding and contributing very directly to a much later urban nationalism, which was just emerging in 1920 in the British enclave of Ajmer with the Rajasthan Seva San. The Bijoliya movement in Mewar, as we have seen, won a partial victory in 1922, while agitation against cesses and Bigar on the Khalisa lands of the Udaipur Maharana began with a peasant rally in May 1921 at the traditional annual Matri Kundi affair. The Bijoliya leader Maniklal Varma would found the nationalist Mewar Prajamandal much later, in April 1938. The Bhil tribal movement under Motilal Tejawat acquired a more militant millenarian flavor in 1921-22, and in December 1921 Meos from Alwar attacked a police station in the neighbouring Gurgaon district and had to be suppressed through a joint operation by British Indian police and Alwar state troops. In Bombay Presidency, the Muslim traders and peasants of Sindh were aroused to great enthusiasm by the Caliphate call. The Hindu minority produced two important leaders in Jaramdas Daltaram, close associate of Gandhi, and Swami Govindanand, jailed for 5 years on a sedition charge in May 1921, who later became a radical critic of Congress orthodoxy. The specifically Gandhian movement was naturally strongest of all in Gujarat, where Krishnadas' account of a tour of inspection, with the Mahatma, of Bardoli Taluka in December 1921 gives a vivid impression of a peasant awakening, at once massive and tightly controlled and disciplined. The discipline of nonviolence fitted in perfectly with the interests of the Patidar peasant proprietors, for a more uninhibited movement could have raised problems of control over lower caste or tribal agricultural laborers and village. 183. Servants. Though Anand and Barsad in Quetta remained important bases, Gandhi eventually preferred Bardoli as the first civil disobedience centre, probably because the Kalaparaj were more backward and docile than the perennially restive Bharatias. Baraya's social banditry in fact touched a new peak in Quetta in 1921, with 70 dacoities, many of them committed by a gang led by Babar Deva, who had become a kind of folk hero among the lower castes. Things were more complicated in Bombay city. While enthusiastic support came from Gujarati businessmen, professional and clerical groups, Maharashtrians still revering the memory of Tilak tended to be somewhat suspicious of Gandhi, and there were serious problems of control so far as industrial labor and lower-class Muslims were concerned. The Hartal on November 17, 1921 quickly developed into large-scale riots, with Maharashtrian mill workers and Muslims inflamed by the jailing of the Ali brothers attacking whites, Christians, Anglicized Parsis, and sometimes anyone wearing European clothes. About 20 were killed, though Gandhi could find some comfort in the fact that his decision to go on a fast helped to end the riots by November 23. Of greater long-term significance than this brief outburst was the emergence during 1921 of a radical student group under S.A. Dange, R.S. Nimkar, V.D. Sathe and R.V. Nadkarni, very active in non-cooperation but increasingly critical of Gandhi and developing an interest in Marxism through literature supplied by a millionaire with socialist leanings named R.B. Lotwala. In his Gandhi vs. Lenin, written in April 1921, Dange attempted a point-by-point comparison of the philosophy of Gandhi with that of Lenin, and visualized a Swaraj which would nationalize big factories, impose a ceiling on wealth and redistribute zamindari land among peasants. While accepting nonviolence as an effective tactic, the pamphlet emphasized the need to use the weapons of no tax and the political general strike. If we win, we will win only by the help of the proletariat, i.e. the laborers and peasantry. Non-cooperation remained relatively weak in Maharashtra, where the established Tilakite political leadership was unenthusiastic about Gandhi, and where non-Brahmins till the 1930s felt with some reason that the Congress was a Chitpavan-led affair. As elsewhere, however, the weakness of Gandhian controls led to some sporadic local outbursts. At Malajayan, a Muslim pocket in Nasik district, a Caliphate crowd burnt 3 policemen to death on April 25, 1921, following the arrest of some of their leaders. 184. Peasants of Mulshipeta, near Pune, adopted satyagraha methods to defend their lands, which Tata with government support was trying to acquire for a hydroelectric project. The Pune Congress took up their cause in April 1921, and the struggle continued intermittently for years. The truly all-India nature of the non-cooperation Caliphate upsurge is best indicated by its penetration of the south. Of the 4 linguistic regions of South India, only Karnataka remained largely unaffected. Its political awakening would come in the 1930s. As elsewhere, the initial appeal to upper and middle-class professional groups had only limited success in Madras Presidency, with only 6 out of 682 title holders surrendering their honours, 36 Tamil and 103 Andhra lawyers giving up their practice, and only 92 national schools were established with some 5,000 pupils. The highlight of the Madras City movement was rather a labour upsurge culminating in a 4-month-long strike at the white-owned Buckingham and Carnatic textile mills from July to October 1921, which received the full support of local non-cooperation leaders like Thirusika. The government tried to break the strike by egging on untouchable Adi Dravidas against caste Hindu strikers, while the nationalist leadership made a somewhat unrealistic bid to link the labour movement with Gandhian strategy by distributing charkas in place of strike funds. The experience of trying to combine nationalism with a labour movement set an elderly Madras lawyer and volunteer organiser, Singh Aravellu Chettiar, on the road to becoming the first communist in South India. In an open letter to Gandhi dated May 5, 1921, Singh Aravellu condemned the brakes he was imposing on Kisan movements, urged the use of non-violent non-cooperation against capitalistic autocracy, and suggested a rather eclectic communism which would include the charka, through which each and every household in the land could become independent of an employer. Just so, I wish each and every one of us should own a piece of land. Orthodox Brahmin sentiments, Sanskritizing ambitions of non-Brahmin castes like Nadars, Sarastras, and Komatis, and the resentment of liquor dealers against government efforts to enhance revenue through increasing license rates all combined to make picketing of liquor shops one of the most successful forms of non-cooperation in coastal Andhra and interior Tamil Nadu. The Madras government was seriously worried, for by the early 1920s more than 20% of its revenue came from excise, a much higher proportion than in other provinces. Such movements were throwing up anew, specifically Gandhian leadership based in interior Tamil Nadu and headed by Rajagopalachari, a Salem lawyer who gave up his practice in 1921. Madras city nationalists like Satyamurthy or Kasturi Rangaiyengar. 185. In contrast, had adopted non-cooperation only half-willingly, like the Tilakites of Maharashtra or Cr. Das in Bengal. Non-cooperation attained its greatest strength, however, in the Andhra Delta region, with outstanding leaders like Konda Venkatapaya, A. Kulesvara Rao, T. Prakasam and Pattabi Sitaramaya, considerable merchant support, and a broad middle peasant stratum unlike the Tamil Nadu dry areas. The broad sweep, as well as the internal tensions, of the Andhra political awakening of 1921 were vividly reflected in Unnava Lakshminarayana's Telugu novel Marlapalli. Its hero advocates Gandhian methods for solving the tensions between caste Hindu landlords and untouchables, but has an impatient brother who turns into a kind of social bandit and composes a ballad evoking the lost equality of men and referring to the international solidarity of toilers. Among the highlights of the Andhra upsurge was the resistance of the small town of Chiralaparala in Guntur district to the government move to make it a municipality. Led by Dugirala Gopalakrishnaya, its 15,000 inhabitants refused to pay taxes and collectively migrated for 11 months to a new settlement named Ramanagar. A powerful movement for non-payment of land revenue developed in the Delta region between December 1921 and February 1922. This was spearheaded by mass resignations of village officers who had their own grievances about recent government moves to restrict their considerable privileges, but was fueled also by peasant distress due to a poor monsoon and the general feeling, stated by a Guntur villager to a British official, that Gandhi Swaraj was said to be coming and they were not to pay taxes. Attaining its maximum intensity in the Pedanandapad subdivision of Bapatla Taluka near Guntur town and in Ragadvapuram Furka near Rajamundry, the movement brought down revenue collection from 14.73 lakhs to only 4 lakhs for the month of January 1922 before Andhra Congress leaders called it off on February 10 at Gandhi's insistence. Andhra in 1921-22 was also the scene for a pioneer link-up of tribal and poor peasant grievances against forest restrictions with nationalism, the forest satyagrahas in Rajodi Taluka of Kadapa and Palnad Taluka of Guntur. The Cambridge historian C.J. Baker has tried to reduce this to an interested agitation of prosperous cattle breeders of the coastal area against higher grazing fees imposed on cattle other than locally owned, but there is ample evidence of a much more elemental and lower class movement. 186. Enormous crowds of villagers had greeted Gandhi in Kadapa in September 1921 in the brief that he would get their taxes reduced and the forest regulations abolished. While Congress leaders like Venkatapaya tried to confine the agitation to social boycott of forest officials, peasants began sending cattle into forests without paying grazing fees. Some forest villages in Palnad proclaimed Swaraj and attacked police parties, and forest administration in both Palnad and Rajodi virtually collapsed in face of large bands of men imbued with the idea that Gandhi Raj was either in being or about to be established and that the forest was theirs to work there. Will upon such apocalyptic rumors repeatedly acted as catalysts in 1921-22, a jailbreak by ordinary convicts at Trichinopoly in May 1921. For instance, was based on the belief that Gandhi Swaraj was about to replace British rule. By far the most violent of the millenarian outbursts of 1921 developed among the ever-restive Moplas of Malabar. While previous Mopla outbreaks had a ritualistic character, with actual participants no more than a handful, rumors of imminent collapse of British authority now converted endemic protest into massive popular rebellion. Given the already described social context of Hindu Janmis exploiting Muslim leaseholders and cultivators and a long tradition of Muslim religious militancy, the outburst inevitably had a communal aspect which, however, seems to have been much exaggerated. A tenant rights agitation, developing in Malabar from 1916, was taken up by the Caliphate movement after the Manjeri Conference of April 1920. Peasants were encouraged to air their grievances at Caliphate meetings, and the local leader Ali Musalayar is said to have promised that in the coming Muslim state there will be no expensive litigation. No one shall have more than what he actually wants. We do not want the present system of police. The arrest of established Congress and Caliphate leaders like K. Madhavan Nair, U. Gopala Menon, Yaqub Hassan, and P. Moideen Koya in February 1921 left the field clear for such radical leaders preaching an egalitarian millennium. On August 20, 1921, a police raid on Tirur Ungudi Mosque in search of arms sparked off a major rebellion, with widespread attacks on police stations, public offices, communications, and houses of oppressive landlords. The British totally lost control over Ernad and Wallavanad talukas of South Malabar for several months, and Caliphate republics were set up at a number of places under Presidents Kun Hamid Haji, Kalithangal Mahmud, Ali Musalayar, Sithakoyothangal, and Imbichi Koyothangal. The situation now is clearly actual war, reported a British GOC on September 26, asking for artillery reinforcements with the Mopla resistance framed upon guerrilla warfare, getting stronger. 187. The armed fighting gangs probably total 10,000. Hindu opinion generally condemned the Moplas as being no more than communal fanatics, and it is true that about 600 Hindus were killed and some 2,500 forcibly converted. These figures, however, are really rather low, considering the facts that the fanatics controlled for months an area inhabited by 4 lakh Hindus, including many oppressive landlords and money lenders, and numerous collaborators with the British. The first case of forcible conversion occurred only on September 10, and K.N. Panikkar in a recent article gives interesting details of a 23-mile march by a Mopla band across a Hindu area merely to burn the records of a particularly oppressive Hindu landlord without injuring anyone on the way or even the family of the Genmai. Even more startling is the fact that the very first batch of Mopla prisoners included a Nambudri and 4 Nairs. The central fact remains that of a massive and armed anti-imperialist revolt, the bloody suppression of which left 2,337 rebels killed, 1,652 wounded, and no less than 45,404 prisoners. As in 1857 or 1919, the mask of British liberalism fell off completely in face of a really formidable threat. At Podanur on November 20, the bodies of 66 asphyxiated Mopla prisoners were found in a railway wagon into which they had been shut in. Every English schoolboy knows of Sirajuddaullah's black hole, a grossly exaggerated story, if not entirely a myth. Surprisingly few even in independent India have heard of the absolutely indisputable black hole of Podanur. In the usually isolated province of Assam, non-cooperation attained a strength which no later phase of the national movement would ever equal. The most important development was in the tea gardens of Surma Valley, where at Chargola in May 1921 coolies demanded a big wage increase with shouts of Gandhi Maharaj Ki Jai, followed by a massive exodus of some 8,000 again amidst declarations that such was Gandhi's order. Rumors had apparently spread that Gandhi Raj was coming to give them land in the villages from where they had been so forcibly or deceitfully torn away. It is significant that the bulk of plantation labor in Chargola Valley came from the eastern UP districts of Busti and Gorakhpur, where non-cooperation had become very powerful. In October and again in December, sporadic strikes and disturbances were being reported from tea gardens in Dharan and Sibsagar districts, and officials repeatedly complained that non-cooperators were active among tea garden labor. Most Assam Congress leaders, however, were not at all enthusiastic about strikes in plantations, since some of them were 188 planters themselves. A Congress activist's memoirs recall how his heart was almost frozen when some workers came to him one night with a strike proposal. There were signs also of a no-revenue movement among peasants, and even after Gandhi's Bardoli retreat, a route march of the Assam Rifles was ordered in Sibsagar for the special benefit of tea garden coolies. The 1921 days left a deep impression on Assamese literature, through the poetry of Assamkesari Ambikagiri Roychaudhuri, as well as numerous folk songs where Gandhi Raja was substituted for Krishna in Vaishnava lyrics. The non-cooperation Caliphate alliance made 1921-22 was possibly the point of greatest strength and unity in the entire history of the national movement in Bengal. It is true that most Bengal political leaders accepted Gandhi very late, only with C.R. Das's conversion at Nagpur, after which even the terrorists agreed to give Gandhian methods a trial for a year. Sophisticated Calcutta intellectuals never showed much enthusiasm for some Gandhian ways. Rabindranath started a celebrated controversy with his Call of Truth, which hailed the Mahatma's achievement in arousing the destitute millions, but sharply criticized elements of narrowness, obscurantism and unthinking conformity in the cult of the Charkha. The literary outcrop of non-cooperation in Bengal was quite meager if compared to that of the 1905 days, and nationalists in the 1920s and 30s had to make do very often with the old Swadeshi songs. But all this pales into relative insignificance when set beside the unique communal unity, the effective political leadership provided by C.R. Das and his 3 young lieutenants, and above all the elemental awakening of urban and rural masses. After the initial student upsurge of early 1921, non-cooperation in Bengal reached its second major climax following the Gurkha assault on coolies fleeing from the Assam tea gardens on 20-21 May at the East Bengal port of Chandapur. In an incredibly short time the whole of eastern Bengal was in a ferment, recalled an official report in 1924 with widespread hurdles followed by strikes paralyzing railway and steamer services under the leadership of J.M. Sengupta. The steamer strike continued till early July, that on the Assam-Bengal Railway till September. Both were thoroughly disliked by Calcutta Marwari business circles as well as by Gandhi. A relative lull then set in from July to October, well utilized, however, by nationalists who 189 concentrated on building up volunteer groups, organizing arbitration courts, and holding innumerable meetings. The third, and greatest, wave began with the coming of the Prince of Wales in November and continued till February 1922 and even beyond. The November 17th Hartal was a massive success in Calcutta, with control of streets passing into the hands of volunteers, and quite a few resignations by policemen. A police official reported disaffection among his men in no less than 7 districts in December 1921. Repression was countered by mass courting of arrest. Volunteers going to jail now included for the first time both upper-class women and large numbers of mill workers. Khilafat agitators like Muhammad Osman had been active among Muslim workers in Calcutta's industrial suburbs from early 1921, simultaneously organizing volunteer groups and trade unions. The 349 volunteers arrested in Calcutta in the first week of January 1922 included 123 mill hands, a considerable number of Bodhmanjis and low-class Muhammadans, and only 39 students, a social composition utterly different from the Swadeshi days. As in Bombay and Madras, the experience of 1921 and of subsequent disillusionment contributed to the formation in Calcutta of pioneer communist groups, led in this case by Muzaffar Ahmed, who was contacted by an emissary of M.N. Roy, Nalini Gupta, in late 1921. In the countryside, non-cooperators had attempted a jute boycott in February 1921, urging peasants to give up jute cultivation for paddy and cotton in a move calculated to hit British-owned jute mills, reduce food grain prices, and encourage khadi. Peasant response was meager, as jute was after all more profitable. Much more effective was a campaign against the white-owned Midnapur Zamindari Company on the Rajshahi-Nadia-Pabna-Murshidabad border, where peasants already fighting against indigo cultivation were provided able guidance by the Calcutta student Samshwar Prasad Chaudhary. Chaudhary recalled in a later autobiography that Das had encouraged him in private, at the same time warning him that the Congress officially would not support no-rent moves. The best organized of the village movements was the anti-union board agitation in the Kantai and Tamluk subdivisions of Midnapur led by Birendranath Sasmal. The newly introduced union board meant a heavy increase in local taxes, and Sasmal was able to organize a very effective no-tax movement among the predominantly Mahishya substantial tenantry of Midnapur in November-December 1921, which forced the government to withdraw the new regulation from the district. In the winter of 1921-22, peasants resisted settlement operations in Puban, Bagra, and particularly 190. In the Rampurhut subdivision of Birbhum, where the movement was led by Jitendralal Banerjee. These were essentially movements of relatively better-off peasants, led by local lawyer politicians. There were mounting signs, however, of a more elemental groundswell. On March 24, 1921, no less than 669 convicts broke out from Rajshahi jail, declaring that Gandhi Raj had arrived. An official report speaks of a great wave of lawlessness in the first quarter of 1922. The movement had got beyond the control of the leaders. The spirit of violence and contempt of all authority was not of the leaders, but of the masses. Even in well-organized Midnapur, district leaders' pleas for payment of chowkidari taxes after the union board was withdrawn often went unheeded. There was considerable withholding of rent, and Santals in the Hargam subdivision were looting huts and zamindar-owned forests. In Jalpaiguri in February 1922, police were attacked by Santals wearing Gandhi caps, which they claimed made them immune from bullets. In the neighboring North Bengal district of Rangpa, non-payment of chowkidari tax soon developed into a refusal to pay rent, and Muslim peasants of Nilphamari set up a Swaraj Thana under a Gandhi Dariga. Chittagong witnessed a veritable invasion of reserved forests, a widespread looting which was not the work of volunteers, but of ordinary villagers out to help themselves. In the Chittagram subdivision of Tipura, the village police stopped work from November 1921. No taxes were being paid, and no agricultural rents collected either by government or by private landlords. The agitation was entirely Muhammadan, but not religious. The people were simply out to assert themselves. It needs to be noted that Rangpa, Chittagong, and Tipura were all outlying districts, seldom visited by top leaders, and that official reports repeatedly note efforts by local volunteers or politicians to restrain the masses, without success. A theory of subcontractors or instigation by elite politicians seems utterly irrelevant here. If Bengal manifested a repeated tendency to burst Gandhian bounds, Bihar won the Mahatma's praise as a province in which the most solid work is being done in connection with non-cooperation. Its leaders understand the true spirit of non-violence. 41 high and 600 primary and middle national schools with a total of 21,500 pupils had been established by June 1922, and 48 depots had been set up in 11 districts to distribute cotton and charkha. 300,000 charkhas, 89,000 handlooms, and a khadi production of 95,000 yards per month were reported from Bihar in August 1922. Though Congress leaders admitted that khadi was not very popular because of its high price and it was being worn by 191. Only 1% of the population. Liquor boycott made substantial progress, and some contacts were established with Chota Nagpur tribals, particularly with the Tana Bhagat sect. Against this general impression of a powerful but strictly restrained movement, however, must be set sporadic incidents like 35 cases of hat looting in Muzaffarpur, Bhagalpur, Munger, and Purnia in January 1921, the attack on Giridih just after the arrest of a Caliphate volunteer, leading to firing on April 25, 1921, an epidemic of illicit distillation in some tribal areas, and widespread tension in Champaran and Muzaffarpur districts over appropriation of traditional village pastures by zamindars and indigo planters. Bhumihar villagers of Sonparsa in Bhagalpur attacked Gurkhas employed by a European landlord in January 1921. A dispute regarding grazing rights led to the burning of the Chautarway indigo factory near Motihari in Champaran in November 1921, while Sitamarai subdivision in Muzaffarpur earned a reputation as a storm center, with punitive police sent there in January 1922 to check a possible no-tax movement. There was no revival, however, of the anti-zamindar peasant agitation which had plagued the Darbhanga estate in 1920, and from which the Bihar Congress leadership had firmly dissociated itself. In the summer of 1921, white coal mine owners of the Chota Nagpur region expressed fears that non-cooperation propaganda in labor recruitment areas combined with the activities of Swami Visvanand might lead to an exodus from the mines in the Assam pattern. At Giridih the miners had themselves organized a trade union, even before the entry of congressmen. The United Provinces during non-cooperation became one of the strongest bases of the Congress, with 328,966 members in July 1921, and UP won from this time a leading position in national politics which it has retained till today. 1920-21 marks the beginning of the continuous political careers of a host of leading nationalists: Jawaharlal Nehru, Purushottam Das Tandon, Ganesh Shankar Vidyarthi, Govind Ballabh Pant, Lal Bahadur Shastri. 90,000 volunteers had been enrolled by the Congress in UP by the beginning of 1922, and there was a massive growth also in Caliphate volunteer associations. 137 national educational institutions had been set up in the province by July 1921, of which the Kashi Vidyapith was the most prominent. The deep Gandhian impact on the UP intelligentsia was vividly reflected in the novels of Premchand, who resigned his post in a Gorakhpur government school in February 1921 to work for the nationalist journal AJ and for the Kasi Vidyapith. His Premasharam depicts a landlord. 192. With Gandhian leanings, while Rangbhumi has as its hero a blind beggar, Surdas, who fights a prolonged, nonviolent struggle to prevent the pastures of his village being taken over for an Anglo-Indian cigarette factory. The latter novel also had two characters who turned revolutionaries, Vinay Singh and Sophia. Organized non-cooperation in UP was mainly an affair of cities and small towns, as elsewhere, however, more elemental movements in the countryside were perhaps equally significant. The UP Congress leadership was marginally more responsive to peasant outbursts than that of Bihar, perhaps because the Awadh Talukdar was notoriously loyalist, though a restraining role was repeatedly evident at crucial points. The peasant upsurge in south and southeast Awadh associated with Baburam Chandra culminated in widespread agrarian riots in Raebareli, Pratapgarh, Faizabad and Sultanpur between January and March 1921. The targets included not only the houses and crops of talukdars, but bazaars and merchant property. Fursat Ganj Bazaar in Raebareli, for instance, was attacked by a crowd of 10,000 on January 6, which complained of dearness of grain and cloth and demanded that all the shopkeepers should at once be ordered to sell cloth at 4 annas per yard and flour at 8 seers per rupee, an instance of attempted popular fixation of prices, reminiscent of the maximum sought to be imposed by plebeian violence before and during the French Revolution. There were several violent clashes with the police, and instances of people's courts dispensing rough peasant justice. Ashanayam Adda proclaimed himself king of Ceylon, and in Faizabad a pretender Ramchandra appeared, preaching non-payment of rent and land to the landless, all in the name of Gandhi. Gandhi's own condemnation of this plebeian outburst has been mentioned already, but it is interesting that in 1921 Jawaharlal's stand was no different. He recalls in his autobiography that at a meeting in Faizabad he persuaded those who had indulged in violence to put up their hands, knowing full well that the police were present and the men would be jailed. Khilafadist and Congress leaders persuaded Baburam Chandra to keep away from the affected area, and when the latter was arrested on February 10, Motilal Nehru and Gauri Shankar Misra hastened to issue a leaflet which insisted, "We must not be unhappy over this and must not even try to get him released." Ramchandra, in an autobiographical fragment written in the 1930s, charged the Congress with betrayal, but in 1921 he seems to have willingly followed the lead of his nationalist mentors. By the summer of 1921, the Kisan movement seems to have been largely swallowed up by non-cooperation, with specific peasant demands relegated to the background, while an alarmed UP government persuaded talukdars to agree to a few concessions by the Audit Rent Act of 1921. Things threatened to get out of hand again in late 1921 and early 1922 in NW Awadh, where the EKA movement started by some local congressmen was taken over by the much more radical Madhuri Pasi. The basic demand here was the conversion of produce rents into cash, and an elaborate ritual of mantras and vows seems to have been devised. The police managed to crush the movement and arrest Madhuri Pasi only in June 1922. The British in UP were alarmed also by signs of disaffection even lower down the social scale. Hill tribes were on the rampage in the summer of 1921, burning down thousands of acres of reserved forests in the Kumaon division. In October 1921, Reading expressed his concern that in the Awadh countryside, the majority of those attending meetings, nominally held for cultivators, are men who have lost their land and who believe that it would be restored to them by Gandhi, and low-class laborers who believe that Gandhi will provide holdings for them. Shrishra. The Shrishra incident, which proved the last straw for Gandhi, took place in a Gorakhpur village, unaffected by the Kisan Sabha or EKA agitation, but with a well-organized volunteer body which had started picketing the local bazaar in a campaign directed both against liquor sales and high food prices. Gandhi himself admitted that there had been ample provocation. The police had beaten up the volunteer leader, and then opened fire on the crowd which had come to protest before the police station. British alarm at the incident was vividly reflected by the fact that the Sessions Court initially sentenced not less than 172 of the 225 Shrishra accused to death. It must remain a matter of shame that there were virtually no nationalist protests against the barbarous attempt to take 172 lives in return for the 22 policemen killed, the only recorded protests being those made by MN. Roy's émigré communist journal, Vanguard, and by the Executive Committee of the Communist International, and that even today at Sri Sri there remains a police memorial, but nothing in honor of the peasant martyrs. Jawaharlal Nehru later recalled that Gandhi's abrupt and unilateral decision to suspend the entire movement after Sri Sri was deeply resented by almost all the prominent Congress leaders and naturally even more. 194. By the younger people. Gandhi's own defense, as stated in Young India on February 16, 1922, used two arguments. A passionate reiteration of faith in nonviolence was accompanied by the following revealing plea: suppose the nonviolent disobedience of Bardoli was permitted by God to succeed, the India government had abdicated in favour of the victors of Bardoli, who would control the unruly element. As R.P. Dude pointed out in what has become the standard left criticism, the Working Committee's Bardoli resolution of February 12 confirming the withdrawal emphasized in 2 of its 7 clauses that withholding of rent payment to the zamindars is contrary to the Congress resolutions, and assured the zamindars that the Congress movement is in no way intended to attack their legal rights. Yet rent was not directly involved at all in the Sri Sri incident, and no rent by itself was no more inevitably violent than picketing of cloth or liquor or non-payment of revenue. In fairness to Gandhi, it may be argued that he had given repeated and ample warning that he was prepared to lead only a specific type of controlled mass movement, and was not interested at all in class struggle or social revolution. The fact that the entire movement collapsed when Gandhi called it off also reveals its own basic weakness. There was ample combustible material in the India of 1919-22, perhaps even at times an objectively revolutionary situation, but nothing at all in the way of an alternative revolutionary leadership. The masses had been inspired by the vague vision of Gandhi Raj, had interpreted it in their own diverse, sometimes near-revolutionary ways, but they still looked up to the Mahatma alone for guidance. Congress leaders in jail like Motilal Nehru, Lajpat Rai, or C.R. Das, who disliked the Bardoli retreat, were certainly not in any way more radical or less socially inhibited than Gandhi. The disagreement was probably no more than tactical, over a question of timing. Motilal and C.R. Das felt, with some justice, that acceptance of the British peace feelers during the Prince of Wales' visit in December 1921 would have brought some concrete gains in the shape of constitutional concessions, whereas Gandhi, who had rejected all compromise then, had now called off civil disobedience without any returns. The British, who had not dared to touch Gandhi so long even while arresting practically every prominent congressman, plucked up courage on March 10, 1922 to arrest him and award a 6-year jail sentence, in what was little more than an act of sheer vindictive revenge for the fright he had given them. Gandhi made the occasion memorable by a magnificent court speech: "I am here, therefore, to invite and submit cheerfully to the highest." 195. Penalty that can be inflicted upon me for what in law is deliberate crime, and what appears to me to be the highest duty of a citizen. The crucial fact, however, was that there was not a ripple of protest anywhere in India as Gandhi went to jail. The years from 1922 to 1927 are at first sight dominated entirely by a sense of anticlimax, all the more acute because Gandhi's promise in 1920 of Swaraj within a year had aroused such soaring expectations. By March 1923, Congress membership had fallen to 106,046, less than one-third of what UP alone had claimed 2 years before. The no-changer Swarajist rift threatened to break up the national movement. There were strong tendencies towards a return to near-mendicant politicking, and the Hindu-Muslim unity of 1919-22 was quickly succeeded by communal riots on an unprecedented scale. And yet below the surface other forces must have been gathering strength, for the announcement of the all-white Simon Commission in November 1927 would be followed by a national resurgence culminating in civil disobedience. Our account of the intervening years must take note of both aspects, of decline but also of the beginnings of a renewal.